straight couples kiss in public. I hate seeing them hold hands in the street. I hate that they're in every movie and advert and TV show on repeat. I hate watching them feed each other at restaurants, sitting on each other's laps when they have their own seats. I hate when he rubs her back under her top and helps get food out her teeth. I hate when she runs her hands through his hair as he gently rubs her sore feet. I hate when they just gyrate on one another and don't even try to be discreet. I hate when they just sit and stare at each other in silence when they both got mouths to speak. And I hate the cringe terms of endearment they tell each other when they meet that they desperately want the whole world to hear. But what I hate most, I hate that they can do all of this without any prejudice or fear. They don't have to check their surroundings. To not have to whisper my affections. To not have to stifle my humanity. To not resist my emotions and hold back romantically. To not worry the sweetest moments could quickly turn savoury. To actually live in the moment and not have it taken away from me, and to not have it all be such an act of rebellion or bravery. Like, why does it have to be different for anyone other than a woman and a man? Why do we have to suffer for your need to fear what you refuse to understand? You keep us at arm's length, we both show love by holding hands. You badmouth us, but we both show passion with a kiss. You want us to get lost, but we all want someone to miss. You want us out of sight, but we both look at the same skies, stare at the same sunset and admire the same sunrise, let me guess. Your eyes water when you cry, because mine do too. I didn't choose you to love, and that's the biggest similarity between me and you. I just can't show it freely, and that's the one thing I hate about you. Why does the barber always swing my chair to face the window when an attractive girl walks by? I don't tell him I'd rather be looking at another guy because he's got scissors in his hands. And that poor girl knows she's getting stared at by another man who just wants to hold her hand and tell her his partner is another man. And why does that same girl start to panic? When she's crossing the road and looks behind to see me crossing at the same time, I swear I didn't mean to plan it. She crosses back as I accidentally do the same. I don't know what to say. To her, this is no game, so I just shout that I'm gay and I'm not a threat, but she's heard that on before. So as she starts to run, her mind races with the men she's trying to forget, and I keep my feet firmly glued to the floor. And why does that same girl have to pretend I'm my boyfriend in public every time a guy keeps hassling her for attention? She's told him multiple times she's not interested. She grips my arm tighter and shows me more affection just to throw him off the scent. I hold her tight and conjure up a story of how long we've been together, just in case he further questions what she meant. We hold hands and walk further away as he goes back to tell his group of friends that she's definitely frigid and I'm probably bent. And why does that same girl have to go out with their gay mates on play dates just so she can dance how she wants and knows her drink's safe? You can call it a stereotype. If the shoe fits, I'll wear it tight if it means she can have a good night and get home all right. Then I realise we're there for the same reason. We have a common enemy no matter the season and knows full well that we know. It puffs out its chest and throws intimidating stares everywhere that we go. It cordons off our lives and ring fences our homes. When we're in a world they created, there's no such thing as safe zones. If the streets are your playground, then you'll always feel at home. You can be blissfully unaware and always think you're playing fair. If you've never had to think up twice about how dark it is, what route you take, whose hand you hold and what you wear, then why would you care about how others are feeling? It might not be all men, but it's still going to be a man, whatever you believe in.
When the week dies off, we will still be here. Will you
Playing no more pressing, play on my shit. No love just because, say, that's for your bitch. Feeling good, want my people to feel this, but they don't move in faith. God says 80 years sliding on this bitch. Slide like cha-cha. Right now I'm somewhat ducked off, aligning my chakras. I done met calm, but somebody Somebody better warn her. Got Christmas Glocks and good women praying for my armor. I ain't worried out here big purring. My life make your vision blurry. Cats, demons off in a hurry. Shadow working, don't let me catch a vice lurking. Cut the locks off, got the crossroads burning. Solitude helps to strengthen my discernment. Until you find your center, you ain't learned shit. You know your time more expensive than a Birkin.
When the week dies off, we'll still be here. Will you still be here?
Flashy type, fell in love with the milestone. Plenty shots called, got addicted to the dial tone. Trying to get ahead, something like honcho. Niggas got all the bread, then you find out the mind post. Spitting crazy, think I OD'd on lines hold. They'll think I'm the best if they listen with their eyes closed. But they like big behind hoes. Get it, get it, get it, big behind hoes. I'm fine though, really like right after the 9. Niggas inboxing ready to do anything for mine. Most never had a real one in their lives. Most never had a bitch high vibe.
I took a hit for the team, took a bullet for the dream, that we would one day all be free, free from prejudice, free from sexism, free from bigotry. I die for creativity, I die for freedom to be free. I died and left a legacy. Oh, but baby, I'm still live through technology. After the sun, oh, then comes the rain. Yeah. And after the sun will start shining. Black seas of pain, and tears of pain, and tears of pain. Your destiny will manifest, yes, falls in the sea.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, y'all? It's your dude BubzDaGawd here with yet another live for you all. Hope everybody is having a wonderful Sunday evening. Despite all the BS that's happening, I hope that in your own personal world, your own personal bubble, things are good. No shade, but what's going on? Y'all, please forgive me. It's been a minute since I've been live. I think the last live I did was about almost 2 weeks ago, I believe. But I wanted to come through and give y'all live. I had one planned already, but I don't know, my spirit felt led to go this way as opposed to that other live. And there has been some new developments that have, it happened, girl, since me putting up that thumbnail in reference to what my next live was going to be. But we will get to that live eventually. But right now, this is where I'm at. This is what I feel compelled to give my commentary on. And yeah, I'm going to make sure to give y'all a nice amount of commentary for tonight. We're going to be here for a good time and low-key a long time, because I have to break this ish down. No shade. And again, I want to give y'all content. Again, 2 weeks. Still dropping Blame It on the Dress. That's the next project. I'm going to try to drop it this month, but again, there's been some things going on in my own personal life. New opportunities are opening up. that I'm exploring, no shade. So I'm just trying to find my balance or find my flow, or as it said in the song, shout out to Yale Gullyey, okay? The name of that song is called Here. Until you find your center, you ain't worth ish. So I'm still trying to find my center, no shade. What's going on, Aries? We got Aries in the building. And shout out to Aries, because Aries is the individual that low-key inspired this live. They ended up sending me a video link that we're going to get into tonight. And I listened to it earlier, and I said, yeah, I kind of want to talk about this. And then, ironically, as I was going through the suggested videos or related videos, you know, after you get done watching the video, a very good person, you know what I'm saying, that we have done commentary on in the past, especially if you've been rocking with BubzDaGawd for a while. Nick Jones, girl, came out with some new stuff in reference to the whole queer situation, giving their perspective. And again, that is your right as an American, as a human being, to be able to have freedom of religion and freedom of expression and, you know, freedom of speech. You have a right to do those things, but it's not just you that owns it, okay? We all have the ability and right to do those things. So since he publicly shared his thoughts and opinions, I'm going to do the same thing. No shade. But before we get into the live, y'all know what we got to do, and I'm gonna see if I can remember this verbatim, okay? And no shade, I will be sipping a little bit, okay? I ended up getting a Long Island, girl, and I brought it back home with me, so I'm gonna be a little tipsy, okay? Which means it's helping to take the edge off. No shade, girl. And I think I'm gonna definitely need that, because the way that we're dealing with things right now, especially in America, girl, we need to take the edge off, girl, because the edge gonna get everybody messed up, and I don't think people are all the way ready for that. But anyway, boom, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Non-profit, educational, or personal use tips to balance in favor of fair use. All the videos, songs, images, and graphics used in this live belong to their respective owners, and BubzDaGawd does not claim any right over them. Okay? So again, if you try to sue me, your ass will just be practicing. Okay? Aries, if you're still there and you're able to comment, how does my audio sound? Does it sound good? Do I sound far away? Do I sound too close? Let me know. Okay? Because again, I have my Snowball blue microphone right in front of me, and I'm trying to project. I mean, I can project louder if I need to, but I don't want to be yelling. You know? Is the background music okay? Does it seem like it's in balance with you guys? Because again, I can't hear the audio. If I was on OBS, I would be able to hear myself back. Aries says sounds good. Thank you, Aries. Shout out to you. Okay, now before we get into the meat and potatoes, okay, of this situation, we got to start with some preliminary-ish. We got to start with the appetizers, girl. We got to start with the salads, the breads, the waters, the beverages. We got to start with all that before we start getting into the actual meat and potatoes, the food, the sustenance part of the live. What I'm going to do is I want to put this on the screen really quickly. And again, if you want to watch these videos without my commentary, you can click the links down below in the description box. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put this up real quick. 1 second. No, like this. This is good. Okay, 1 second. Boom. As you can read on the screen, Idaho passed its most extreme bathroom ban in nation, creating path to life in prison. Okay, second offense, transgender bathroom usage has a 5-year maximum penalty, but 4 offenses triggers Idaho's persistent violator statute that might carry life in prison. Okay, so again, as you see on the screen, conversion therapy is torture. This is their way of trying to offer queer people a quote-unquote cop-out or a loophole to escape the onslaught that is going to happen to queer people like myself who are walking in their truth with blood, sweat, tears, almost didn't stay here, but yet we are here, we're queer, and we've gotten used to it. These people have not gotten used to it, and they're still trying to be slick and revitalizing old-ass tactics to try to quote-unquote gain control over society because people, again, are walking in their truth. Again, when you do your research, When you study to show thyself approved, just don't take BubzDaGawd word for it. Don't take CTV's word for it. Don't take any of these people's word for it. Go do your own work. Go research for yourself so that you can say that you know. But a lot of people are not going to do that. And no shade, a lot of Christian people are not going to do that. And I say that because I was once y'all. And the difference between my sexuality and religion is that my sexuality was something that was innately with me. Religion was taught to me. So there are two entirely different things happening in this situation. But because I was born into organized religion, because I operated in organized religion for a big part of my life, I had access. I was privy to information that a lot of the quote-unquote common people, the congregants, really wouldn't know. Because when you have gifts and talents, it allows you in certain spaces and places. And again, you start to hear things that the average everyday churchgoer is not going to hear, or is going to feel some type of way if they heard it. And we're going to get into the depths of all that. Tonight, I'm going to give y'all a good live. No shade. But again, let's get into the loopholes here. I'm going to read from the Idaho Capital Sun. Okay, let me go ahead and cut my camera off while I'm doing this. I might mess some words up, so if I do, charge it to my head, not my heart. Okay, and again, if you want to read with me, you definitely can do that down below. Again, Idaho House passes criminal transgender bathroom ban in business, government buildings. Under Idaho's legislature House Bill 752, repeat offenders could face felony conviction with up to 5 years in prison. Can I make this page a little bit bigger? Because I had this shit kind of there. There we go. The Idaho House on Monday widely passed a bill to criminalize willfully entering public and government bathrooms and changing rooms designated for another sex. The bill would effectively block transgendered people from their from using their preferred public bathrooms in Idaho, expanding on the state's transgender bathroom ban in public schools. House Bill 752 would create criminal misdemeanor and felony charges for people who knowingly and willfully enter a bathroom or changing room designated for the opposite sex, with some exceptions. The bill would apply in government-owned buildings and places of public accommodations like private businesses. A first offense would carry a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in prison. A second offense within 5 years would be a felony, punishable by up to 5 years in prison. Bill sponsor Representative Cornell Razor, a Republican from Sago, I believe that's how you say it, Sago, told House lawmakers that the bill is about protecting women and girls. Pause in the reading. You have a cisgendered heterosexual man, allegedly, because you know the Republicans love to get down in the glory hole section, girl, because there's glory in the hole, amen, who is stating that this bill is about protecting women and girls. What these individuals also do not provide is the overwhelming, damning evidence to prove that these women and girls need protection from trans people. And what these cisgendered men don't understand is that by saying that, they're low-key telling on themselves, because not everybody that is trans is going to be attracted to the gender that they are now living as. Trans people have been using the bathroom for the longest time, no Kim, and yet we have not heard overwhelming amounts or really any information about a trans person actually abusing another person in the bathroom. But again, a lot of Republicans are also subscribed to Christian nationalism as well. And for them to take the heat and the spotlight off of them and what they have done, they now want to reflect and deflect that onto marginalized groups of people. And just because people are fascinated, people have opinions and perspectives, and because one of the hot topics or hot button issues that are happening in America is regarding trans people does not mean that people are learning about trans people's existence, at least in a way to treat them with decency and human dignity. It's easier to blame these people as opposed to the people that are housing and supporting and aligning with those who do want to cause harm to women and girls. Let's continue to read. Quote, it prevents discomfort and voyeurism escalations and assaults while preserving single user options and narrow exceptions so no one is denied access for emergency aid, Razor said. Pause in the reading. It prevents discomfort and voyeurism escalation and assaults. So again, like I stated, he's low-key telling on himself because what he is saying is that males in general do not have any sort of dick discipline, and if they were to see a woman, especially in an sexualized way, they wouldn't be able to control themselves. You have men who are saying all this anti-queer, anti-trans-ish, who allegedly, girl, and in some cases, girl, with facts, literally got caught cheating on their wives, on their spouses, on their loved ones, who weren't able to control their damn dick in their pants. But because they have the money, the power, and the respect, which is the key to life, and the key to life is that ussy, whether it's the pussy or the pussy, it's a ussy, opens the door to that. And again, it's not even to honor the person that they're being intimate with. It's to be able to show off to other men about their status. But now all of a sudden trans people are the ones who are attacking, primarily trans women are the ones that are attacking women and children, because according to y'all, trans women are nothing but men cosplaying in wigs. And let's use that analogy about them cosplaying in wigs. Let's use your perspective about them cosplaying in wigs. Okay, well, if that is the case, again, you're stating that men in general are dangerous. You so desperate to get rid of trans people that you're willing to throw yourself in the mix unconsciously, and then feel some type of way when karma come through and collects and sweeps and gathers your ass up as well. Continue with the reading. Representative Chris Mathis, a Boys Democrat, said the bill could endanger transgender people. Quote, the truth of the matter is, and I know a lot of people don't want to say it, but forcing people who don't look like the sex that they were born with, or transgender folks, forcing them to use other people's bathrooms is going to put a lot of people in danger, end quote, Mathis said. Mathis, Matthias, Mr. M said. Chris M. The House bill passed the bill on a 54-15 vote Monday. 6 Republicans joined the House's 9 Democrats in opposing the bill. The bill was opposed by Idaho law enforcement groups. In committee last week, the bill was opposed by some law enforcement groups and several transgender Idahoans. Girl, shout out to the law enforcement who was willing to stand on the side of humanity. The Idaho Fraternal Order of Police opposed the bill, telling lawmakers in written testimony that the bill, quote, presents significant practical enforcement challenges for law enforcement officers in the field. Officers responding to a complaint would be placed in the difficult position of determining an individual's biological sex in order to enforce the statute, Idaho Fraternal Order of Police President Brian Lavelle wrote, quote, in many circumstances, there is no clear or reasonable way for officers to make that determination without engaging in questioning or investigative actions that could be viewed as invasive and inappropriate, end quote. The Idaho Sheriff's Association requested that lawmakers amend the bill to require that people who could be prosecuted under the bill be first offered a chance to leave the bathroom immediately when asked. Quote, Razor said he has addressed issues that law enforcement brought, but his bill has not been amended since law enforcement's opposition last week. The bill outlines several exceptions, including to give medical assistance, law enforcement assistance, and if a single user facility, quote, is the only faculty reasonably available at the time of the person's use. The bill now heads to the Senate for consideration. To become law, Idaho bills must pass the House and Senate and avoid governor's veto. A bathroom ban bill enforceable through lawsuits passed the House a month ago, but that bill, House Bill 607, has not received a committee hearing in the Senate. So again, with that being said, I kind of wanted to come in with some of the information because now that this administration is in the position of power that they're in now, they are going to make good on their promises to the queer community, because the queer community's ability to be itself is a threat to the system, because the system wants to force people to be like them and then demonize and low-key execute those who don't acquiesce to what the dominant society is asking for. And I'm going to show you this again with video evidence. Don't just take my word for it, baby. I need for y'all to go ahead and do y'all due deals, because it's not just my job, it's all of our jobs. Now we're going to read a little bit more and then we're going to get into the videos. Okay, so I wanted to read about what happened in Idaho. Okay, now this article is going to appear in the first video where we're talking about conversion therapy. Okay, and they brought up this article here, and I wanted to read this article before we got into the video. So again, if you would like to read along with me, you definitely can by clicking the link down below in the description box. And this is from APNews, and it reads: Supreme Court rules against Colorado ban on conversion therapy for LGBTQ plus kids. Shout out to them. Supreme Court rules against Colorado ban on conservative therapy for LGBTQ kids. The Supreme Court on Tuesday ruled against a law banning conversion therapy for LGBTQ kids in Colorado. Okay, one of about 24 states that ban the discredited practice. Okay, a 8-1 high court majority sided with a excuse me, I take that back. That's not a good thing, girl. I read it wrong. Excuse me. A 8-1 high court majority sided with a Christian counselor who argues the law banning talk therapy violates the First Amendment. The justices agreed that the law raises free speech concerns and sent it back to a lower court to decide if it meets a legal standing that few law pass. Justice Neil Gorsuch, writing for the court, said that the law censors speech based on viewpoint. The First Amendment, he wrote, quote, stands as a shield against any effort to enforce orthodoxy in thought or speech in this country, end quote. Gorsuch's opinion drew support from liberal justices Elena Kagan and Sonia Sotomayor. Girl, I hope I am reading this right, girl, because I low-key feel like I'm not. I'm having a blind moment, and at least I'm able to admit it. I'm going to keep reading. Keep reading. A state could similarly not ban talk therapy designed to affirm a minor's sexual orientation or gender identity. Kagan wrote, quote, once again, because the state has suppressed one side of a debate while aiding the other, the constitutional issue is straightforward, end quote, she wrote. In a solo dissent, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson wrote that states, okay, girl, I want to read the rest of this. All these pop-ups. Wrote that states should be free to regulate healthcare, even if that means incidental restrictions on speech. The decision, Jackson wrote, quotes, opens a dangerous can of worms that threatens to impair states' ability to regulate the provision of medical care in any respect. The decision is the latest in a line of recent cases in which the justices have backed claims of religious discrimination while taking a skeptical view of LGBTQ plus rights. Counselor Kaylee Childs, with support from President Donald Trump's Republican administration, said the law wrongly bars her from offering voluntary faith-based therapy for kids. Now, pause in the reading. I would be okay in a sense if it was something that was voluntary. Because if there are people in the world who are struggling with their sexuality and feel like it's conflicting with their spirituality, again, they have every right to be able to choose what works best for them. And as you will see in the video presented pretty soon in this live, that individual who also is dealing in the realm of science, no shade, was able to agree, again, to find out something that works for them. And for it to work, there has to be a manifestation in the lived experiences. Okay? But if there are people who feel like they don't want to be gay anymore, don't want to be trans anymore, don't want to be queer anymore, that is your prerogative. But again, that is on you volunteering what it is that you feel. The problem and the issue comes into play when you force other people into what it is that you believe. And I understand that the other side feels that way when it comes down to queer people. But when we look at it objectively, organized religion is the one that demonized queerness first. And because queerness is making the choice to rise within itself without the perspective of Christianity, and we've seen the history of Christianity in this country, all of a sudden, now that everybody is standing up and the sunshine is coming in, now we're seeing who can actually stand in the sun and who wants some vampiric-ish. And I guarantee you, the queer people are not the vampiric-ish, because there are queer people that are choosing every single day, despite what society says, believes, or want to believe, they still make the conscious choice to live in their truth. But yet one side that claims to be about truth, girl, struggles with the truth in a very horrible way. And because it's being played out publicly, now motherfuckers got a problem with it. So again, if it's voluntary, I have no problem with that. But keep it at voluntary. But we know that with conversion therapy, it's never really voluntary. And again, history has shown that. And that history is not even 100 years old yet. Girl, Chile's Childs, whatever girl, contends her approach is different from conversion therapy practices from decades ago, like shock therapy. Her attorneys argued that the ban makes it hard for parents to find therapists willing to discuss gender identity with kids unless the counseling affirms transition. Quote, I look forward, to being able to help them when they choose the goal of growing comfortable with their bodies, Childs said in a statement. Quote, counselors walking alongside these young people shouldn't be limited to promoting state-approved goals like gender transition, which often leads to harmful drugs and surgeries, end quote. Colorado disagreed, saying its law does allow wide-ranging conversations about gender identity and sexual orientation and exempts religious ministries. The state says the measure simply bars using therapy to try to, quote-unquote, convert queer people to heterosexuality or traditional gender expectations, a practice that has been scientifically, remember that word, girl, discredited and linked to serious harm. The law doesn't violate the First Amendment, Colorado argued, because therapy is different from other types of speech since it's a form of health care that the state has a responsibility to regulate. Advocates for queer people condemn the ruling as well as conversion therapy. Quote, this is a dangerous practice that has been condemned by every major medical association in the country. Today's decision does not change the science, and it does not change the fact that conversion therapists who harm patients will still face legal consequences, Polly Crozier, director of a family policy at GLAD Law, said in a statement. The 2019 law carries the possibility of fines and license suspension, but no one has been sanctioned under it. The ruling is expected to eventually make similar laws in other states enforceable. Childs was represented by the Alliance Defending Freedom, a conservative legal organization that has appeared frequently at the courts in recent years. The group also represented a Christian website designer who successfully challenged Colorado's anti-discrimination law because she did not want to work with same-sex couples. 23 states have laws barring healthcare providers from offering, quote, conversion therapy for minors, and another 4 have some restrictions, according to the Movement Advancement Project, an advocacy group that tracks policies that impact queer people. The last paragraph, the High Court agreed to hear the case after the 10th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in Denver upheld the law. Another Atlanta-based appeals court, the 11th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, has struck down similar bans in Florida. And again, to follow the AP's coverage of the U.S. Supreme Court, you can definitely check them out at APNews.com. Now, allow me to shut the hell up, okay? And let's get into a little bit of the video evidence that we're going to look at. And this video evidence, the first video, is going to be from a YouTuber by the name of HealthyGamerGG. And they're going to speak about conversion therapy from a more non-biased perspective. I will admit that because I have grown up in organized religion and I've experienced the damages, still low-key healing from some residue of those damages, and I can see that same playbook happening now, there will be some bias personally on my part because of my anecdotal experiences and the experiences of other people that I have conversed with in regards to organized religion. But I wanted to start this off, as far as the video part, showing you somebody who is completely in the middle and is looking at the scientific aspect. Scientists, all they're supposed to do is to observe, record, and report. Observe, record, and report. So let's take a look at the observations, the recordings, okay, the reporting done by HealthyGamerGG in reference to conversion therapy. Let's get into it.
The United States Supreme Court recently overturned a ban on gay conversion therapy. So this was a case where there was a therapist who was trying to do gay conversion therapy, and the state of Colorado has banned gay conversion therapy. They've said you're not allowed to do it. And the therapist made the argument that you cannot regulate my right to free speech. So basically, you as the state cannot police what I say in my sessions with a patient. The Supreme Court found this to be a valid argument and basically overturned the ban. So today we're going to talk about gay conversion therapy, or in the scientific literature as it's known, sexual orientation change efforts. But we're going to talk about it in the way that we do with most things on the channel, which is from a place of evidence. So what does the science show about gay conversion therapy? And let me be clear about this. I know this is a hot button issue. I know people have strong religious beliefs that homosexuality may be a sin. All that stuff is fine. I'm not a constitutional scholar. It's not my job to say the Supreme Court ruling is right or wrong. I'm also not a religious authority to say that a certain religious belief is right or wrong. What I am is a medical doctor. And so today what we're going to be talking about, if you're interested in sending your son or daughter to gay conversion therapy, if you are someone who is considering gay conversion therapy or sexual orientation change efforts, or if you're just someone in our audience at large, my job today is to equip y'all with the information so that you can make the most informed decision about what kind of therapeutic treatment is right for you.
Now, before he gets into that, I want y'all to listen to what it is that he just stated. Again, he is not here to say whether being gay is right or wrong from a religious perspective, from a non-religious perspective. Throwing the emotional aspect out of the equation. We're just looking at the hardcore stats and the facts. His job is not to persuade you to be either this or the other. His job is just to present the information. Now, I'm going to say this. When you love yourself and you operate in a spirit of integrity and honor, when you have your ego deaths and you learn from them, you can't be mad at certain people who just that when the objective facts come out, the objective facts also happen to spill over into what it is that we have been saying, girl. And again, I don't talk about any and everything on YouTube because I don't know everything. But the things that I do know, I always make sure to educate myself. And even when I make mistakes, baby, I'm going to transmute that M for mistake into a W for a win. And I think because of people like myself, because we've already, especially those at a younger age, girl, dealt with society rejecting us and pushing us away, even though we didn't have information that would help us to better ourselves, even though a lot of us fell to our own vices mentally, emotionally, even took ourselves out physically. There are some of us who were able to make it because of the love in us that we had to find when there was a world out there telling you that you are not worthy of it. And because we had to love ourselves, even though we didn't know what the hell that looked like, we just went with it. We have been able to rise and ascend and learn certain things to where we have a certain level of awareness. I'm not saying I'm the shit. I'm not saying, again, I know everything. But when it comes down to my reality and when it comes down to learning about other people's realities, Miss Mamas, I does my part. Big Pimpin', I does my part. Because I really care about community for real. I have every reason to turn my back on community because of how community treated me. But I also understand, because of my own ego deaths, because of my own self-work, my own self-liberation, that people are just operating in what it is that they, here's the magic word, y'all, know at that time. Now we are living in the information age where if you want to know, there really literally is no excuse. And if there is an excuse, you created the excuse. And we're all guilty of that. There are things in my life right now that I still need to work on. And I'm actively working on. It may take me a little bit of time. I might slow drag a little bit because I'm human. But I'm still going to go forward. And because this is the age of Aquarius, all truth is coming, and it don't matter what label, whether you're Christian, Hindu, whatever it may be, baby. As long as you breathe in air, as long as you are a being in a human body, baby, you are a part of the game. So let's continue to listen to what the scientist, the professional, the one who had the overwhelming student loan debt and was able to pay all that ish off. Let's get back to what he was saying about this. And I want y'all, again, don't take my word for it. Don't take his word for it. Study to show thyself approved. And for the Christian people that are listening, and I'm talking about the ones who feel triggered by what I'm saying, first of all, I'm glad that you're watching. Secondly, I encourage you to interact. This y'all country now, so y'all might as well just start speaking like how you want to. But again, I want you to prepare for the truth, because we understand, a lot of us as queer people, we understand and are preparing ourselves for what is to come. Because y'all did not change y'all stripes. But why I gotta change my stripes, girl? When by his stripes we are healed, right? So you didn't cast your stripes on to Jesus, and you just, no, baby, we see the same stripes. We know what an oppressor looks like and how it operates. We know how narcissism operates. Anyway, let me shut up and let's continue.
Today, we're going to be looking at a handful of review studies on sexual orientation change efforts. And when we look at these studies, we're going to present what they find, but then we also need to talk about the limitations of the study. This is something that's really important. I learned when I trained at Harvard Medical School, which is, I was interested in evidence-based complementary and alternative medicine. We would study things like acupuncture and meditation and stuff like that. And sometimes those trials don't have great findings, or they do have great findings. And it's important to be critical of science, just like we should be critical of all of our thinking. So not only are we going to present the evidence, we will also look at potential reasons for why the studies show what they show. Let's start with efficacy. Does gay conversion therapy work? Well, according to the evidence, not really. So one study on 1,600 people from the Church of Latter-day Saints basically found that 3.1% of people found some kind of benefit or reduction in homosexual thoughts, feelings, behaviors, etc. So for 97% of people in this particular study, it basically didn't work. There are some studies that show some degree of efficacy in this, but these are usually fraught with methodological problems. I would call them weak studies. So for example, they have small sample sizes. They are surveys and retrospective. So no one has done like anything like a randomized controlled trial on gay conversion therapy. Like, so we haven't taken 200 people, right, and set the control group as therapy as usual, set the intervention group as gay conversion therapy, and measured outcomes. So I wasn't able to find a single randomized controlled trial on something like this that has an appropriate control. So most of the studies will be retrospective, there'll be surveys, and their recruitment is pretty problematic. So they'll recruit from places like, specifically ex-gay ministry communities, and then assess sexual orientation change efforts. That's a methodological problem when you're studying something. So it's sort of like if I take everyone who joined a Buddhist meditation circle and then ask them, is meditation helpful for you? What do you think the answer would be? A better way to study meditation, which is how we've studied meditation, generally speaking, as a scientific community, is we take a lot of people who are meditation naive, haven't done meditation, we teach a meditation, and then we measure outcomes. Another huge problem with these studies is that they don't even measure negative outcomes. So
Now, before he gets into that, that is the proper way that you would do it. I like the example that he gave in reference to, well, if we're studying meditation and we're dealing with people who already meditate, we already know that they're going to have, quote unquote, a biased perspective. So you have to get people who are skeptical. People who don't even really believe in it. And then you have them go through these trials, again, in a controlled state, to be able to see if that is the truth or not. And like Healthy Gamer stated earlier in the first part, is that the evidence overwhelmingly, again, there might be some studies out there where, again, there needs to be a little bit more of efficacy or however he stated it, excuse me, but you know what I mean. But overwhelmingly, it does not work. It does not work. And baby, I have documentaries that I wish we could watch on YouTube without shit getting snatched down. Baby, I love long form content. I love documentaries. I love things that are over an hour. I educate myself about these things because I want to, the more information I have, the better my chances are in this world. And you know what else is very, very crazy about this? Like, again, shout out to, again, HealthyGamerGG stating about what it looks like to do it scientifically in a correct manner if you're trying to really understand this. But again, when you have people who have been told that because they have this book, that they have power and dominion over everything, including other people's lives and their experiences, they can always transmute what the world does, but just throw Jesus on top of it, and then does a piss-po ass job at actually rectifying the situation. What if their version of conversion therapy is kind of like the concentration camps, girl? Because aren't concentration camps and all these things supposed to revitalize you or to train you or to reprogram you to believe something in a certain type of way? Especially when violence and all type of psychological and mental and emotional damage is done in order to control people. No shade, girl. It's so funny how art imitates life, because it's like, damn, are y'all watching the latest season of The Boys? Blessed Be 277 says conversion therapy falls in that area because it claims it only works if you are a believer and pray hard enough. And the crazy part, and we're going to get into that as well with the whole ex-gay thing, it's funny that these people saying that they are not gay anymore. Because again, I'm going to play the game that they want to play it. No shade. It's so funny that these people are quote unquote free because they haven't made the choice to be physical in their actual attraction and desires, but they still struggle with the desire. When you're supposed to be a completely new creature, you're supposed to have desire for the opposite sex now. Your healthy actual appetite, your God-given appetite for bodies and what the purpose of the body is for, according to organized religion, through Christianity, girl, you should be able to fall in line. And it's going to be funny because as we see later on tonight, because again, it's going to be a lengthy live, I'm going to give y'all content, girl. Even when you have people who are saying, girl, I'm going to be ex-gay, meaning I'm not going to have Sherman gonna have relations with PB Sherman and Herman getting it together, perming each other, big purring each other. Do you get what I'm saying? That's enough. And no, that's not enough for organized religion, baby. When they sing them songs, I know I've been changed. I know I've been changed completely. You are different. And these queer people at large, and I'm going to say it, girl, I'm going to make a bold statement. Jackie Hill Perry, Rashad Verman, all these people are still same-sex attracted. Hell, I am a same gender-loving man that abstains from actual relations. And for the people in my inner circle who know me, they know that to be the truth. Because I understand how X is really supposed to be used in a spiritual way. At least for me, that's what I want. I don't just share my body with any and everybody. But even though I have not been out here being active actually with other men for years, I am still attracted to men. Nothing's changed. But anyway, let me shut up and let's continue with more of HealthyGamerGG's explanation about conversion therapy.
So for example, if I'm putting a new drug on the market, the early phases of clinical trials aren't even about the efficacy of the medication, how well it works. The first thing that we tend to study is it harmful for people to begin with? And when we look at a lot of these studies, the studies that do examine harm, what we find is really scary, that gay conversion therapy or sexual orientation change efforts are associated with a lot of negative outcomes. Increases in depression, increases in anxiety, lowering of self-esteem, difficulty with familial relationships, other non-romantic relationships, difficulties with issues like sexuality, an increased sense of something called homonegativity, which is viewing homosexual people in a bad way. And one of the most troubling things of all, gay conversion therapy is associated with an increase in suicidality. What's more troubling to me as a psychiatrist is a 75% increase in suicidal planning. So this is something that I just want to explain a little bit. So
Before he continues to explain that, did y'all hear that? And again, study to show thyself approved. You ain't got to take my word for it. You don't have to. Do your due deals. We need more people to do their work. That's why we're in the place we're in now as a country, because ain't nobody doing their fucking job, or not enough people doing their job. But based off of what was shared, that's funny that conversion therapy, as you hear, is just, oh, I just gave this up and now I'm just so filled with the light and I'm just so healed and whole and complete and I'm just oh my God, I'm just so grateful and thankful my life has been transformed, all that stuff. But yet, for the people who went through conversion therapy, they don't like to talk about the individuals who, again, as Blessed B stated earlier, because they feel like they haven't prayed hard enough, or they're not believing hard enough, or they're still doing something wrong, who got so caught up in that fear that they literally took their own lives. And speaking of miracles, we got Braylon in the building. What's going on, Braylon? Glad to have you here. Sending light and love to you as far as you're going through your transformation and your journey in life. I know that, you know, right now it's still the shock factor for it, but you have the opportunity in this moment to continue to manifest the life that you deserve. You know what I mean? Like, just because how things are right now doesn't mean it's going to finish that way. It just gives you an opportunity to continue to love and honor the God in you, and that no matter what happens, you deserve to manifest the best life ever. And as a leprechaun, I'm going to continue to outpour my love, because even though I'm short, my heart is big as Texas, girl. I'm going to continue to share it, especially with those within the community. So again, y'all send light and love to Braylon. Make sure y'all follow Braylon on Instagram. Okay? And yeah. And leave your thoughts, Braylon. I don't know how long you're going to be here for, But if there's anything that I say that you agree with or disagree with, please let me know in the comment section. And glad to have you here. Oh my God, it's the first time we had Braylon. Okay? But again, we see the stats, the depression, the unaliving rates, the people who have survived conversion therapy, people who are actively speaking out against conversion therapy. And again, we can look up the history of what conversion therapy has done to queer people. Again, electroshock therapy. Some people want to go for, you know, to such an extreme place to give people lobotomies and stuff. We see the rise of the ex-gay movement. We're going to get into all that. Again, y'all going to be here with me tonight for a good time and a long time. I'm sipping on something. So if you think I'm over here sinning, girl, okay, watch a sinner transmute that sin, girl, into a win. And something that even your ass will be able to acknowledge. But you ain't going to say it out loud, girl, but God see all things. So God going to know that you agreeing. And I touch and agree with the God that says that. But anyway, let's continue.
It is somewhat normal for people to sometimes want to go to sleep and never wake up. What we really get worried about as psychiatrists is when people start making plans. The making of a plan is a strong risk factor for actually completed suicide. And several studies are showing that there are strong negative effects from gay conversion therapy or sexual orientation change efforts. So this is sort of a situation where, irrespective of your religious beliefs, it's not for me to say that it is a sin or isn't a sin. We'll get to a little bit about homosexuality in general in a second. But my stance as a psychiatrist is that this is a terrible intervention to use with anyone. The studies that say that it's good are fraught with methodological flaws. I don't really trust their clinical outcomes. I could not find a single solid prospective study to support good outcomes with gay conversion therapy.
Wow. So since a scientist, and of course, oh, you don't believe in God, so you don't understand. I keep hearing people say, oh, you know, well, you're not a Christian. They left the faith, so they wouldn't understand. Girl, I was born in the faith. There are still some parts and elements of the faith that my ass still love, even though I know it's part of a toxic ass system like gospel music. I still have a love for gospel music. But I also understand the system that utilizes the gospel music as well. But based off of the factual evidence that we are providing, because for you people who sit up there and talk about, oh, y'all wouldn't believe a damn scientist, girl, if a scientist was able to figure out what the hell was going on with your ass, and with Meemaw and Paw and Peppers and Step Peppers and shit getting sick in the hospital, your ass will be asking, trying to figure out how the hell do we get through this? Jesus sent you my way. Oh, really? But he stated that he has not found one study, one case, anything tangible, anything objective to prove that, hey, ex-gay therapy works, meaning that somebody was once gay and are no longer gay. And since we're playing the game, we're talking about gay in reference to exclusive sexual desires. And no shade, bisexual people exist. Despite what you believe, what you want to believe, how you so desperately want them to be on one side of the fence, on the other, some of them hoes are fence riders because they have the ability and they have the capacity to find both sexes attractive, girl. Y'all be so worried about, especially if you, oh, I don't want my man, cause see, my man, he don't do that gay shit, cause see, my man, he don't do that action, cause see, my man, girl, your man gonna cheat on you regardless. I'm getting a call. Hold on one second. Uh-oh. Okay, girl, my shit was on. Okay, cool. I got a call. I'm about to call you back. If you watching, hit me on Instagram, because I'll be able to see it on Instagram. What was I saying? Damn, that threw me off. What was I saying? Damn, let me go back. Hold on. Oh yes, your man gonna cheat regardless. If he don't care about you, if he's not trying to build anything with you, he's going to be dishonest. Instead of dealing with a dishonest man, you're so worried about the sexual aspect of it, because at least if your man being dishonest, a way to save face is that at least I can whoop a bitch ass, girl. It's just so egotistical. But again, he said he couldn't find one single evidence, but the church or the Christian aspect of it, their response is, well, we don't need objective evidence. We have Jackie Hill Perry. We have Rashad Vermay. We have Donnie McClurkin. We have all of these other ex-gay people who are stating that who the sun sets free is truly free indeed, and they are free of digging in men's booties, girl, and PPs. They are done with that. But yet those people are not married. Well, Jackie Hill Perry is. And no shade, correct me if I'm wrong, but for women, it's easier for them to fake the orgasms and they gotta really be turned on, because when it comes down to females, and what I learned is that, girl, no shade, it's gonna get wet regardless of the situation, because of how the mechanics work. But for the men, none of the men are really married or have kids. Except for Rashad Vermay, who probably most likely, if you ask me, subjectively speaking, is probably just bisexual or bi-curious or pan or whatever the case may be. He wasn't gay. Being gay means you are only exclusively attracted to the same situation, girl, the same men. If I'm a man attracted to a man, I'm gay. Exclusively, meaning ain't gonna be no women getting in here. But even that is on a spectrum within itself. But again, and we're gonna get into the video, they don't have to use any sort of real raw truth or data, because the thing that has worked for them for the longest time was fear, intimidation, manifested through violence. And a lot of queer people have had those experiences, unfortunately. Anyway, let's continue.
There is plenty of evidence that is ineffective and even harmful. So based on that, I don't think it's a good idea to do. And this is why organizations like the American Psychiatric Association and the American Medical Association have come out against these sorts of things. This is why we as a field don't recommend this stuff. And I want to be super clear about this. So there's absolutely an element of advocacy, right? So the APA and the AMA do advocacy work. I've gone to Congress and the White House and lobbied for like $2 billion of funding to train addiction professionals, because we have an addiction crisis in the United States. So we're involved in some degree of political activism, but I want to be super clear about where our activism as a field comes from. It comes from data. It comes from patients. It comes from people who are going through this stuff. And as medical professionals, we advocate for basically stuff that works and advocate against stuff that is harmful. And the evidence for gay conversion therapy suggests that it is both of those things, not helpful and harmful. Now, the question is why? So this is where an argument could be made that something about the way that we are studying gay conversion therapy, because remember, we've never done a good clinical randomized controlled trial, right? So there's a possibility it could work. Now what we have to do is be a little bit critical of these findings and try to understand why. Why is it, if so many people believe in it, why is it that it's so damn ineffective and harmful? So let's start with a couple of basics. The first is variation in the way that gay conversion therapy is practiced. It is practiced by some licensed professionals, like licensed mental health professionals. It's practiced by some pastors or lay people. So there's a variety of practice. So anytime you don't have a standard of practice, you are going to get different kinds of outcomes. The second thing is, if you actually look at one study actually cited when people would reach out to someone who does gay conversion therapy, and they asked them, like, okay, what do y'all do? And the answer that they got is that we help them develop a clearer relationship with Christ. Other studies will incorporate techniques from cognitive behavioral therapy, emotional regulation. Some people will include things like Bible study or retreats. And so there's a lot of variety to what constitutes gay conversion therapy, which could explain part of the reason that we can't see an effect.
But again, I can understand those people doing that. And again, just like how they ask them, like, what do y'all do? It is literally about getting closer to God, because God told them through that book that being gay is wrong. And not only is being gay wrong, you shall be put to death because you are gay. They keep forgetting that part, but are going to remind queer people about that part. And they want to prevent them from experiencing that onslaught that we have seen happen historically throughout human expression. And again, the variety. Okay, well, we are helping them get closer to God. We're going to take things from the world and try to imitate the world, but throw Jesus on it and give Jesus a bad name because it don't work. And then we'll have Bible studies and we'll have, this, that. But yet they're not saying, oh, well, this person came to me broken, and regardless of what they believe, I just care about their humanity and I'm going to do whatever I can to help them be a better person. It has everything to do with God. And we're not talking about the God of all things, that loves all things, that affirm all things. And yes, I do mean all things, baby. Y'all keep saying its ways is not higher than our ways. So let me play y'all game a little bit, girl. And we've also saw a few documentary excerpts on this channel talking about conversion therapy and what happens. And there is no deliverance. If anything, there's more temptation. Because now you're trapped in the middle of the damn forest and the woods and the mountains with a bunch of low-key horny-ass men, girl, who are being told to look but don't touch, girl, but have to hang themselves, because even when they don't do it in the physical realm, when they finally go to sleep and enter the REM state, girl, they low-key rimming other motherfuckers inside their dream, and now they got to take their own life because, damn, even in my dreams, I'm damned. But yet this is the right way to go. That's why I wanted to show y'all this video first and break it down in this way, because when we look at these other examples of people who are talking about gay people from a Christian perspective, they can't even manifest the miracles that they preach about in the book. When in that book, Christ said that you will go forth and do far greater works, meaning that you're going to supersede me. You're going to ascend higher than me. You're going to do more than me. It wasn't about me in the first place. It was about the God in you that's also in me. I just was able to access it and walk in it without a I don't give a fuck attitude. Kind of the same way that a lot of gay people do, a lot of trans women do. That despite the world telling them that their life would be much better if they just shut the hell up and simply comply and live a miserable existence like a lot of the people who are keeping up the status quo to this day, if the walls could talk, that they have to get up every single day and make the choice to love themselves. And then the dominant society feels some type of way when these people who love themselves are actually blessed by honoring the God inside them, and they call the God inside them the devil. That is crazy to me. And again, I can understand because I was once there. So if these individuals had more structure when it came down to their mission statement and they actually operated in the energy of Christ, then who knows what could have happened. There could have been some changes. There could have been some miraculous works happening in those experiences. But because these people are operating out of fear and are using Bible as a shield to hide their fear behind, girl, they end up damaging and harming more than helping. And they get mad at people like HealthyGamerGG and myself, who put out information and shows evidence about how actively dangerous it is. Let's continue.
There are some studies that show some benefits of sexual orientation change efforts. So people will describe benefits from social support. So they sort of join an ex-gay community. And once they join that community, they find camaraderie, they find friendship. Some of these interventions are associated with mentor relationships, things like weekend men's retreats where there's a lot of same-sex, non-romantic, platonic bonding. So there are some benefits that have been noted related to gay conversion therapy. Interesting.
And no shade, those things being noted for gay therapy, yeah, it's the same thing that queer people go through when they end up being a part of ballroom houses. They've been ostracized by society. So they find other people who have been through what they've been through. So, of course, yes, other ex-gay men are going to find other ex-gay men. And no shade, if that's your camaraderie and that's your bond, by all means, get it how you live. Because, again, at the end of the day, it's your life. It's what you want to do. And if that's your perspective, girl, if that's your penance, that's on you. Okay, you can do that. But now when you try to make your story our story, when you don't even know our own personal story, it's easier for you to just label what you believe us to be as opposed to getting to know us. You know, like how your Lord and Savior would have gotten to know us and gotten to know those people in the scriptures. Actually walk with them. Oh, but he was condemning them. Was he really condemning them, or was he operating in the spirit of love? And see, love also means affirmation. Love also means diversity, equity, and inclusion. Because some people just want to be loved. And we wouldn't have this problem if we didn't have ignorant ass people in the world who was raised by other ignorant ass people in the world, who never taught themselves nor their offspring to love themselves. And I don't mean in a narcissistic ass way, but to love themselves in such a way that they operate from a space of overflow and give back to people. That's called community. Because that allows you to actually manifest, or be an answer, shall I say, to the manifestation of other people's blessings. Just like how you want God, source, universe, consciousness, Buddha, whatever you want to call it, to bless your ass. You got to give in order to receive. And I do feel bad for people who are ex-gay because they're literally going back into the closet. And this is my subjective opinion on this part. They're going back into the closet. The same closet that the enemy created for you. You're willingly going back into that closet. A lot of us would have not been here because of the experiences that the closet has brought us that we didn't ask for. How a lot of us had to operate in a survival mindset and still try to find some way to live, still try to find some way to exist, still try to find some way to be. And you go back to that same system. And again, if that's your choice, that's your choice. Because even on the slave plantation, girl, when Harry and them was trying to get the hell up out of Dodge, girl, there were some people who said, I'm not going. And I ain't been to force you to go because you're not finna mess it up for everybody else. If you want to stay, stay. But you don't get to stop other people from having a right to live the life that they want to live, that they are called to live. Some people may say, well, Bubs, you doing that right now, judging the ex-gay people. Girl, no, I'm just giving back the energy that they have given to queer people. And yes, accountability gonna always feel like an attack when you're always privileged. How are the oppressed groups of people privileged? if anything, probably we're privileged in reference to survivability, adaptability, being able to make $1 out of 15 cents, being able to make shit stretch, being able to make shit shake, make shit move, and still be here. Like the song stated in the beginning of this live from Yale Gullyey. Make sure y'all check her out, subscribe to her YouTube page, and follow her on all digital streaming platforms. When the weak dies off, we will still be here. Will you still be here?
Interestingly enough, what we don't see is benefits like reductions in depression, reductions in anxiety, improvements in self-esteem, or reductions in suicidality. So from a medical treatment standpoint, I think there's not a whole lot of evidence for it. The other main reason why we may not find good evidence that gay conversion therapy is effective is because being gay isn't a pathology. So generally speaking, when we do a medical treatment, someone is ill in some way. We are fixing something that's broken. So if we're like giving you a kidney transplant because your kidneys don't work, there is a baseline pathology that is negatively affecting you. And by fixing that pathology, we will improve things.
Right.
But if this isn't a pathology to begin with, then there's nothing to fix, and therefore treatments won't work. Interestingly enough, Freud didn't think that homosexuality was an illness, so he sort of thought that, you know, they're basically normal variants of the population. They shouldn't be treated any differently. And if anything, he said that gay people are potentially highly intelligent and cultured, which is kind of weird. There are psychoanalytic perspectives that do believe that homosexuality is a pathology of some kind. So there's an analyst named Rado in the 1940s who basically said that homosexuality arises out of a phobia of heterosexual attraction. So if I'm a dude and I'm attracted to women, but I'm also scared of women, then maybe that can manifest as homosexuality towards men. I think a lot of those theories are not really taken very seriously now. They've been basically disproven. And this sort of gets to the general idea of homosexuality in human species, in living organisms to begin with. Because for a long time, people have been sort of wondering, right? So even from a Darwinian or evolutionary perspective, how is it that homosexuality exists within a population to begin with? So if we sort of think about being gay, let's say we take the case of men or women, doesn't matter. If you're engaging with sexual activity with someone that you can't result in a pregnancy and bringing a child into the world, how do those traits get passed on, right? So how can we select for homosexual behavior if those people never reproduce? And there are some there are some theories about this. So one example is sort of like the gay uncle hypothesis, which is this idea that, okay, if I have like 5 siblings and one of them is homosexual and they don't have their own children to take care of, does having one extra adult to take care of, let's say, 10 kids improve the survival of those 10 kids? So this is something called kin selection. There's a lot of like theories around this, but I actually think the strongest evidence for why people are gay goes way deeper than that. It's actually basic biology, and this is going to kind of blow your mind, but bear with me for a second. It's that same-sexual behavior is actually the default state.
Why would you say that, HealthyGamerGG? Because they're going to start saying the G is for gay guy now, because you're saying that homosexuality is a natural state. I mean, again, no shade. That would explain why a lot of these ex-gay people still deal with the natural desire. We can understand why these ex-gay men be going to the ex-gay meetings for 5-10 years, still thinking about a nigga they saw at a mall somewhere and couldn't forget those eyes and that brown skin. You know I love your brown skin. Love your brown skin. It's been 5-10 years and you still thinking about this nigga? Again, it's a natural state. I grew up, again, in a heterosexual household. Mother and father kissing in front of each other, slow dancing in front of each other, going to cookouts, going to family reunions, going to weddings, wedding receptions, going to vow renewals, girl, going to church and hearing the pastor talk about his wife or the wife talk about her damn husband, and I'll deal with you later, honey. I'm gonna wash more than just his back, mother. That's okay with you. You know what I'm saying? All the songs, all the music, especially if your ass black, girl, all the damn old school music that I love so much, girl, Cool in the Gang, Rick James, the Stylistics, the Whispers, motherfucking Fat Larry's Band, Oliver Cheatham, girl, Michael Jackson, all these people kept talking about love and relationships, young ass children. Michael Jackson, young as fuck, talking about got to be there. I wanna be where you are. Balls ain't dropped yet, but somehow is in puppy love. Lived all that. But there was just something about the same sex, girl, that just did it for me that the opposite sex could not. And that's just being honest. And I spent the majority of my life as a child living in the closet, low-key being DL, and failing at that because, again, everybody could see the thing that I was hiding. I wasn't true to myself, and they operated in the way they did because, again, I was lying and hiding who I was until I got older and was able to grow into my looks in a more masculine way. And our lived experiences are pushed to the side by a bunch of motherfuckers, girl, who was whores, who was doing drugs, girl, and had their own shit, girl, and decided to dibble and dabble in some damn sexual shit now, and now they get caught up in the shit because they're using sex as an escape, as opposed to doing their sex work. And now that they feel convicted and convinced, not by God itself, but by a bunch of other motherfuckers who claim to know who God is, girl, now all of a sudden they want to give up that desire. And yes, I'm going to give that smoke to some of the ex-gay people because their words are getting hundreds and thousands to close to millions of views, with everybody just using their stories as a justification to be queerphobic to other people and expect us to be like, you know what, you're right. Okay, girl, well, again, if this is about conversion and this is about a sales pitch, then y'all send somebody else who can do a better sales pitch, baby, because a lot of these people are not ex-gay, girl, even though they marry and quote-unquote may have kids, girl. If a motherfucker pop an extends or a blue chews, girl, or some pills, girl, they gon' that motherfucker gonna be up regardless. Because if these individuals who was getting in booty is now getting into coochie, girl, and coochie is the new booty, bitch, and it's just amazing and wonderful, and I just love fucking my wife, and I just love being able to tear her up in the name of God, then why is that not satisfactory to them? Because it's only just about the actual aspect, right? It's about the actual act, right? That's the thing that is being called out. But then you have these people who don't operate in that way when it comes down to the same sex and may possibly try to have sex with the opposite sex, but that fire and that desire is not there. It's not there. It feels forced. It feels faked. It doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel genuine. It doesn't feel transformative. But see, organized religion really don't give a fuck about whether you changed or not, girl. They just want you to act the part and play the part and look the part, which is why the DL community is huge in organized religion. Again, have we forgotten how many times the Republicans have shut down Grindr servers? The same people who are preaching this anti-gay, anti-trans-ish is literally hooking up at these conventions. And it's a little scary when you show all this tangible evidence and people still making a choice to be ignorant and then want to physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually harm you because they're the ones in the wrong. If it was genetic, the parents would be DL. If it's a choice, then there's nothing to conversion therapy could do to change people. There's always a way for people to explain how gay people came into the world, but they can't explain how to get rid of them without unaliving them. That's the part that really be getting me. Again, like I stated in my video about a year or so ago, when I went to that deliverance service and threw my hands up in that prayer line, girl, and was saying universe, God, at that time, God, look, whatever you gonna do, you just gonna do it at this damn point. I submit, I surrender. If I gotta throw up on this damn floor, projectile vomit, girl, if I gotta fall out in the spirit, girl, if I gotta go through that stuff, girl, because it's in your will, I submit to you in this point, girl. And when Miss Mamas looked me dead in my eyes and walked right past me, she ain't laid a hand on the stomach. She ain't pushed my head back and I fell. She ain't had me on the ground slithering around like a serpent. She walked right past me. And yeah, again, I'm going to give that smoke because there are actually people who are going to be harmed because of this shit. And I'm not finna be nice to individuals who are actively causing harm to people. You don't get to harm people and then control the narrative. Well, you can't do that to me. No, Miss Mamas, it's a mirror experience. Whatever you give out is going to come back to your ass. And that goes for all of us. Because unfortunately, if the way that these plans are being set up by these people, if it actually manifests, girl, a lot of us going to be in some very scary situations, girl, but we're going to have to make some choices. And what's going on, Queen Amber? Shout out to you. Again, this is Queen Amber. This is our sister who went to school for every single one of us, girl. I almost got close to 1,200 subscribers. And she went to school for all 1,200. Almost all of them, girl. Let's continue. Homosexuality, a natural state.
It's not that homosexuality is aberrant.
And I gotta pause and get my shit.
It is actually very, very common in the animal kingdom. No, it sounds weird, but hear me out. So first of all, homosexual behavior has been observed in more than 1,500 species. And the really interesting thing is the more primitive the organism is, the more likely that organism is to engage in same-sex behavior. So if you look at very primitive organisms like sea urchins and starfish that don't have something called sexual dimorphism, where you can't tell the difference between boys and male and female starfish very easily, they engage in a lot of same-sex behavior because they can't tell the difference. They can't tell if it's a male starfish or a female starfish, so let me just mate with it anyway. And this is what's really interesting. If you think about sexual dimorphism, i.e. males and females being very different, that happened later in the evolutionary tree. So the earlier you go, the more same-sex behavior you find. And so there's also all kinds of like really fascinating like examples of this. So, you know, the common toad will mate with other male toads, and this is what's really fascinating. Male toads will actually have a specific call to signal to other male toads when they are being mounted that I'm not a female. So like literally, toads will say no homo when they're engaging in sexual activity. There's, you know, some evidence that some animals will give each other blowjobs. So animals will lick the erect penises of other animals. And I'm not trying to be like clickbaity here or anything like that. My point is that it appears that homosexuality is well present in the animal kingdom. And the more primitive organisms you get to, the more common it is. So there's actually a strong argument to be made that homosexuality is actually a leftover from earlier same-sexual behavior. Or you can go with the gay uncle hypothesis, we're not really sure. Key thing here is that if we're trying to understand why gay conversion therapy doesn't work, it's simply because there's nothing for it to work on. There's no pathology there to begin with. So I know that this video touches a really hot topic. I know that a lot of people feel very strongly about homosexuality.
before he gets into his honest take, and that'll be the end of this video before we get into the next one. Again, this person was able to look at it from a scientific aspect that regardless of your as Christian, Buddhist, you believe in Krishna, girl, you believe in a tree, the moon, stars, and the sun above, you believe in Blue Ivy, you believe in Beyonce's edges, girl, you believe in Nicki Minaj's booty cheeks, girl, whatever you believe in, girl, that because you are a human being, girl, and you're a part of this human experience, I'm going to acknowledge something that affects all of us regardless of what you may believe or want to believe, girl. This is the reality of what actually is. Just like death is a reality of all of what is going to be that we're all going to experience. Here is this evidence, girl, came through with all of that. The times that my ass have been on these red pill panels or listening to these red pill spaces and places talk about homosexuality, and they have conversations about it or with queer people, it's always the, oh, what about the nature versus nurture aspect? Well, something had to happen to you. Something had to happen to you. You had to have some sort of experience happen to you in order for you to become gay. But then when we talk about the natural things, just like how, again, HealthyGamerGG, shout out to him, brought up in reference to how there are species of animals, and at the end of the day, oh, we're not talking about animals, we're talking about human beings, we're talking about living organisms, girl, and if we have dominion over them, girl, that also means that we share a likeness with them. It may be a higher level as far as our mindset and our willpower, or whatever our spirit is, girl, but we are still connected to these things. Because y'all will sit up here and watch a lion and a lioness fuck and be like, yeah, tear her up. Y'all will sit up there and watch two pit bull mount Miss Mamas and get her for the bet. Yeah, you better fuck up. Come on now. That's my dog. See what I'm saying? Go ahead, Rufus. Roof, nigga, I understand. Roof. Shit, baby, come here, girl. We want to put his ass up early because I'm about to be Rufus on your ass, girl. Matter of fact, put on Rufus with Shaka Khan, girl. Put it on. Let's get it. Y'all will say that when it comes down to that. Hell, I mean, I forgot. I don't know if it's J. Cole or whoever, but there was an artist who made a song about his first sexual experience, girl, and used dogs, animals, to get his point across as an allegory, girl, or a symbol or some sort of symbolism, and niggas still understood it. But when there is that happening, or when that's happening in the animal species or kingdom in reference to homosexuality, now it's, oh, that's only in controlled spaces, or that's because, you know, they push that on, they push it onto animals because, you know, they also trying to get into bestiality now, so, you know, they're trying to make the animal go. It's all this other type of ish, but yet nature in places where those who are looking into nature, girl, I can't think of the term right now for the lack of, you know, because I can't. Girl, I want to say a word for a lack of a better term, but it wasn't going to serve its purpose. But you have individuals who are still exploring nature to this day. Do you know that we don't know everything about nature? As technology evolves and grows, we're able to delve deeper into the unknown and figure things out. So we don't know everything. And I'm sorry, that book that y'all beat over people's heads does not contain everything, because if you did your research, you will understand that so many books have been removed and revised. You ain't even got the real true book, girl. You have the book of the oppressor, girl. See, they started with slaves during slavery, girl, with the slave Bible. They just had all this time, girl, to refine it and perfect it in a way to where now it can be utilized to harm anybody. That nobody is safe, nobody is exempt. Even the people that use it in an evil way don't even understand that, baby, when you play them holstro games, bitch, them holstro games come back and get you in your ass too, no homo. So again, a scientist has stated to us in closing for this particular video that based on his findings, his objective findings, peer-reviewed, peer-edited to make sure it is at its pinnacle when it comes down to information, and even if they haven't gotten that information, they continue with studies until they get something, has stated that conversion therapy in no way, shape, or form has objectively helped people. The one aspect that is being asked to be changed, which is the desire. The sexual desire, the sexual attraction, the sexual longing, and not just even the sexual aspect of it, but just the mental and emotional connection that comes, no pun intended, girl, removing the sexual part out the thing, when shit gets real, when shit gets rough and tough, and on top of that, being able to be in a relationship where you feel like you are on autopilot and you can focus in the present moment. God, source, universe, consciousness could be blessing you with what it is that you've been asking and praying for, that your heart that you have hid from men but could not hide from spirit, girl, was able to be seen, could be given unto you. But a lot of people have been conditioned through fear to be afraid of, not of God, but of the ones who claim to walk in the likeness of it, because the ones that are claiming to walk in the likeness of it are the ones that can objectively carry out physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual destruction. I hope y'all continue to be on the lookout for Blame It on the Dress, Chapter 2. And if you haven't seen Chapter 1 yet, you need to watch it after this live. Because, baby, we about to head into some dark times. So a lot of my content, especially edited content, especially with the upgrades that I've been working with, no shade, behind the scenes, girl, I'm excited. Baby, it's going to get very dark from here. And it's only going to have to be like, no shade, girl, some real ass motherfucking niggas and bitches coming along. And when I mean that, I mean those that's going to be like, girl, no shade. I'm going to be scared. I'm going to have my human moments. But damn it, I'm still going to push through. I'm still going to tap into perseverance. That's why self-love is important, baby. That's why I tell people to love themselves as much as you can, baby. Because when community come, you got to be with people who are going to be able to pour into you and not just take from you. And in the world we live in, because people don't do their due deals, they're going to be taking from people and not giving back. If you're going to take from something or receive something, you have to give. That's called the law of cause and effect, girl. The law of reciprocity, girl. That's an element that I'm learning in my own life. And I'm low-key watching it manifest, which is some dope-ass ish. Being able to get to a point to where, wow, in the midst of hell, I can still choose to live. And I'm sorry, I lived hell for a very big part of my life. Bitch, if it's gonna be hell, girl, y'all gonna have to really come with the fire, girl. Because some of us, though we are tried, like silver in the fire, yeah, we come out as pure gold. We must be refined, and then we need a shine. Baby, a diamond is a pearl coal under pressure. Some of us have been turned into diamonds, girl, and diamonds hurt like a bitch when they cut across skin, girl. Diamond be strong as hell under that pressure. That's why these individuals gotta be in positions of power, because they're weak in real life. That's why they gotta utilize as much as material shit as possible against you. And even when they do, they still have to live with the fact that, girl, you may have won the battle in reference to the physical part, but as far as the spiritual, you hoes will never win the war. Because the war has already been won. Karma gonna always come through. And that's on life and the next one. So let me shut up. Because I told y'all, I'm going to give y'all a nice lengthy live on tonight, baby. I haven't been live for almost 2 weeks. I got some shit going on in my own personal life that I'm trying to work on and change, girl, because Again, some new opportunities are opening up that I've been asking for and praying for, girl, and doing all type of meditations and all type of ritualistic stuff, girl, within myself and outside of myself to make work, girl. I'm going to take the opportunities, girl. Even though sometimes I feel like I don't know what the hell I'm doing, it gives me the opportunity in that moment to figure shit out. And baby, I would love to go to an escape room because I feel like, girl, we gonna survive, girl, because I'm gonna think. Okay? No shade. Be able to transmute your hurt and your pain and your insecurities into a strength. That's what self-love does. It gives you the opportunity to change that, to utilize that energy in a way that's beneficial for you and no shade for those around you. And not everybody gonna understand that, at least right now. But girl, as the clock continues to strike closer to 12, it's close to midnight, and something evil's lurking in the dark. Girl, it's about to be a thriller grave in this bitch. Is y'all ready, girl? Don't.
Gay conversion therapy, etc.
Don't.
If you're a parent who is really pushing your child, or you're concerned that your child may be homosexual, I strongly encourage you to consider this evidence. If you're someone who is struggling with thoughts of homosexuality and you think it's bad or a sin or whatever, once again, I'm not a religious authority, right? It's not my place to say what is a sin or what isn't a sin. But please be informed about the potential consequences of engaging in this treatment. And the last thing that I'd like to advocate for is treatment in general. If you're someone who's struggling, you don't have to go to a gay conversion therapist first or ever. You could just go to a regular therapist and share your thoughts, your struggles, your feelings, right? I've had people in my office who are very religious, have homosexual feelings, and I don't take a value-based stance when I work with them. I don't take the stance that homosexuality is right or is wrong. My job as a therapist is to help this other person come to their own conclusions, free of pressure, free of their emotions, and really try to find the answer that's right for them.
No shade. I agree with that. If you're going to do it, at least go to a therapist who is going to be completely non-biased, who is going to be completely in the gray. And only concern is that we're going to find a way to help you. We're going to find a way to make things make sense so we can figure ish out. We're going to explore things, but whatever works for you is going to work for you. And because I care about you, even though a lot of therapists want money, but girl, some people want to get paid for what they love to do because some people just love helping people. But these individuals are willing to help them figure it out. Organized religion is saying that you need to believe a certain type of way in order for a change to happen, and that is this way, as opposed to getting to know the person, because every person is going to be different. We are all not going to be the same in reference to our expressions or how we internalize or understand those things. Find out how you understand it. Just make sure at the basis of it, you try to do it in the most humanistic type of way, in the most humanist way. Can't go wrong with that. So again, make sure y'all go ahead and subscribe to HealthyGamerGG. Check out their videos. I'm gonna watch more of their videos as well. So again, shout out to Aries for that. Then I went down the rabbit hole, and there was a lot of content that I usually save for like my watch laters or whatever, or if I'm on Instagram or whatever, if I see something, I'll save it or whatever, you know, just in case because I know I can be able to use it for content later on. But this is a video from, of course, the one, the only Daiquel Dante. Shout out to him. Congratulations on your subscriber growth. He came through to one of my lives, which was kind of dope. So again, shout out to him. And I'm proud of people in the community like starting to have more in-depth conversations about things like, yes, sex can be wonderful, especially if it's done in a loving and healthy way. But baby, can we talk about more than that? Because life is more than just sex. No shade, girl. And as an individual who is not getting any by choice, girl, when I finally attract the individual where I feel comfortable enough to do that shit, girl, baby, sex gonna be a part of the equation. It's gonna be a part of it. No shade, girl. I put that on my height. Okay, I would go from 5'2", girl, to 4'7" in this mug, girl, and don't give a fuck, girl, because we gonna be doing some ish. I'm making up for lost time, baby. And that's another way to love your partner and to honor your partner and the God inside of them, girl. And just like Tomb Raider, I'm gonna find a way to unlock all the gates, girl, to get to the golden prize, girl, because you are my nigga, bitch. You are all of that. Okay, but again, shout out to Daquel Dante. And this video, I think, was a few months ago in reference to the rise of the ex-gay movement. Again, we saw this during the late 80s, early 90s when the AIDS epidemic happened, girl. It was a way to be able to call off some gay people and use them as being, you know, making them expendable, girl. And then for the rest who survived or were fear-based, girl, give them, quote unquote, a way out of the gay lifestyle and HIV and AIDS, girl, by just giving your life to Christ. And we're seeing that rise again. So it's like a 2.0 type situation. But anyway, shout out to Daquel Dante. We're not going to watch the entirety of his video. You can watch the rest of his video by clicking the link down below. Again, shout out to him. Let's get in.
What's up, you guys? Welcome back to my YouTube channel. It's your boy Daquel Dante, and I'm back at it again with another video. Today is Vlogmas day 16. So yeah, as you guys can see by the title today, we are talking about the rise of ex-gay TikToks. Now, my real supporters, this is not my first or second time talking about this.
Right.
We spoke on this before. Y'all know how I feel about people coming out and denouncing their sexuality. I look at it as a joke. Now, although I'm respectful to everybody, I could never come to terms to believing that people really do turn themselves straight. But the reason why I wanted to talk about this again is because I've been seeing a plethora of more people coming out and telling their testimonies on how they were lesbian or how they were gay and how, you know, they got baptized or whatever the case may be. They got closer with God. As much as I love God, I just don't believe you can pray it away. I don't. I genuinely don't. Like you can. I feel like a lot of y'all be living in denial, and I feel like a lot of y'all be suppressing the hell out of what y'all really feel. I feel like what they're really saying is they probably just stop acting on what they like. So having sex with the same sex, like, yeah, you can choose to do that. You can be a gay man all your life, bisexual man all your life, and choose not to sleep with men ever again. That's possible. But I just don't believe in it. And I hate to keep laughing because it's not funny. I just don't believe it. I think y'all be lying to us and to your damn self. But again, it's what y'all believe. So it is what it is. It's how y'all feel.
I was delivered from homosexuality, and I am now married with my wife. I'm a stepfather of 3 beautiful children, and my wife is pregnant. Since posting my testimony on TikTok, a lot of the responses
Lord have mercy. They love to try to throw that out there. Yes, I have a wife and kids. That don't mean nothing. But let's keep listening.
I've been seeing.
And no, it don't mean nothing, because a lot of the individuals who are claiming that, oh, they straight, girl, be the ones fucking on the gay niggas in the closet, and they're the one that got that, they got kids too. They got infants too. They buying Fisher Price shit too. They buying Pampers too. They buying Infamil too. And still fucking the bro. But that's why for the ex-gay people, baby, you talking about performative, girl, y'all gonna have to tap dance for the rest of y'all life, because now the church don't care about you not sleeping with other men, girl. They want you to be completely changed, which means you have to do your other part, which is you have to bring children into this world, because that is what you're called to do. And as we hear, we're going to hear later on with Nick Jones, girl, not Mike, but Nick Jones, girl, that if you are to serve the Lord, your body is supposed to be used as a living sacrifice, or as Andrew Caldwell says, a living sacrifice, a second sack of ice, girl, a living sacrifice by bringing children into the world. To be fruitful and multiply, that is your purpose. The first man and woman, according to them, Adam and Eve, girl, that was their purpose, and that we are to do the exact same thing. So if you do not do that, it's going to be a problem. And one thing the church loves to do, and does very well, which no shade needs to be a read against the church, is that, baby, if I really wanted to get into the gossip and the tea, I would just go to church, because that's where it's really at. Fuck getting the tea and all the exclusive shit from the hottest celebrities and shit. No, girl, they be getting the tea and the hottest salacious shit from the church members right then and there, and they have close proximity to affect and influence and change the narrative of the situation, because it's happening in their church, girl. No shade. There is so much tea that I have heard about the church that I used to go to. To where it's like, wow, y'all worried about me being a homosexual, girl. No shade if we gonna play that game, girl. I'd rather be a homosexual than do it what the fuck y'all did if we're gonna play the righteous judgment game. Y'all the same people that sit up here and talk about how marriage is between a man and a woman, and you can't even honor yours. You can't even uphold yours. You can't even keep your dick in your pants. And I'll even say this before I press play. I remember at the time there was a barbershop around the corner from the church that I used to go to. And at that time, before this person where I would get my hair cut at, started doing booking arrangements, even though they ass was late during bookings. But anyway, you would have to go into the shop and hopefully, you know, get in there in time to, you know, get your spot. Because it's first come, first serve. And I remember I was in a chair and the barbershop was full. You had young dudes there. You had dudes younger than me at the time. So they're like 8, 9, 10, some teenagers, whatever the case may be, men around my age, older men, more seasoned men, elders, all in the barbershop. And this barber said, okay, fellas, I gotta ask y'all a question. If you found out that your homeboy, your best friend, your bro's wife was cheating on your friend, would you tell him that his wife is cheating? And all them niggas said, no, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I couldn't. No, why? I don't know. I couldn't do it. And I'm in my head, I'm asking like, well, why? Why? Oh, well, imagine what that would do to my man. He might go to jail over this bitch. He might kill this bitch, man. If I just told him that, man, I can't imagine my bro. I couldn't do that. What? And these men were pastors, deacons saying this. People who's supposed to be the servants to truth. The light bringers of truth. Okay? The givers of truth. But you won't even help your bro out in reference to the truth that you was able to clock. Because this bullshit ass man code has been enforced to where it's literally bros over hoes. And then have the nerve to say some homophobic shit as if though bros over hoes is not the gayest fucking thing ever. And I think since these hoes love playing these damn dominant games, bitch, and colonizing games, I think gay men, girl, should just start gayifying and fagifying, girl, they sayings. Make them niggas feel hella uncomfortable. Since we gonna be uncomfortable in this bitch, let's all be uncomfortable in this bitch. Girl. Well, this is interesting. Life is interesting, baby. I just realized that everybody has their own perspective. Everybody had their own perspective, and if you have your own perspective, that's cool, baby. Because again, no one person own all of reality. Don't nobody own all of reality, baby. We all gonna pass from this life. Every single one of us. Nobody's exempt in this bitch. And we don't know when we gonna go. So we don't really own shit. It's really a fucking experience. Let me look at y'all comments real quick, because I feel like I'm neglecting the comments right now. You about to graduate May 16th. Come through. After this degree, no more school for me. Amen. Amen. So happy, Amber. And we got the Objectivist podcast in the building. Again, I'm always give honor to where honor is due. This individual right here, shout out to him, girl, with them fupa ass having niggas was using for evil. God, such universe transmuted for the good, girl. No shade. Boss Man has been helping me to understand the other side's perspective in a way to where it's like finally somebody's able to articulate it. Thank you. But I really appreciate it. In the way that they think, because even the other live that I was gonna do, no shade, I kind of asked Boss Man, like, Boss Man, no shade, you good with reading bills, you just got that mind to be able to break this shit down, and I got shit going on, and I know you love doing that, so could you look at this real quick? So once I have a conversation with them and kind of get more information, then I'll come through with that live, because again, I want to make sure that I speak objectively, and I'll give a damn if you gay, straight, black, white, whatever. If you care about humanity and you have information and you feel like your information can help me out, girl, and you not just saying it, but you can prove it and show it, I'm gonna always give honor where it's due. No shade. And I commend individuals like Boss Man Girl, the only nigga who really got balls, bitch, that ain't hanging to the ground, girl, with press-on nails and everything, girl. Okay, okay, and a top knot. Girl, over here looking like Mulan with that top knot. Who is this light-skinned nigga I see? Let me shut up. Okay, let's get into let's get into Daiquil again.
Is, oh no, he's ruining her life. Why would you drag this woman into your mess? He's sleeping with men behind her back. I am not personally offended, but I can tell you that God is. Many are not willing to believe God's power can actually transform anybody. Can I remind you that Jesus did not just perform miracles to perform miracles? It was so that he can showcase and prove that he is God. He wants a relationship with you. He sent Jesus so that we no longer have to be apart from him. He made a way through Jesus, and Jesus's resurrection power transforms anybody, whether that's homosexuality, that's fornication, that is lust, that is pride, that is an addiction to drugs. He can change you. And he will change you if you are willing to do the work to change and be transformed by his power. And can I say the only thing that you need to have during that process of transformation is stubborn faith. With very little faith, God can also use you, not just to perform a miracle for you, but so that he can prove through you that he is God. And might I say, a living God. What did Jesus do for you? Tell your story. Stand firm in the transformation that was only brought forth because of what Jesus has done on the cross, and continue to save souls.
I still hear that.
Oh, Lord. I'm gonna let you respond in a minute, boo, but this my shit. No shade. I have precedence. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just thinking about these first 2 episodes of The Boys that just came out, and it's just like, it's crazy again how art imitates life and vice versa. These individuals claim that God can do anything and everything but fail, but then demonize the living manifestation of he can do anything but fail when queer people walk in their truth. Because again, God can do anything but fail, right? That also falls, the rain falls not just on the just, but the unjust, according to y'all, right? So again, God is working in their favor because they're making the time and taking the time to make the choice to accept who they are so that they can walk in their truth. And when you walk in your truth, you ain't got to worry about fucking nobody else's truth up. There is baby. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna tell the tea, but I'm gonna tell a little bit of tea, girl. Girl, I have heard stories of people, girl, right now who got motherfucking girlfriends and motherfucking wives and motherfucking babies and shit, girl, but they still got attraction to men, girl. There are individuals that I know right now, girl, who are pastors' kids, and I had an experience with one back in the day, girl, where they was on some freak hoe-ish, girl. But they couldn't walk in their truth, Miss Mamas, because again, they had to realize who their parents were and what the consequences of that truth is. Which is why these individuals demonize them, but they want to fuck them on the low because they want to dominate them. Because how dare these people walk in their truth? And no shade, if these people who are ex-gay walking in their truth, baby, the church is gonna ask you to manifest it. It's going to ask you to show up and show out, because that book is nothing but God showing up and showing out again, doing miraculous things. So why are the ex-gay people failing in the miraculous things? When again, in that same book, it says that you will go forth and do far greater works. Y'all are giving a bad name to Christianity, because if you got to force somebody to believe in what you believe in, you don't have no power. No real power. You can't. It's like getting a hold to a powerful book or a manuscript, girl, and you can't read it. So you start coming up with your own interpretations, girl, as opposed to the correct interpretation of it. And then you wonder why shit ain't working out. But again, organized religion does not need you to genuinely change. They just need you to act the part. And I know that because when I was in organized religion, and again, I've been in it for the majority of my life, girl, I played the part and played it well. Played it well. I knew what to do to get the crowd to move. I knew what to say to get the crowd to be emotionally available. To the point to where there were people, pastors, who wanted me to become a youth pastor and be in these positions of power, girl. But I saw how you did other people, especially other queer people, because the last 2 youth pastors at the church I used to go to were down low ass men, girl, who also had wives, who also had girlfriends, but they at the Woodward, girl, with a blunt in their ear and a snapback on. And we wonder why, again, the DL community is very heavy in the church. Because it was never about God to begin with. It was about man and what man thinks, because men are the ones that are walking around saying that they're connected to God. But they can't express that God in a loving way. They only do it in a low vibrational way, which is destruction. So yes, it's easy for people to, hell, when I was younger and my dad was kind of getting on my head because he was like, why, where the girls at? Basically, he was trying to say where the hoes at without saying where the hoes at. So I had to get girlfriends. And no shade, I'm not no ugly ass nigga. I may not be your type, but I ain't ugly, girl. In the words of Miss Pearl, shut up, bitch. I know somebody like it. So since I know somebody like it, guess what? I know I'm gonna get what's mine. It ain't never stopped nothing. But again, I was lying to them. They were known as beards. And then meanwhile, you got old mech head shaped ass niggas, girl, sitting over here talking about other heterosexual men saying that they married to beards, girl, even though they fucking wife ride the motherfucking few hair chins on they chinny chin. Meanwhile, this nigga over here trying to mac on the motherfucking bird lady from Home Alone 2. In NYC somewhere, broke on a goddamn bench somewhere and only doing lives inside of Planet Fitness, girl, where they come in for the free pizza every Tuesday. And be sitting on red pill platforms with a bunch of other niggas who are in their 12th trimester, who looking like they are related to Jabba the Hutt, Jabba the Gut. Okay. Well, been failing at making only straight people, apparently, LOL. Let me stop. I just got here. Down in clerking again. Let me stop. No, I need you to press play. The Objective is podcast. In the words of New York Tiffany Powder girl. Okay, I'll press pause. But I'm about to push motherfucking play in a motherfucking millisecond.
Gayness in his voice. But anyway, let me stop being like this. Let me stop. He is, oh my gosh. I'm trying not to be rude. I'm just trying to get through this video by being respectful. Because I promise y'all, I'm not a mean person. But I just cannot get through the fake shit. I can't. And I'm telling y'all, this is a prime example. When they start telling their testimony, they turn into pastors every time.
When I was in a relationship with a woman, I had all these ideas and fantasies about how I might propose to her, about how I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. She was so beautiful, and I really looked forward to having a future with her. And then I got saved in a very radical way. And I had asked God to reveal himself to me in a way that was undeniable to me, because I knew that I would just sort of brush it off and dismiss it. If there was any chance that that was possible, I would. I knew I would. So I needed him to reveal himself in a way that I just could not deny. And when I got saved, and he did so by doing several things. One of those things is that he miraculously healed me from my mental health issues, which I had been diagnosed with depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, PTSD, and all of it just went away. And in 1 second, it was all gone. And he also put the knowledge into my heart that Jesus Christ was Lord, and that I was not going to die from addiction, which I was struggling with at the time, and that I was going to live my life to serve him. Now, I was an atheist up until this point. And so to have that knowledge implanted into my mind.
I want to make myself clear too on something, because I can kind of see this taking a turn for the worse with people who are religious. So when I voice my opinion on God and when I talk about sexuality and how I personally feel like you can't pray the gay away, I stand on that. But I'm not saying that God isn't capable of changing your life for the better. But I just hate when y'all throw in stuff that just cannot be fixed. Like, you can fix your alcohol problem, or you can fix a drug problem. Like, you can fix that. That's something that you can speak on when in terms of just like you putting in the work to make your life better for yourself. But I feel like when it comes to things that you can't change, that's just like me personally. I feel like when y'all be trying to pray the gay away, I feel like y'all make it seem like a white person can pray to be black, or a black person can pray to be white. You can't change that. Like, it's in your DNA, babes. I just don't think you can. You just can't change sexuality, baby. It's in you, not on you. But that's just how I look at it. Let's keep watching them.
Now, before we continue to watch, going back to the video that was shared before he gave his perspective, this individual claimed that they had this idea of how they wanted to be with this woman, how they wanted to propose and spend my life with you, if I just see it, all that, girl, and that it didn't happen. No shade. That's no different. That's like me wanting to be with someone that I was in love with at the time, and then the universe just revealed that it wasn't going to happen between me and this person. Does that mean that I'll never find love again? Does that mean that I'll never be able to find a romance again? Does that mean that I will be alone for the rest of my life? No, it just did not work with this person. Secondly, you claim that all of your mental health issues went away immediately like that. The type of person that I am, I would want to know more about that story, about how you got to this point. Because if you're claiming that you have found the path to freedom, you should be able to retrace your steps to be able to help other people get to freedom. Okay? Harriet Tubman never led motherfuckers to freedom and said, hold on, girl, wait a minute, I gotta remember what happened. No, girl, she memorized the steps and then tried to get you to memorize the steps, because we all have to work together excuse me, to ensure that we get to the north, get to somewhat of freedom. Even though it was some bullshit freedom, it was more free than the South. So I'm gonna need more information. Again, these people who claimed it, oh, one day I just did this and then all of a sudden it just changed. I want to know more about that, because again, there's some context and nuance that we are missing in this situation, because you can't claim to be free but don't know how to show people to get to freedom. And I said show people. People still got to do their work to be free ultimately, but you got to show people how to get there. And no shade, if you were able to instantaneously be cured of all that, then I need for you to talk to therapists and scientists so they can study your brain and figure out what the hell happened. And you definitely gonna have to teach people to do that shit, since this Republican government girl, who is very Christian-like, allegedly, very Christ-like, allegedly, girl, is removing all type of health care benefits and stuff from people who need it. You know, the same people that Jesus Christ fought for and stood for, those who were poor and less fortunate, and was championing for them. Yeah, your administration is removing all that from them. So yes, I think now is the time to be able to teach people how to eat goddamn tree leaves and berries and shit, to be able, and hum at a certain frequency, girl, to be able to remove the sicknesses and illnesses that is going to plague a lot of people, because they're no longer going to have access to health care. So again, if y'all claiming this stuff, I need for y'all to do this. But a lot of y'all have been trained by goddamn snakes, oil salesmen that has infiltrated the church. Baby, Christianity remind me of the alcohol industry, girl, getting mad at the spiritual aspect, girl, when it comes down to the weed, girl, because more people smoking than they are drinking, girl. And we know that people are not unaliving people for goddamn weed, girl. People ain't running people over when they smoking, girl. People ain't trying to pop niggas when they smoking, girl. People ain't trying, girl, it ain't a whole bunch of damn related deaths in reference to marijuana use, girl. But alcohol is a whole different story. Alcohol is a whole different story, girl, about how that's fucked up lives, fucked up marriages, fucked up relationships, girl. Fucked up people's lives as far as going to jail for the rest of their life, girl. Taking people's lives, girl. Throwing their lives away, girl. Alcohol has done more harm than it did than weed ever has or ever will. That's what organized religion reminds me of. It's alcohol. And they get mad because people don't want to drink anymore and get psoriasis of the liver and fuck they shit out, girl. And fucking piss out kidney stones, girl. Okay.
And have on top of that my mental health issues, which I had been striving to combat for years and years and years since I was a teenager, with medications, with therapy, with all kinds of things, and nothing ever worked. And for one prayer to be the conduit through which that was eradicated was the undeniable proof that I needed. I was so shocked by the outcome of that prayer that I was actually terrified. I was actually terrified, and I didn't tell anyone for several days because I thought that maybe I just went insane. I was not struggling with addiction at that time because I was incarcerated. So I was sober 90 days to be exact. And so that happened, and I had this undeniable faith, and my faith was so strong, and I waited several days to tell anyone. But one thing I knew in that moment was that I had to end that relationship with that woman, and I knew it. I knew it like I didn't know anything else. I knew I had to end that relationship with her. And I did. And it was extremely difficult. I had to let go of the idea that we were going to be together. I had to watch her fall apart and cry and beg, and it was extremely difficult to do it. But I can tell you that the Christian life is a life of sacrifice and a life of denying yourself of the pleasures of your flesh, of the things that you want. And that is the thing that shows other people that this is worth it, because what else would make a person give up what is supposed to be, according to the world, your identity? Your identity. Because we make these things our identity. What would cause someone to give that up? Something that seems good in the eyes of man. Something that feels good according to the logic of men. What would it be? That is the reason that God has designed it that way. That we have to give up things that are so precious and dear to us, because it is a statement. It makes a statement to everyone around you. When you give up things that are so desirable to the world, so desirable to the flesh, it makes a statement. Hey, there's something worth it. There's something better than this, because there's nothing that you can have in this world, in this planet, that is not temporary, that is not worth giving up for eternity. It is a way that God speaks to the hearts of the people around you through you, is that you are willing to deny yourself and give up something that is so closely tied to your identity and who you are. The willingness to deny yourself and sacrifice and give up is a beautiful, beautiful gift. And in that moment when I was released from the prison of my mind, I knew there is nothing that I will not give up to pursue the heart of the one who set me free. If he can do this, if he can free me from my own mind and give me an unexplainable peace and hope and joy in a second, what else can he do? What else is he capable of? This is a God that is worth pursuing. This is a God that is worth sacrificing for. There is nothing that I would not give up for Christ.
How do you date?
Now, before we get into the Nick Jones, this is why I do appreciate, and like I said, for me, I listen to people, because the more that they speak, the more information I'm able to acquire. because again, I do care about the gray area, and I am a person who is about humanity above all things. And if Christianity can objectively help you to become a better person, I'm not mad at that. Just become a better person. Now, this individual was incarcerated for 90 days, girl, sober. I can only imagine the mental and emotional things you're going through while you're locked up. You in jail. You can't do the things that you could do no more, girl. All the drugs and sex or whatever the case that was going on, according to your perspective, girl, you couldn't distract yourself from things. So if you already dealing with mental health issues and you can't even get your medication while you in jail, and you're in this place that is not good for your mental health at all, that's supposed to be rehabilitating you, but it's actually terrifying you more, gonna fuck up your life more afterwards, unless you become Christian. And yes, no shade, what Miss Mamas went through was universally known as an ego death. She died unto herself because there were some things personally in her life that she was dealing with that she had to confront because she was now locked up somewhere and had to work that out. And no shade, there's a bunch of motherfuckers in prison that as soon as they get out, girl, they not talking to no bitch no more, girl. Fuck that bitch, girl. It just, relationships happen like that, girls. That's how relationships are sometimes, unfortunately. The person that you with today may not be the person you're gonna be with forever. It's called girlfriends for a reason. It's called second wife for a reason. It's called all these things for a reason. Now, if she feels that because her mental health was rectified to where she was no longer a prisoner of her own thoughts, that Christ literally came through and was able to help organize her mind and taught her how to maintain that organization in her mind. Girl, I'm trying not to lose my damn thought, because I saw something pop up on the screen because I got this monitor here so I can see myself in a bigger capacity. I'm trying to get my thought back, y'all. Give me a second. For those of you who are new, this happens to me a lot. But that's okay. Sometimes you got to pause and take a commercial break a little bit. It'll come back, girl. Sometimes people need to breathe because there's a lot of information that I'm giving. A lot of perspective that I'm giving. No shade. But again, she went through an ego death. And she let things go. And yes, no shade. And a part of her statement is true. And I see it outside of Christianity. Okay? It's just about life. But there are some things that you're going to have to give up that are not going to serve you. In my 20s, I was very male-centered. I felt like the only way I would be able to literally manifest the life that I wanted is that I needed to be in a relationship. And especially as a queer person who wasn't able to have boyfriends openly when I was younger, even though I experimented with motherfuckers, I was not able to be open in public with them. I had to do all that as an adult and still look over my shoulder, still make sure ain't nobody looking around, still having to have my head on a swivel because I understand, despite what people say, I understand the reality of how this country is when it comes down to queer people, especially in the Black community. And again, yes, a lot of people in very dire situations call on God. Reason being because that's the religion of this country. If they were in a place where it was about Buddhism, they would call on Buddha. A place where it was about Allah, it would be Allah. They are products of their own environment in reference to what they've been taught. At the end of the day, let's talk about Jesus healing. Let's use what she was saying about Christ's spirit come through in healing. Because I do believe in Christ consciousness as far as love is concerned. That's just a term that I use that is familiar to me. And if you read some of the narratives of Christ, or even read some of the lost books of Christ, like the book of Thomas, Christ don't come through and just heal you on their own accord. You got to touch and agree, which means that you have to get to a place in your life where you are willing to receive the blessing, receive the healing. Which means you're going to have to let go of all the thoughts that kept you where you were. And no shade, when you hear these people talk about, oh, well, I used to be into drugs and drinking and having promiscuous sex, I'm not surprised, because if your ass grew up in a whole fucking world, a whole fucking society that's telling you that you ain't shit, you ain't nothing, you're going to hell, you're an abomination, that there's a pocket of AIDS inside of you, and if you let another man in, he's gonna pop it, and everybody's gonna get AIDS. Everybody gonna get all that shit, and you telling young children this. Of course, they're going to develop certain mindsets that are destructive for them, i.e. depression, i.e. high unaliving rates, as we learned with GamerGG, again, a therapist, scientific community, all that type of stuff, cares more about facts and evidence and proof. There is an uptick in planned unalivings. Because when you sit down and plan your shit, that's preemptive, girl. That's meditated. That's dangerous. So yes, for some of them people to try to feel something or to numb themselves, yes, they gonna motherfucking get drunk, girl. Just like a bunch of straight motherfuckers get drunk, girl, to escape their reality, to make their reality more fun. To sometime I drink occasionally, girl. I smoke religiously, but I drink occasionally, girl, to be able to take the edge off. There are plenty of different reasons why people drink and get drunk. No wonder people doing cocaine and all these other type of man-made things, girl, because it helps to, again, take the edge off. It helps to distort their reality. Yes, people gonna have reckless sex. Just with any and everybody. Just to feel something, girl. Yes, because it's an escape too. That orgasm is a girl. Orgasms cause all type of wars, destruction, marriages being broken up, girl, families being broken, all type of shit just because, ooh, Earl, come through, Earl. Earl trying to get that pearl. Okay? But organized religion knows how to take people's brokenness and control the narrative for not God's favor, as far as the God that loves all of us, that wants us all to rise and ascend through our unique diversity, equity, and inclusion, as long as we loving, because that's the main element in this bitch, is to love, not to harm, but to love, girl. It's just like we be right there sometimes, but then you have people like Nick Jones too on the screen, as we're about to get into, who's going to continue these fear-based narratives, girl. And I know I be losing my thoughts sometimes, and I know I be stuttering sometimes, and I know I will make up new words sometimes, and I know that shit will happen sometimes, girl. But it's like, girl, it is gagging me that there are people who have more exposure, who, if they were to have a debate with someone like me, or see, because these hoes never want to have conversations, it's always going to be a debate with me, a Conscious TV, a Reckless Logic, or an Objective Podcast, girl, they turn into Trump, girl. They don't know what the hell they saying. So we're going to play 2 videos from Nick Jones too. Okay? Again, for those of you who have been with the platform for a while, this is not my first time doing commentary on Nick Jones. He has done a lot of commentary on the queer perspective, from the Christian perspective. And this video that we're going to listen to is a viral video that happened where a lady asked this podcast that was, I guess, going on tour about how can they confidently be in a relationship with a man who used to be gay. I'm not gay no more. I'm delivered. I like women's, blah, 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 blah. Now, how can you date them? So again, we started this live off with HealthyGamerGG. Again, from a therapeutic perspective, girl, therapist perspective, scientific perspective, data fact-based perspective, girl, that conversion therapy is more harmful than it is helpful. Extremely more harmful than it is helpful, because homosexuality is not an illness or something to be fixed. It is a natural part of humanity, and it happens in over 1,000 different type of animal species, and regardless of whether we human or animal, girl, we still part of this experience together. Nature, we're all part of nature, so we all share things. That, if anything, is more proof. So we start off with that. Then we get into the whole ex-gay situation where these people, I'm not gay no more, I'm delivered, I got a wife now, I got kids now, girl. As if though the DL niggas ain't got wives and kids, girl. You just joining the club now, girl. You just making the DL community about to bust out the damn seams, girl. Y'all so desperately want to be hidden that y'all gonna out your damn selves. We ain't got shit to do with it, and we gonna be blamed. And shout out to Dyquel Dante being able to speak his mind too, because if we all gonna speak our mind, let's speak our mind. Like, I'm with removing the politically correct shit if you want to. If you want to call me the F word, that's fine. That's cool. I don't give a damn, girl. I'm going to call you some shit too, because it's going to be equal across the board. No shade. I'm with all that. Especially during this time, girl, because we in the middle of this bullshit. So now that we here, girl, I'm going to need for y'all to prove. I'm going to need for y'all to prove. Y'all can't talk no more. I'm going to need for y'all to prove. But now again, we're getting to Nick Jones too, who is going to give his perspective about a woman deciding that she wants to be with a gay man. Because again, if you're going to be ex-gay, it's just not having sex with other men is not enough. That's not the ultimate goal. That's one of the goals. The ultimate goal is for you to now like pussy. And you ain't even got to like it. You got to procreate and have children. And you have to put this image out that y'all are together, girl. Baby. And then we sit up here and talk about the rise of ex-gay TikToks, girl, but we don't want to talk about the rise of I found out my man is gay or my man is DL TikTok shit that's on the rise, girl. These individuals claim to have the answer, girl, but all they do is cause more problems. Anyway, let me shut the hell up. Let's get to Nick Jones too. Let me change my music in the background. Can we do do this one. Trying to find some of y'all. Do this one. This one. We can do that one. Moving the goalpost much. Could you elaborate, boss man? Because I probably was just saying some shady shit at that point, girl. Just being a little snappy. And we're gonna take a listen to Nick Jones too, and again his perspective. And again, you can watch this in its entirety without my commentary by clicking the link down below. I do my journalistic due deals. Even though I don't agree, I'm still going to do my part because that's what you're supposed to do. But anyway, let's continue.
A Christian man who was free from homosexuality and addiction.
We're going to keep it real in here this evening.
Wait, ask the question again.
How do you date a Christian man who was free from homosexuality and addiction?
Okay.
We're going to keep it real in here this evening. There's a lot of things that you can grow from. Like once I wasn't disciplined, now I'm disciplined. But dating men as a man is not something that you grow from. That's who you are. And I think we have to accept that because, and also, you never want to be the trial period woman for a man that's trying to grow into something else, right? Because more times than not, there's going to be a relapse. And who's going to have to pay for that relapse? You will.
Kitty.
Now, I was shocked to hear a black man say, at least again from first glance, because a lot of us be doing having first glance shit when we be listening to motherfuckers. We do have assumptions about people, and I think we need to be more honest about that. No shade. But for him to say what he said, no shade, I agree. If your man is attracted to other men, girl, that is just going to be a part of the experience. And you're dealing with a man who said he is no longer gay. But again, if this man is claiming to walk in truth, he has the opportunity to walk it out. And now his helpmate, the one who's supposed to be there for the man and strengthen the man and honor the man and help the man get through his shit, is starting to have second thoughts and second guess about a man that God has transformed. This is a man that God has transformed. You should be happy that the universe God has put you in a position, girl, for you to use your hussy to help change this man's life in Jesus' name. And again, because this man, he said, speaking as a man. So again, there's a certain level of awareness that these women claim they don't have or can't see, because if they did, they wouldn't have asked this question. Who said Miss Mama's no shade? You might want to take your time with this one and to see if that's the case. Because again, as Nick is going to say, well, when it comes down to relationships, you're supposed to vet everybody. You're supposed to make sure that, you know, it's the right one. It's the right one. Okay, so Miss Mama should do the same thing too. Because if homeboy going to relapse because he is gay or has same-sex attractions, girl, and thinks that denying it means that it goes away, when usually that shit amplifies it, then you don't need to be with that person. Because again, it's about what you also want. It's not just about what they want. It's also about what you want, because you're also a part of this relationship. Now, I thought that Nick was going to pause at this point and like give his perspective on what the men say, because I thought this was the time for men to check men. Again, y'all be saying let the women check the women, and now the men is checking men, and these men on this on the platform, on the stage, I'm going to assume that they are heterosexual men. And I'm not going to assume further because none of them are my type. But anyway, I'm going to assume for them to be able to be honest in that way and just say, again, that's just how some people are. They didn't bring up the Bible. They didn't do that thug trap shit. You know what the Bible, I mean, you know, the Bible say that. No. They didn't say anything. And again, they were men speaking as men. So they had that level of awareness that, again, a lot of women are not going to have or not going to be privy to. But I want you to listen to what the panelist, I believe her name is Kitty, is going to say. Let's take a listen.
I can't speak from a carnally minded place, because we're talking about what God can do. Mm-hmm. And people who are led by the Spirit and people who are truly children of God know that who the Son sets free is free indeed.
Man, it's crazy that, you know, I guess it's not crazy, but she had more composure, more biblical roots and understanding of the nuance of the situation than the dude did. It's like, bro, like she's leading this conversation from the front, whereas it's like the automatic assumption is like, oh, there's men on the stage, so they're gonna lead the conversation. But it's like, no, you're leading them in the wrong direction. You're leading them in the wrong way. Yes, be cautious in that scenario, but to simply sit here and completely diminish the transformational power of God, you can't like that. You can't just remove that off the table as if that doesn't exist. Like somebody in the comments said, very carefully. How do you date a man who used to live in that lifestyle? Like very carefully. Yeah, but that's like with anybody, isn't it? That's like with anybody that you get involved in is very carefully. But anyway, let's see the full extent of what she's going to say, and then I'll give my full opinion.
Before she gets into the full extent of what she's going to say. It's very convenient that Nick uses the argument of, oh, well, that happens with everybody, that happens with everybody. But yet there is no accountability for these pastors and people in powerful positions who do all type of horrible ish in their relationships, in their marriages, and they're not sat down, they're not reprimanded, they're not dealt with, they're not rebuked, they're literally given a slap on the wrist and just don't do it again. Hell, we have people in this administration where there are documents of them and their friends doing horrible ish to human beings that y'all have claimed the gays and the blacks and everybody else to have done. And yet there is no conviction for them. And again, I understand that Kitty is religious from that perspective, and that God's power is something that can be manifested. And I do believe that very powerful things can manifest, especially if you have love, or how I see God, love on your side. You can literally change your life. But wouldn't the proper response would have been like, no shade, that's something that you and your pastor, your shepherd, your leader, you, him, and your partner are going to have to do. Because she's not going to give her any practical advice. It's just going to be about just have faith that things are going to be okay. How many women have faith that things are going to be okay with their nigga, and it don't be okay with their nigga? Even though they've been able to muster up the faith the size of a mustard seed, which is required for change. Which goes back earlier to the other video with Dante with Homegirl talking about her being healed from things. Is because she had to learn to let things go that no longer served her. And that even if your ass is ex-gay and you still making a chance to give your life, you have these people who are claiming to walk in freedom still looking at you like a leper. Still handling you with kitten gloves. Still being very careful about you, very cautious about you. But yet, these same people who are saying to date these gay people cautiously, also the same ones that be championing them against queer people, like they did during the late 80s, early 90s, when they had the poster childs or children of the ex-gay ministry and movement, who decades later came out and said that they were living a lie. And at the end of the day, God sees all things, right? So even they were lying and God saw it. And that is the most important thing, is because God sees you lying. So wouldn't it be better to walk in the truth because God sees it? It's man that be creating bullshits, that be preventing them from seeing the objective truth that can help them to be better. They have to seek or search for it or seek for it within themselves. What this woman should have said is, you'll hear her thing, but is love your man. Treat your man like the man that he is, and love him until he becomes the man that he wants to become. I need for you to cook and clean. I need for you to make sure that, baby, even though you used to booty girl, come get the front part of it. Make him feel like a king. Make him feel understood. I need for you to make sure that every day of your life, girl, until y'all both get comfortable and y'all know each other in all the ways that God would prefer for y'all to know each other, because it's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, bitch. I need for you to be playing Destiny's Child Cater to You every day on repeat. You playing at church, on the way to church, girl. Then you give God praise, girl, and give the Holy Ghost version of it in church, girl. Because he finally blessed you and you are no longer part of the dusty, ussy community, girl, with a bunch of other women, girl, that's desperate for a man in their life, girl, because Duracell ain't doing it. The Energizer Bunny ain't doing it. Hell, solar and lunar power shit ain't doing it, girl. Electric gas generators ain't doing it, girl. They need a man. I need a man to make me feel pretty, to lick on my puss and suck on his titty. They want all of that. You need to be loving on him. But let's take a listen to the answer that Kitty is going to give. And Bossman says, Kitty surprises me here. I'm surprised. She surprised you? Oh, wow. And he said, no, they're moving the goalpost, so it's not enough to no longer engage in the action. Now you have to have children to complete the deal is the point goalpost. Okay, thank you for elaborating and breaking it down for me. Thank you. I wish I was paneling with you on this topic. I literally just saw the clip today and a lot to say on the clip. Well, no shade, boss man. I could send you the link. And you can come through if you want to and just hop on for a minute. You ain't got to show your face and your top knot and your nails that, I'm sorry, that's not press on. But it's up to you. Let me know. And if so, I'll send it to you on Instagram. Because my phone is occupied right now. But I mean, you can come up, bro, and talk. No shade. Because I would love to hear your perspective. And I've been wanting to get you on the platform. So if this is the opportunity for that, man, I'm gonna hey, I'm with it. You ain't gotta be on camera. You can have your camera off, bro, and whatever happened in the background, happened in the background. You know what I'm saying? But let's continue to listen to Kitty's response. Girl, Kitty.
And so I think it is unfortunate for us to say that someone cannot grow from something. You can absolutely be healed from something. We have to realize that when a person aligns their soul with God, then their will now changes to what the will of God is. And everyone has a past. Everyone has done something stupid, and they have been transformed under Christ Jesus. And so when we're speaking about this, I'm going to speak from a spiritually led place, okay? When we're speaking about that, people can change. However, the enemy is going to always try to take someone back to who their former identity is.
Yeah.
Which means that there may be moments to where they start desiring something in their past again. It doesn't mean that they'll act on it if their soul is aligned with Christ Jesus, but it does mean that there may be a desire. But when they have the will of the Spirit, they stop themselves from doing what the desire would actually be and align their heart and take delight in God.
Wow.
So regardless of what other people are saying, if you know when you speak to God and God confirms to you that this person is changed and they are not that same person, and you know that you have the willpower to deal with possible desires every once in a blue moon, because even women who have previously been in gay relationship will tell you that sometimes there's a desire, but they don't act on it because they love God too much and they fear God too much. So if you believe that to be true and you know the power of God, then do so. Just be prepared that there may be some times where the enemy comes in and tries to bring in a desire, tries to pull them back to their old identity. And if you don't have the strength for that, leave it alone.
No shade before Nick give us nothing. And this is going to be like, I guess, my little fault or whatever, because I've been told that I kind of have a little bit more grace and mercy for women, and I kind of do, especially with the shit that they deal with. But I'm also learning to be to still say my piece, and because again, I care about the feminine expression, whether it's through women or through men. You know what I'm saying? But I can understand what she's talking about in reference to that. The way that I translate it, again on a more universal level, is the fact that there are people who can change because there are certain situations and experiences in their lives that have been destructive for them. Now, if this person who is ex-gay had a horrible upbringing and there is some things that they have played into themselves, I'm not talking about their sexuality. I'm talking about attracting people in your life who do not honor you as a person regardless of your sexuality. Because there are plenty of heterosexual women that manifest heterosexual men who do not treat them right, but still make excuses to stay with them. So when she talks about the enemy coming in, a lot of times, a lot of these individuals will stay with people because I don't want somebody else to get what it is that I've been working hard on. I don't want somebody else to get, they're going to be rocking them BBS stones. They don't want that. What do you do? And to see all, you crying like Beyonce. Ring the alarm. And again, when she talks about gay relationships and desires, desire is a human thing. We can look at No Shade. Pastor Jamal Bryant, girl, allegedly. That motherfucker stepped outside of his shit, did he not? Brian Karn, girl, with them big ass, Ninja Turtle ass, soup cooler ass lips. His ass stepped out and did shit, was tempted, or in the words of Andrew Cartwell, was attempted. He was attempted. And no shade, even if you are married, even if you are in a relationship, regardless of what the situation is, your man is not just going to only be attracted to you because he's attracted to what he's attracted to. And you're not the only one, boo. He's making the choice and the sacrifice and the will that you have said that God has called men and these people to do, girl, with their heart and integrity, to say, I want to dedicate myself to you. But it does not mean that they ain't gonna think that Jade Cargill is fine because I'm gay and I'm single and Jade Cargill is fine as hell. If I was heterosexual, that would be the type of woman I would go for. She fine as hell. And I know that she can body slam me, girl. No shade. I don't give a fuck if it's male or female, bitch. You need to learn how to fight. If we get into a scuffle, girl, outside with motherfuckers fucking with us, girl, I don't need you standing there scared. Oh my God, stop. I need you to pick up a brick, a bottle, some crowbar, something. A can, girl, a brick. You need to pick up something and fight. They gonna think that Gabrielle Union is fine. They gonna think that Halle Berry is fine. They gonna think that Sexy Red and her goddamn STI cosmetic line is fine. They gonna think that Ice Spice is fine. Chucky's sister from Rugrats is fine. They gonna think all that. You're gonna have a bunch of married men, girl, especially when they're in these male spaces. Girl, it'd be crazy. There's literally red pill spaces where there are men on platforms who have wives talking about women. God damn, look at damn. Drink your damn bath water, girl. Ooh, damn, look at damn. Use them as super chats, girl. When they get money, girl, they got a big booty bitch twerking. They will be reading the fuck out of her and calling her a hoe, but they were still trying to fuck on the end. And they got wives and girlfriends and all type of stuff. So it's not just exclusively a queer thing. And again, it's funny that a heterosexual woman to be in a relationship with a man who is gay, despite him being ex-gay, because baby, the dick ain't rising for you. It's not connecting for you. Because if that was the case, you wouldn't be asking this question. You know that punanda, pun pun, would have that nigga strung, cause I got that pun pun. Put it on him and he'll be done soon. You would have all that on him. But you gotta ask this question, and then have to deal with the fact of everybody in the damn congregation in the crowd talking about, whoo, Lord, I'm so nigga, is you gay? Girl, cause she asking this question, and I kind of feel in my spirit, nigga, is you gay? Let me know. I need to know. Cause women want to know, right? But then here it is, a man who claimed that he was ex-gay. He don't do it no more. But now there's a distrust. She distrusting the thing that quote unquote God is blessing her with. And instead of honoring her at saying, girl, check yourself, baby. Do you know who you are? Do you know what you have? Do you know what you got, girl? God gave this person to you, girl, for a reason. So do your damn, should have gave her tips and stuff. No, it was about, oh, well, people can change and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop, but there still needs to be a manifestation of that change. And we don't see manifestations of that change energetically. Performative-wise, we can, girl, because no shade. If I never would have met my first love, and I never would have came out in 2009, I low-key probably would still be in the closet, probably still be in church, maybe in a relationship with a girl, but still desiring men, still going to the gay clubs on the weekend, girl. I could have been that. I could have actively been harming someone else. I could have actively been putting someone in a lavender marriage situation where she thinks that if she prays hard enough, that God is going to give her the man that she wants through me, when I'm not even open to receive that, because again, I'm thinking about something else, because I'm worried about what the fuck other people think. But hopefully she does not become another statistic or another addition to the I found out my man was DL TikTok trend. Because this ex-gay shit is on the rise, and so is this DL shit. And I wonder, we need to have comparisons done, girl. I need to find some friends that can do all type of data and chart shit and create the shit as far as testing it through a logical steps, but put it together and see, girl, who is winning, girl? The ex-gay ministry or the DL community? Because there's a bunch of motherfuckers that's ex-gay, girl, that be in organized religion, girl, and it still be a lot of homoerotic shit happening. I didn't come out of the closet until I was 18. I ain't never said that I was gay when I was in church, girl, but my pastor knew. And I'm sure people speculated because I never really had a girlfriend. The one girlfriend I had, it was only for like a few weeks. And I feel bad even lying to her ass because she didn't deserve that. But I was too busy trying to get my father off my damn back. So I had to become a fucking boyfriend with somebody. I'm glad that she's married and happily in a relationship, because I would have hated to be the individual that put her in like the situation of this woman right here. And yes, you can definitely change. But your sexuality, again, sexuality is a lot more fluid than we claim it to be. But again, using their perspective and using their ideology. You have the power of Christ that can compel the homosexual demon inside of them. So now we should be back to our regularly scheduled programming. And that answer was not helpful at all. It was a very cute, fluffy way to be able to tell someone something, as opposed to actually giving her tips that she could utilize to help her in this situation. Especially since you are more spiritually led and not carnally minded. Even though the men who are carnally minded, girl, spoke more truth than the woman who spoke spiritually. Because I wonder if the women in the audience who is giving their responses an amen, I wonder, would y'all date an ex-gay nigga? Because once a nigga tell you that he sucked a little dick in college, girl, or high school or whatever, but he don't do it no more, y'all still believe he gay. But now all of a sudden he can be gay now when you want him? Oh, wow. So when you don't want him, he gay, but when you want him, girl, I think this punani can turn him out. And then we end up sitting up here looking like, girl, y'all didn't look. She looking like, girl. Look at her. She looking like I spent $100-some on these tickets, girl, and to be able to get a pass at the mic. And this is what y'all gave me, was this shit that I could have got on TBN, that I could have got on some local pastor's fucking live stream, girl, that I could have got on an Instagram reel. Y'all just told me this. This ain't helped me, girl. And if you got a man, according to them niggas, why your titties? Where your man that talking about, baby, cover those up. No, you with me. Let me look at y'all comments real quick. What's going on? Harold, what's going on, pimping? So first of all, that women knew and full disclosure was provided and she accepted the risk ahead of time. Next, if that's their faith, then they should have faith in possibility of change. It's not to say that sexuality choices are wrong, but someone wants to change. That's their choice and their perspective and choice to commit to it for whatever reason. But to now be pensive about the direction now is a problem that she's in the marriage. Love and the marriage, love and the marriage. That pussy was supposed to transform him, 'cause now it's no longer Adam and Steve. Now it is Adam and Eve. Come get this coochie in the name of girl. Let's listen to Nick Jones. Let's listen to the revelation. Let's listen to the prolific just dissertation and breakdown that is just Emmy nominated, Grammy nominated, and all nominations, girl, Pulitzer Prize, and global, just all type of stuff, just all type of damn badges and bands and all type of things that are given to people who just does so much for the community and for service. Let's take a listen to the transformative perspective of Nick Jones, girl, to where he had to create another channel called Nick Jones 2, girl, because one ain't enough.
1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9. Oh, do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, idolaters, adulterers, nor men who practice homosexuality, nor thieves, nor the greedy, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God. And such were some of you. And such were some of you. And such were all of us. But you were washed. You were sanctified. You were justified in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ and by the Spirit of God. To answer your question, how do you date a man who used to be a homosexual, who used to lay with men and play with men, but now they're a believer in Jesus Christ? How do you date that type of individual? I think it starts from the same place. If you're dating with intention, I think it starts from the same place as you would approach anybody. If you're a believer dating with intention, it would start, number one, from the standpoint of, are you equally yoked? Are you on the same page spiritually? Are you after the same things? Is the priority Jesus? Is the priority Jesus? Are we actually living this life? Are we just talking about this life that we want to live for God, or are we attempting to live it? Are we allowing ourselves to be transformed and renewed by way of the Holy Spirit? Are we allowing that process of sanctification to take control? Are we allowing that to play out? I think when you're dating in that context, I think it's the same as how you would approach every situation. Because at the end of the day, here's the thing. I get it. I understand. Sexual immorality is the only sin that one commits against their own body. There's a significance in that statement. If there wasn't a significance in that statement, it wouldn't be highlighted in the Bible. It wouldn't be clear in the Bible that, hey, sexual immorality is the only sin that one commits against their own body. I get that. I understand that. There's significance in that. And I think if you're going to go into that situation knowing that about his past, I think we should all be on the same page in terms of, who are we living for now? Because at one point in time, we were all living for ourselves solely. At one point in time, we were all living based on our own desires, without a care or concern for God. And whether that meant you were sleeping with men, or you were sleeping with women, or you were doing drugs, or you were stealing, robbing, whatever that meant, whatever that past was, at some point in time, you were serving yourself solely and completely without any reverence for God whatsoever. Right? And such were some of you. But you were washed. You were sanctified. I think God can redeem you. I think God can wash you. I think God can sanctify you. I think God can justify you in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ and by the Spirit of God. I think he can do all of those things. I think he can. Is that what we're seeking, though? Is that what we are allowing him to accomplish in our life? Are we laying down our life? Are we laying down our will, our emotions, and our desires for God? Because a lot of people, just like she said, you have individuals who come out of that lifestyle and they still have that temptation, right? Okay, but how are we going to respond? Are we going to give in to that temptation, or are we going to give it to God? But the same thing can be true for any one of us. There's going to be temptation. There's going to be moments, even like there's going to be moments where you might feel tempted to step out on your marriage.
Okay, I'll let him go for a minute because I want him to get it. But to that point, and I'm going to get back into more of what he said, but to that point, you might get tempted to step out of your marriage, yeah, but your temptation is heterosexual temptation. This man is not claiming to be gay anymore, which means that he's going to assimilate and acquiesce to more of a heterosexual experience. So if he is completely changed and human beings are still going to desire things, then why is he not desiring the opposite sex now? Because now he should be desiring the opposite sex. Now that he has laid down with the opposite sex, now that he has aligned himself with God, and this is some spiritual transformative shit. If he's still going to be a man just like every other heterosexual man who still, even though they're married in a relationship, still sometimes watch porn, girl, still look at other fine motherfuckers, girl, still be trying to throw shit out there to see if they still got a girl, even though they got a ring on their finger, sometimes take the bitch off just to test and see if they still got it or whatever. they're still attracted to the opposite sex. So shouldn't your man now have opposite sex attraction? Because if your man is with you, but he exclusively is attracted to other males, other men, not attracted to other women or other females in this context, as y'all talking about cisgender, that he's not attracted to other cisgender women. So if he has changed, maybe they gonna work with you. Maybe it's gonna be Tasha. Maybe it's gonna be Kiki. Maybe it's gonna be Monique. Maybe it's gonna be somebody else that ain't gonna be you. But why is their attraction still on the same sex? That's because they still same sex attracted. I have never ever cheated on my partners. And if I were to cheat, I wouldn't cheat on them with females. Or shall I say, excuse me, with women. Because this is 2026, girl. No shade, and even though I'm attracted to more feminine energy, these are still cisgendered feminine men. Now, again, I was waiting for such a prolific, because again, God, if Jesus is the same yesterday, today, and forevermore, girl, you don't need the Bible, girl, because Jesus didn't need the Bible, girl. He was the living word, girl. He didn't use a pamphlet or a manual. He found the manual within himself, which is why he was able to minister to people's spirits and souls in a way that organized religion wish that they could do, girl. Which is why they got to keep asking you for money to keep up the facade, girl. But Nick Jones comes through and he gives us a Bible verse that we have heard hundreds and thousands of times, as if though this time when Nick Jones says it, somehow, some way, there's going to be an ultimate revelation. What Miss Mama's, and not Nick Jones, Miss Mama's on the screen, the beautiful, beautiful sister, Miss Mama said was a response to defend religion and not actually strengthen the love between a man and a woman, especially since she is familiar with the love between a man and a woman. And no shade, she finally got herself a man that has not been fucked up like a lot of these niggas out here now, to where now she can have this nigga hussy whooped. Because now he dibbling and dabbling in a whole new world, girl, to where it's like, whoa, booty ain't never did this to me. Whoa, 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 girl, over here, baby. Coochie so damn good, girl. Got him clenching the sheets through his butt, girl. He bottoming with the sheets. Because the power of them yams, girl. Got this nigga in a diabetic coma and shock. Okay? Got his eye going to the left like Bernie Mac eye. Girl, just because it's so good. But she gave a generic Christian response. A Hallmark response. And Nick Jones always comes through with this Hallmark ass, we just did this and just do that, and these people won't inherit it. And as the objective of this podcast said, because no shade, girl, if you want, the reason why I put honor on his name is because you can go to his channel, even though it premiered on another channel, girl, which is going to always be the Gag, girl, because the truth going to always be there, despite people not seeing it. But y'all can check on his channel where he did different type of conundrum series, and he did a religious conundrum where he really went into the Bible in a way that your local pastor, your mega pastor ain't gonna do. Because if they did, it would cost them money, because they're gonna be speaking real shit and not the shit that's profitable, like controlling y'all hopes and dreams, girl. But this individual breaks down biblical texts in a way to where it's very amazing. And again, I'm surrounded by people that think that way. CTV is another person who's able to break the Bible down in an amazing way, girl. So I'm surrounded by these people, and I would rather take their words for it, because I know that they're going to give me the homework, give me the tools necessary for me to help study to show thyself approved, as opposed to what Miss Mamas and Nick Jones said in reference to this response, as if though it's going to solve everything. He says, that's not the original text for that scripture. Oh my God, I'm going to scream. No Michael, no Janet. Okay, let's say it was the original text. Past is the past, right? See, this is the hypocrisy. No shade, because again, you're a new creature. But how's your relationship going to work if the person that you with presently is still hung up on your past, even though you're not? Then you need not be with that person. And homeboy, the quote-unquote carnal-minded one, was actually trying to put sister girl onto game so that she can get her a man that's going to love her body and soul, not just soul. Because she wants her body to be touched. Just like all of us as human beings, we all want some sort of situation, girl. We want some sort of physical connection. And if you don't, girl, there's a part of you that's lying. Because we all want to be able to be safe and vulnerable with someone. We are a communal species. We are meant to commune with each other. And when she said, you know, and no shade, well, she should have said ended it to be more well-balanced, and then we're going to continue with the other part of the video, because I'm going to show y'all something else that kind of contradicts what Nick Jones said. But I wish Miss Mamas would have ended like, and no shade. If he does relapse, then maybe you need to just tell him that this is just how God made you, and that God is a God of unconditional love, which means that if you love yourself, you're going to get what's for you. But I'm not for you, boo. And I'm not going to let organized religion force me to be a puzzle piece for you when I originally am not the piece for you. We are not on no Toy Story motherfucking small soldiers ass shit where we configuring the damn toys and shit. No, we're not doing that. Go find the person that's going to make you completely happy, to where your love for me is so your love for them is so damn easy that you ain't got to worry about it. You ain't got to worry about guessing if your man this or your man is that, because your man gonna show up in every way to where it's like, I ain't gotta ask nothing, baby. He just is. All I have to do is look at the reality and I get the answer. I don't have to sit up here and ask. I don't have to sit up here and get tarot readings and crystal ball readings, girl. I ain't got to sit up here and listen to Joyce Myers. I live the love that I know that God has given unto me, because I'm in the right spot. So sister girl, do that. But she didn't. That would be my advice to her. Like, yeah, there's a lot of people who are married and end up divorced, because sometimes it just don't work. And some people rush into things, especially when it comes to organized religion, because it's about the idea or the possibility, but these people don't help them or teach them how to get to that point, how to maintain that point, and how to expand to different points that better them. And when they do, they have to include the tactics of the world, because the church is simply made up of the world. A bunch of motherfuckers who say they are not of the world, but in it. But you gotta force people to believe what you believe so that you can be in this world. But you're not of it, so why should you have a problem? Nick Jones irritate your soul and you want the leprechaun love? Give me that leprechaun love.
What are you going to do with that temptation? Are you going to give in to that temptation, or are you going to give it to God? So I don't know, man. Like, I get it. Like, from the concept of like the world, and the world believes that there are certain people who are simply unredeemable. That's what the world believes, that there are certain people who are simply unredeemable. But the word of God says differently. So yes, proceed with caution, as you would proceed with caution in any dating situation. But ultimately, I agree with what she said. Celibate gay Christian.
Now, this is the last video. I wanted to show all that because, again, we had a cisgendered woman come through and ask a question about how she can make a relationship work, situation work with a man who is ex-gay, who is saying, unlike what we're going to hear in this video, I'm just going to be celibate and just not have sex, because again, it's the sexual part that is the hang-up, right? That's what Christians are saying. Just don't fuck. Just don't perform the act and you'll be okay. And even, I forgot his name, but his name is, I think it's Professor Brown or something. I did a live before where he was doing a debate with Matthew. I think it's Matthew Vines, if I'm not mistaken, but some dude named Matthew. Again, charged to my head, not my heart. It's been a while. But that was one of his suggestions to queer people. Like, hey, if you can't get married, or you ain't got it in you to may have children because you can't get it up naturally, you can be celibate for the rest of your life and God will honor you in that. So we went for somebody trying to, again, fit the status quo, but instead of being treated like a new creature in Christ, they're still being treated like the old leper. because until they are no longer attracted to the same sex, they are unsafe. They are possibly dangerous. As if though if they were just attracted to the opposite sex, that means they would be more faithful to you, because we see that as a lie. But now we have somebody who is claiming to be gay, but is celibate, which means I'm still attracted to men. I accept that I'm gay. I accept this is my reality. I'm not going to play these whole stro games. I'm not going to go through conversion therapy and end up taking my life because y'all failed me and therefore God failed me. So now I got to fail my damn self and eject myself from this simulation. But for my sanity and to also find the gray area and the compromise and the sacrifice, I am going to choose to not be, I'm going to choose to be celibate and abstain from sex. And if that's the damn case, then me and this motherfucker in the same boat, because I abstain from sex my damn self. As much as I would love to get down with the get down, I need to feel safe and secure. And I'm not going to just give it up to somebody because I find you attractive. I need more than physical attraction. I need more than that. No shade. But this person is stating that instead of having a boyfriend, instead of having the marriage that they wanted, which is something that they struggled with, and maybe even starting to have some progressive conversations about, they are accepting that at the end of the day, they are gay. That is a part of their reality. That is a part of their existence. And they're going to honor that. Let's take a listen to Nick Jones' perspective on the gay man who is abstaining from sex. Again, like y'all stated, as long as you ain't having sex, as long as you're not out there doing things physically, the desire is going to always be there, right? The attraction is going to always be there. So this person is choosing to sacrifice it. And let's take a listen to when people call for the sacrifice.
513,000 views. Let's watch.
My name's Caleb, and I'm a celibate gay Christian. Let's talk about it. So before we get too far down the road, let me define what I just said.
Hold on. I'm going to speed it up because
my name's Caleb.
Y'all know me. Attention span is kind of lagging.
And I'm a celibate gay Christian. Let's talk about it. So before we get too far down the road, let me define what I just said. I'm celibate, so I do not engage in sexual activity, and I'm pursuing singleness for life. I'm gay. I'm a homosexual. That is where my attraction lies. This is not something I chose, and this is not something that is going to change. And I'm a Christian. I am a follower of Jesus Christ. I adhere to his teachings, and he's the way and the truth and the life. And I want to honor and glorify him with my life. So a little bit of a background on me. I grew up in a faith household. We didn't really go to church. We can get into that some other time. We did start practicing Torah pretty early in my teen years, and there was a huge emphasis on obeying God's law. I never really understood what relationship with God and with Jesus looked like, and so I was in a fear-based mindset surrounding God and religion and faith. And I grew up, and I secretly dated 2 boyfriends without telling any family members. Friends knew, but nobody else did. And both of those relationships were not great. And once those ended and I moved out on my own, I lived for the world for a little bit. And I engaged in activities and actions that I shouldn't have, that left me feeling empty. And it was right around, I believe, September of 2021 is when I really started to start working on myself. Self-improvement, health, all of that. And then in November of 2020...
You said I still never had a boyfriend. But that's okay. It's okay. But how old are you though? You still never had a boyfriend. Don't let the world determine for you what you should have and not have. You know what I'm saying? Because what did Paul say? You're 30?
Okay, that's a different story now. You're 30.
Huh?
But
that's okay.
Huh? How is it a different story? Because you just stated, don't let the world tell you how you should operate. But I guess what you mean is don't let the world tell you. Let God and Jesus tell you. And I ain't talking about through personal relationship, personal connection. I'm talking about through a physical man who's going to quote unquote show you the way. And it's crazy because it's like, to me, this seems like the perfect person that Nick Jones and Jackie Hill Perry and Rashad Verme and We Need to Talk podcast and Hardly Initiated, like, why aren't they inviting this celibate gay Christian onto the platform? Because he low-key fits the majority of the parameters that y'all looking for. But see, again, the problem is that even though he is denying his quote-unquote flesh, he's not denying his objective attraction. The last video, Nick Jones is talking about motherfuckers being tempted, or again, like Andrew Caldwell said, being attempted, girl, sexually. And that, again, some people are gonna fall. We fall down on them nigga nuts. You fall down, girl, and get back up, and then down and back up. But you gonna get back up again. He again tried to do what they always do, this small little blanket generalization. Well, for the people who are fornicators and adulterers and idolaters and individuals who are abusers and are just these hallmark red scarlet letter sins that's put out there, even though a sin is a sin is a sin. And the only sin that is unforgivable is blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, if I'm not mistaken. Again, boss man will correct me. But no sin is greater than the other sin. So if the wages of sin is death, that means all of us are going to die. But when we talk about that, then somehow we can find a way to moonwalk and backpedal and pussy pop, in the words James Caldwell, girl, that we can find a way to make it work for us, though. Like how we exempt and how it ain't gonna happen for us, because, you know, we on the right side. Oh, really? Well, let's see how much on the right side you are. Are you ready to read this book? And if so, I suggest you go to Boss Man's channel, girl. Because, again, there were chapters and verses that I heard. I'm like, I don't remember no men's day, no women's day, no youth day, no pastor celebration, no church anniversary, no guest pastor ever breaking down these damn verses and books. He would be perfect. Have him on the platform. Because I feel like he would be able, y'all be able to use this person in a more beneficial way to strengthen y'all argument, as far as, well, I mean, y'all can still have same-sex attraction, but, you know, just don't do the gay thing. This man, and we're going to hear more of him about his background, saying, I am making the choice to not be intimate with men. I'm making the choice to be single for the rest of my life. I'm choosing to battle my emotions every damn day about the desires that I want to have. And sometimes it's not even just fucking sex. Sometimes it's the fact that you just want somebody to hold you. Or if you're going through tough times in your life, somebody gonna come through and love you and create such a safe space that you can just break the fuck down and don't have to worry about being judged. And no shade, because we are human beings and we are sexual creatures and we live in America that is hypersexualized, even in the church. The fornicators and the adulterers and the whores and harlots and the pimps and the pushers and all them motherfuckers, girl, get to do they dirt and find redemption, girl, every time. Still stay in the marriage, still be in leadership positions. But if a man is gay, he has to do the unthinkable thing. The one thing that a lot of heterosexual people would struggle to do them damn selves. But let's continue to listen, because Nick Jones is going to have a few problems with his perspective.
But that's okay. Honestly, I think that's great. A lot of people have never dates. I'm a bit younger than 30, but I haven't. I'm celibate for 6 years straight. Amen. Facts. Pray that he meets a good Christian girl.
You hear that? You hear that? I hope he meets a good Christian girl. I hope he finds a good Christian. I just hope that he, that a woman will come by. This motherfucker just said he is celibate gay Christian. He gonna be single for the rest of his life. He is preparing himself for the emotional turmoil or whatever the fuck comes that way. And you still got motherfuckers pushing pussy on him? Because again, Christians care about the nuclear family and the family unit, which means y'all gonna have to get to the motherfucking horizontal mambo. And for some of you hoes that fuck on your feet, girl, the vertical tango. To produce these children for this system to train up in the way that they believe that they should go. Some Gullyey type shit. Continue.
What was I going to say, though, before y'all distracted me? It's okay. It's okay. Honestly, what did Paul say? It's better to be alone because then you could focus more on God, right? But just from like a human standpoint, and we talked about this yesterday.
Oh, no. How you get to have a human standpoint? I'm trying to grab another raw cone, girl. How do you get to have a human standpoint? Matter of fact, let me let him finish with the scripture he was going to use.
Because it is like, but what did God say? It's not good for man to be alone. But Paul said that he would prefer for our sake for us to be single so that we could focus on God. But if you're overcome by, by passion, then go ahead and get married so that you don't leave any room for the devil to tempt you, right?
Girl, this is Vacation Bible School for adults. On one end, Paul, the individual who, if I'm not mistaken, is really the mindset that a lot of Christians have, girl. Because didn't Christ rebuke Paul, if I'm not mistaken? Because I remember, I think me and Boston were talking about that because he's been schooling me about the things on the Bible. Did he rebuke Paul, if I'm not mistaken? Didn't it say that Paul didn't even meet Jesus, girl? It just was a recollection of some sort of mystical event that he had, that he just knew. So it's good for you to be single so that you can focus on God. Then every Christian should be single. If you have given up your whole identity for this other identity of the system, then why are y'all not following your stuff? Why are there not more single, celibate Christians so that they can focus on God more? But here comes again that little loophole, girl. But if you happen to be, because we're human, y'all want the queer people to live the godly life, the holy life. And that's it. Y'all live too much of the worldly life. Y'all live too much of the human life. But the people who are religious and telling these other people to operate this thing, they have the ability, because they're heterosexual, to say, well, hell, if you are going to be embridled with passion, and then unbridle that shit, if I'm not mistaken, because these words are coming to my head and I hope I'm using them in the proper context. You can go ahead and get married. Okay, so what about, again, the gay Christian who wants to get married so that, as Nick Jones stated, that now that you're married, there's no room for the devil to come in now. Because now you've been able to solidify it under the guise of Christianity, which is like a fucking mortician selling you a goddamn water resistant sealed fucking casket, even though water gonna get in that bitch anyway, especially if they're being buried in areas where there's a lot of hurricanes and high tides and shit. Some motherfucker just gonna be floating in that motherfucking casket, girl, that said it was water resistant and sealed the fuck up, girl, like a tomb. But anyway, let me shut up. Let's continue.
So what I'm trying to say is, whatever whatever lifestyle you find yourself in, that's okay. That's
not okay.
But what I was gonna say, whatever season that you find yourself in, it's okay. It's okay. Don't stress over it. Don't compare yourself to other people. I know it's tough. I know it's hard because we live in a comparison society. We literally live in a society that compares all day long.
And you're speaking from a religion or a space that does comparisons all the time because you want people to be like y'all. You projected more than the queer community ever could. Y'all projected more than Black Lives Matter ever could. Because if that was the case, organized religion would not be in the powerful position that it is right now. So obviously, y'all are the ones that got, quote unquote, the hearts and minds of the people through a fear-based ass way. Yes, Nick Jones is a walking contradiction. This is what happens when you are backed by powers just like Amir Odom that can uplift your shit and make your shit skyrocket fast, and they ain't put in the work to even motherfucking earn it, let alone know how to properly maintain it. All right.
But try not to. But at the same time, that is difficult. I'm not going to sit here and act like I have all
the right words to say to you, because I don't have all the right words to say to you. I'll be honest with you. I don't. I don't. I wish I did, but I don't.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Well, then we need for you to bring your pastor on, or have your pastor on speed dial. Tell him that he got to drop whatever he's doing, because this is a blessing, spiritual message, lesson for the Lord, from the Lord. Girl, it's time for him to be able to help you. And you the one with the platform. You the one with hundreds of thousands of subscribers. So now it's time for you to utilize it. You got connections. You know the bros at Harley initiated. You know the bros over on We Need to Talk podcast. You know the bros in all these spaces. This is the time for y'all to come together and have these conversations, bro. Because when I be watching Nick Jones stuff, I be like, oh, this must be like on the second episode of The Boys, where they were just paying motherfuckers a stupid amount of money just to put out videos, girl. It ain't gotta make sense. As long as it appeals to the low vibrational river shrimp ass attention spans of people, girl, you're gonna be okay. This is what it's giving. This is what it's giving. Nothing transformative, nothing fruitful, nothing life-giving, very performative, very much a talent show. And they believe because they have better graphics and quality that it means that their message is better. No. These individuals, the Republican Party, the Conservative Party, they are good with media and promotion. Hello. Why do you think the LGBT, again, anti-LGBT shit is on the rise? While the Christian shit is on the rise? Because now it's time for a revival to rock this world today, cause Satan is loose and on the rampage. And we know what happens when it's time to stomp out Satan, girl. They gonna unalive this motherfucker, and they're gonna and they believe that we represent them, or represent the enemy. Okay, hurry up, Nick, and play the video so I can grab this rock home.
When I decided I wanted to read the entire Bible for myself and just figure out, what do I believe? So I read it from start to finish in 11 months. And the version I read includes a bunch of extra books in there too, the Apocrypha. And it was so beyond transformative for me. I felt like I finally understood the difference between believing in God and what relationship with God looked like. And I was so on fire for Jesus. And I still had this part of me that I was like, how do I reconcile this? Like, obviously, I am being fulfilled by the Lord in ways that nothing else can fulfill you. And I still have this innate part of myself, like I'm attracted to men, and I have always wanted a partner. I have always wanted a husband and to build a life. And so for a while, I was just like, okay, it's mistranslations, and like, God wouldn't put this desire in my heart without like if it wasn't okay. And so I began going down this road where I'm so devoted to Jesus, and I'm just openly gay, and Like, the two don't conflict. And then as recent as 3 months ago, I had an podcast interview come across my YouTube between Lecrae and David Bennett. And David Bennett is this ex-gay activist, atheist from Sydney, Australia, who encountered Jesus, and his testimony is incredible. And he talked about the path that he decided to go down, and that Jesus led him down. He's gay, that's not changing, and he wants to follow Christ. So how does he reconcile that? And the solution is celibacy and singleness. And before any of you Christians get in my comments and say, go and subdue the earth, go multiply, whatever it says in Genesis, that was a commandment specifically given to Adam and Eve, and neither Paul nor Jesus married or had kids. So I don't want to hear that. From my own personal experience with the Lord, like a few years ago, I encountered him in such an incredible way, and I physically felt him.
I didn't like that statement. I didn't like that statement.
Wow. So this individual claims or stated that again, this is a gay Christian. He is operating in the way that Christians do. Oh, I felt the Spirit of God in my life. God told me this. God told me that. And again, I had this personal experience, this personal revelation happen. But because his revelation wasn't accusatory as far as, well, you can't be gay anymore, as far as the attraction, the energy, the reality of what it is, he even again acquiesced and said, I'm going to stop doing the physical part. That's what the church said. But of course, again, it is not enough, because he just stated that I can be gay, that I can be me. And at the end of the day, if God really has unconditional love for me, then it doesn't matter as long as I'm doing it in a loving way. But Nick has a problem with doing it in a loving way, that somebody gay, queer can have a relationship with God. I know someone right now who have had experiences with people who are religious, who are saying, oh, well, if I feel like I wouldn't be a friend or whatever, if I didn't try to correct you or give you the opportunity for redemption or whatever, or I didn't challenge you. I've even had other people in my own life, girl, who share stuff on their Instagram stories. I'd be a bad bro if I didn't share the gospel with you, man. I just want to see you in heaven one day. All these things. But at the same time, y'all don't want to love on them and advocate for them, where you can literally fucking physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, energetically interact with them in the present moment right now. So again, this person is not promoting LGBT shit. He not saying going to the prides. He not affirming the trans stuff. He not doing all these things that you say the radical left, the Democrats are doing. He is now doing something that seems to be what I would think, especially if you're trying to keep optics together, would be the premier alternative for gay men to do. Because no shade, there is a single gay male loneliness epidemic in the gay community at a large rate. So no shade, these niggas already living as gay celibate motherfucking Christians any damn way, because they ain't fucking on nobody. It's a lot more side action as opposed to penetrative action even happening in the queer community now. And as we can see, a lot of younger people are not even having sex now. So the sex part has been removed. The one thing you asked has been removed because they desire more. But again, if you are going to be ex-gay, they are going to want you to fully manifest that reality, meaning that the way that we know is complete is if you popping out babies, or you helping to pop out these babies like Jiffy popcorn. Continue, Nick Jones, about how this is something that you disagree with.
Because, you know, God's heart for his creation and his desire for his creation, for his children, us, very clearly defined by way of the desire that he had for Adam and Eve. You know what I mean? So to simply say, oh,
So
well, Jesus didn't
transformative.
have kids, so don't go here and tell me that. Or Paul didn't have, so don't tell me that. Like, I don't like that. I don't.
But
like
it's but it's true. According to that version of the Bible, Christ didn't have children. He was about his father's business. Have you forgotten when he told his mama, hold on, mom, I know you're my mama and you pop me out, but I'm about my daddy's business. Y'all and everybody gonna have to wait at the door. Again, he did, like you said the Paul thing was, which is he was abstinent from intimacy. He didn't share his bed with a woman, according to y'all book. But now that he's saying that, hey, well, I can do the same thing, because again, you talking about being like Christ, girl. I'm really being like Christ because I'm not choosing to be in a relationship. On some priest, on some nun shit. But because the word gay is still in the title, it's not denounced. It's a problem. Because again, the world wants them to be completely changed. Because if they don't change, it means that their mission was a mission failed. That means all the time, effort, and energy they put in promoting this idea is gonna fall fucking through. It's not gonna fucking work. And they can't handle or low-key take another fucking blow, because people are already walking away from organized religion in mass droves, because we're seeing organized religion for what it actually is. Again, a lot of people who are in positions of power, who are in this administration, are Christians, and they're taking away things that is supposed to be Christ-like to other people. But yeah, let's continue. Let's continue to understand, if we can, why Nick Jones doesn't agree with that statement at all. And do you want to come up, boss man, nigga? I need an answer.
Because we are to glorify God. At the end of the day, a lot of people want to say, like, hey, what's my purpose? What am I to do? What's my purpose here? Well, your purpose is to glorify God. That's your purpose. Your purpose is to glorify God.
And how do you do that?
Your purpose.
So again, how do you do that? What does that look like? Even though I know the answer, I like an explanation. What does that look like? We understand what the mission statement is. What is that looked like in application, in practice, in a verb, in movement, in manifestation, in visualization? What does that look like? How do we get from point A to point B?
God created Adam, right? And then he created Eve. I think the order is significant. A lot of people want to disregard the order of creation, but I think it's significant that Adam was created first. He was, as men are, to lead in that way, to be the spiritual shepherd of your household, to, be the protector of your household in that way. But also with that comes a great level of responsibility. A great level of responsibility. Now, God caused Adam to fall into a deep sleep, took a rib from Adam, and created Eve, right? Now, women, and just because men were created first, that doesn't mean that men are better or have a higher value than women. We are all equal. We are all equal, but we are all different in very unique and beautiful ways. Like women, the significance and the beauty and the purpose and the ability to bring life into this world, specifically to glorify God, is a beautiful thing. And I understand that.
Baby, if that doesn't sound like some shit that Aunt Lydia from The Handmaid's Tale would say, bitch. Oh, you're so blessed. so privileged. You get to bring in children into this world. Count it all joy, ladies. You won't have to go to the colonies. You get to live in privilege. You'll have a nice warm bed, food in your bellies. And if you get pregnant, oh, the glory that you would bring upon this land and to God under his eye, girls, under his eye. Girl,
sin has entered into the world. And because sin has entered into the world, we see things like disease and we see health complications, which prevent some women from having children.
Yes, and that administration is cutting all type of medical programs and all type of programs that help women in maternity and all this other type of ish, which is going to cause more pestilence, famine, and disease. A bunch of more shit. More complications is going to fuck women up even more. But the devil brought illness and sickness in the world. But the people who are connected to Jesus, who are Christians, who have the power to actually help fight off the enemy by being the change that they wish to seek to remedy the advances of the enemy, i.e. illness and sickness, have chosen, come on screen bitch, have chosen to not do that. But whenever it's gay people got to follow the rules to the T, girl. Girl, we being called heretics by heretics. We're being called heretics by Oh.
Once again, that wasn't God's intention, though. But even still, you can still glorify God. You still have that capacity to be a nurturer in that way. You still have that capacity to provide certain aspects to society that men simply can't provide. And I think that's beautiful. And I can't even encapture all the words to completely represent how beautiful that actually is. But I say all that to say,
all these men who talking about how beautiful pregnancy is and the ability to bring life into this world is, I wonder, since y'all so curious about the beautiful aspect, I take it that y'all have been in the delivery room and watched your children be brought into this world through the quote-unquote beautiful process of birth, which have niggas' stomachs literally turning. That literally the most toughest and strongest of men would pass the fuck out. And then on top of that, the way we so hypersexualized, girl, we gonna feel like we'll never be able to get the pussy that we had before, girl, because now it's been incredibly stressed the fuck out and we gotta wait for her to get her damn snap back. And there's a possibility, it's ignorantly speaking, I know you can use Kegel muscles and it's a muscle you can get it strengthened, girl, but if it's cut the fuck on and some shit, girl, it's gonna be some problems. So those men gonna be sitting there mad as hell, girl, because how can they compete with their son, their daughter's head coming through the shit? They're gonna have to invest in the roles and and tag team they damn woman because of childbirth. Do you realize that when children are born, it's all type of crazy ass shit happening? Women urinate on themselves, defecate on themselves, sometimes have multiple orgasms while giving birth. And it's crazy. I'm a gay man and I know this. How? But then y'all also don't want to talk about the complications that come with pregnancy, because not every pregnancy is going to be a healthy, safe one. There are some risky ones. It's anyone's game. There are plenty of women that started off with healthy pregnancies and then something happened to where now they have to make a choice on whether they save their child or save themselves. And some people gonna save themselves because according to y'all book, the child is not a living, breathing, sentient, it's a living, sentient being until it breathes in God, until it breathes in prana, until it breathes in life. Until then, it is in a symbiotic relationship with the body, to where this symbiotic thing also affects the body. Now, are these beneficial in the situation? I believe so, because it's helping each other. I realize that even when females are pregnant with children, they also give back to the mother. They also nourish the mother. So it's a cycle of give and receive. So yes, it can be a beautiful process. It's also a scary process, a painful process. And I can understand why a lot of women get mad at their children, because it's like, motherfucker, I had you and went through all these things and you gonna do this to me? I understand that. But again, that's a part of the beautiful process of birth, right? But the only time birth is pretty and beautiful is when it's used against queer people. Because again, the expectation is for people like myself, people like the man on the screen who is a celibate gay Christian, that no, y'all got dick and y'all got balls and y'all gonna put that shit to work in the way that God, by way of man, has quote unquote instructed or intended you for you to use it. Again, it's not about, oh, protect the children. It's not all about, oh, well, I don't care what you do, just don't do it to me. No, these people are having conversations about gay people who know who they are and demonize them. And then when they're held accountable, when the gay people give them the smoke, now all of a sudden they're the victim. No, this is the game that y'all want to play. So since that is the case, let's play that game.
We are to glorify God with our bodies. A part of that is being fruitful and raising up children that can do the same thing, to subdue the earth. So I don't think we can just sit here and just disregard it completely and just use Jesus and Paul as an example to completely disregard it. But at the same time, I get it. I understand what he's communicating.
Okay, then, and here's the other thing that pisses me off, and even I have to do better at this too, so I'm holding myself accountable. When people say I understand, I need for you to break down and reiterate to me what I said so that I can verify the understanding. This man on the screen literally use Jesus as an example, just like how y'all use Jesus for y'all examples. He used Jesus as an example in his own lived experience according to the Bible, because again, there are other books that says other things, but according to that book, girl, he did not have a wife, he did not have children. He dedicated his entire life to God, to being about his father's business, being about kingdom business. And he is saying that he's going to do it. It's just that he is also going to walk in his truth and say, yes, I am still attracted to the same sex. I'm not fucking them, because that's what y'all say that we shouldn't do. I'm not doing any of these things. I'm just honoring what's true. But then when he says that marriage does not work for him, because didn't Christ also say, or I think, boss me, help me out with this. I think you said something along the lines of like, there are some men who are not going to be called to marry. If you can remember that scripture, could you please put it in the comment section? Again, shout out to Boss Man. But there's a scripture that reads that some people are not going to have the capacity to marry. And this man is saying that. And instead of Nick Jones saying, you know what? This is a happy medium, or medium, whatever it's called. I can deal with this. I can get jiggy with this. That's cool. Look. You can be a gay Christian as long as you ain't acting on it. Because again, it's about the action. It's about not falling into desire, correct? So if that's the case, if I'm not falling into desire, this man is literally making a mission statement to say that I'm not going to fall into that temptation. I'm going to be resistant, have resistance against temptation. Lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thou art the kingdom. He's literally stating that. And instead of Nick honoring him in that, he throws in the will. Part of the thing is that I don't have to be fruitful and multiply. Like, you have to do that. Even though this man says, I'm willing to compromise, I'm willing to sacrifice, I'm willing to be single for the rest of my life, but I still have autonomy over what I also want because this is also my life. Okay, I came into this world by myself. I'm going to leave by myself. So and I'm with me 24/7. So I'm going to make sure that I also enjoy myself on earth. But I'm also finding the gray areas, having my own personal relationship with God. Because again, according to y'all, when I stand before judgment, girl, it's not going to be like in a courtroom where y'all get to watch, girl. It's going to be me and the Father and whatever spiritual authority is there. You're going to be in line waiting for your turn, right? So shouldn't even matter. But again, the word gay is there. It doesn't say ex-gay celibate Christian. It says celibate gay Christian. Y'all, I cannot make this shit up. I told you, when that time comes where somebody is doing a fucking theory paper, girl, or some sort of school project, higher education, or high school, college level ass shit, and they want to learn about queerphobia in the black community and like in internet and web spaces, girl, the fucking A+ check plus shit they gonna get, because when they find my channel and all of this damn evidence and hundreds of hours of lives that I've done, girl, with different type of articles and studies and fucking cultural moments and even real life experiences on these web reality streets with certain content creators and stuff, like, girl, my Cash App will be fixed way by then, you know, before then. So, you know, but they gonna bless me real nice in the Cash App, girl. You about to motherfucking graduate with honors, girl, because of my shit. Now, you may have to find a way to transmute it and make it your own so you ain't plagiarizing. But as far as the information, as far as your sources, baby, this is why I do what I do. This is why I take time out to do this. That's why I appreciate people that take, like, again, boss man, I appreciate people who take time out of their busy schedule trying to help ignorant motherfuckers, girl, who acting stupid and act like they stuck on period duh, but then all of a sudden, girl, when shit hit the fan, now they want to know the answers. Why can't we talk about it? No. You have the opportunity right here to learn. Learn while you can. Let's continue, girl. What did you say, Nick? You said he gotta be fruitful and multiply. That's a part of it. But what else?
Doesn't necessarily mean that I have to agree with it.
Holding me, and I was bawling my eyes out, and he was just scraping all the guilt and shame that I carried with me for 24 years about my sexuality. Like, I had so much guilt and shame because of my upbringing and because of this part of myself that I couldn't change.
I also think if you're a believer and you don't want kids, and it's one thing, because like I said, sin has entered into the equation. Some women can't have kids. Some women desperately desire to have kids, but they can't, right? But if you're a believer and you don't want kids, assuming that you're able to and you're in a position to and you're desiring to do it the right way, under God, under covenant marriage, right? But you don't want kids, I would just ask you, and I would just question where that desire came from, of you not wanting children, because I don't necessarily think that that desire didn't come from God, in my opinion. I think it comes from the world. And let's just be honest, having kids is not easy. It's difficult. It costs money, especially in this, economy, in this world that we live in. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on. So I could understand the hesitation of not wanting to bring a child into this world. Like, I get it. I have 4 kids. Like, I'm speaking from the experience of somebody who's in it. I'm in it every single day. Like, I get it. It's tough. It's not easy. It's not easy. But I think it's a beautiful thing to bring children into this world. And I was telling Elliot, because Elliot, him and his wife are about to have their first child, like, any day now, like literally any day. Their due date is actually Easter, which is like beautiful, right? But I was telling him, I was telling my friend Betty. I was telling her, I was like, because she, had a child recently, and I was like, when you have a child, it's almost as if a part of your heart is unlocked that was previously closed, that you didn't have access to. And then when you have a child, that access within your heart is suddenly open. And now you're experiencing love in a new way that you've never previously had access to. And it's so hard to explain because I can't explain it to you unless you have children, right? But once you have children and once you experience that, it's beautiful. But at the same time, it's terrifying. Because from that moment, your life is forever changed.
Thank you, boss man.
One way or another, your life is forever changed from that moment. And now it's no longer solely about you, but now it's about your child and raising your child and loving your child and bringing them up in a way that points them towards Christ. And that's a beautiful process, but it's a difficult process. But just because it's a difficult process, don't let the world trick you into not having a desire to participate in that process just because it's difficult. So that's the best way that I can articulate it. You know what I'm saying?
Nick, you speak from a privileged place. You have hundreds and thousands of subscribers. You have brand deals, endorsements. You have the conservative political right backing you. When it comes down to finances, as long as you continue to do what you're doing, even though you're doing a horrible job at it, you gonna financially be okay for you and your family. There are people in this world who don't have community to rely on because yes, being a parent is tough. What about prenatal care? Excuse me, what about what's the process after you give birth? With sometimes a mama just have a nervous breakdown, girl, low-key want to drown the kid, girl, take them down by a ride down by the lake. I'm about to send you the link in a minute, boss man. Because I definitely want to get your perspective on this. Especially now, bro. Because I got this week, girl. Let's get into it. But I'm about to lose my damn thought. Because I'm trying to multitask in my brain, girl. I'm going to just send you the link, girl. Because that just took over my shit. Hold on. Let me copy this link. And then I'm going to read the scripture once. I'm gonna send it to you on Instagram. Give me 1 second. Girl, what the fuck? Here we go. Sorry. Here we go. This is about to be a good live, y'all. Y'all in for a treat, baby. Because I be having these real ass conversations behind the scenes. But it's like, that's all I'm saying. Yes, it's difficult. It's hard. A lot of people don't have community behind them to be able to help them, to keep them grounded, keep them centered and stuff. They don't have that. Hell, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't there a point in time where we had a video of a woman, even though she didn't have children, she was doing an experiment, girl, a social experiment. She called different churches asking if they had money or some sort of resource to some sort of infamil or some sort of formula or Pampers or clothes or just some sort of money to be able to help mothers who are down on their luck and their back against the fucking wind. But they can't even get $1 out of them and 15 cents out of them. They can't even go in their own pocket. Well, our church doesn't have extra cash, but you know what? Let me go ahead and what's your cash app? I'm gonna cash app you $100 because this is my purpose as a Christian, to be able to help those who are less fortunate than me. No. And it's so funny. Y'all care about children before they come into the world and after they leave this world, but y'all don't give a fuck about the children while they in the world, girl. Because if the child is gay, it's a motherfucking problem. You sit up here and give this whole thing, well, just it's gonna be beautiful, and when you have a child, your eyes are gonna light up, and you're gonna just end up just falling in love. And no shade, that does happen, because my parents, especially my mom, is in love with us as her children. And I'm grateful to have the mother that I have, because a lot of people, unfortunately, did not have that. And that's no shade to people who don't have the love of their parents. God, source, universe, consciousness still love you, and it will provide for you any fucking way. I don't care what nobody says. And yes, it's expensive to have children. And then on top of that, y'all love these children and shit until it's time to until these motherfuckers start talking back. Then you ready to buy your own tampons. Speaking of tampons, boss man, what's going on?
You can't bring me in saying, speaking of tampons.
I'm just playing. What's going on? Glad to have you on the podcast.
You're going to have to adjust that fucking entry.
Okay, I'm sorry to take you out. Let me check. Hold on. I got some music. Do I got something that's dope? Hold on. I felt like I was kind of like the Foopalettes doing that. My bad. What we got? What do I have on here that's good? I got this. It's a gospel fucking preacher track coming in, because you know the Bible and shit. Wow. I'm happy to introduce into the building on tonight's mass late night service is a man who's men among men because he's confident within himself. And even though he's been around other men who got more titty milk than women do, he's found a way to still stand in his truth. He is well manicured. You don't have to worry about a dookie smell on this nigga. You ain't got to worry about getting a staph infection by shaking his hand, girl, because you know that he washes his hands. Okay, he is living the life a lot of these niggas wish they had, girl, even though they have their own projections about him or whatever, because at the end of the day, girl, with the top knot, baby, the baby is face down, ass up. As far as his experiences with his wife, how many of y'all have y'all wife still sucking your dick like she did back when y'all was in high school and y'all was meeting each other? Now you can't even pay her to put it on. Put her mouth on it. You want me to put your mouth on you? You don't never put your mouth on me, and when you do, it be trash and shit. That's why I can't wait to talk to Charles at church tomorrow, girl. This man has been able to do it all, girl. And not only that, he takes the time to educate some of these dumb ass ninjas, girl, who feel like they're in positions of power and they fucking up the whole community. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce to y'all the one, the only boss man. Is that better?
Yes, that'll do.
Okay, let me go ahead and change the background music. It's being crazy. But yes, you were sharing some thoughts in the comments, and I'm gonna go ahead and let you rock. What are your thoughts?
Where do I first begin? I think I'm first going to begin where we left off right here with this individual on the screen. First of all, I think that's where I'm going to start.
Okay, awesome. Go ahead.
Because the hypocrisy and the conflation and the confusion of what I'm hearing is immaculate. From what I'm seeing, first of all, the scripture that the man used, I'll start there. the scripture that the man used, which was, I believe, was 1 Corinthians 9, I believe it's 9:16. In and of itself, the term homosexuality wasn't even the actual word that was used at the point in time. Okay, and if we're going to be factual, let's be factual. Okay. All right. And if we're going to condemn people based off of text in and of itself, let's use the most historically accurate text and not the most conformed, I would say, rigged text that conforms to what religion wants as opposed to what the text actually says. At least the 1811 text. Now, when we can talk about what the Septuagint says and so on and so forth, but at least we're going to get to what we can understand, which is the 1811 King James Version. Fine. That's a whole nother rabbit hole. But it doesn't actually say homosexuality.
Agreed.
Okay. Now, what it does say, which because I moved to my computer during this time frame, and I had it on my phone. So give me 1 second. Let me get to here.
Make sure y'all hit that like button if you're still in the building. Shout out to y'all rocking with us at 2:30 something in the morning.
Yeah, because I don't have a heck of a lot of time, but I definitely want to touch on everything that I wanted to get to while I have the moment.
Go ahead.
So
yes.
9:16, I do believe is where we were. Is it 9:16 or is it 9? Oh no, I'm sorry.
9.
Correction.
You talking about 1911?
No. It was 6. No. I'm confusing verses.
Okay.
It was 1 Corinthians, I think it was 6.
Okay.
I think he said 6. And yes, I'm sorry. It was 1 Corinthians 6:9. And it says, "Know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God? Be not deceived." Now, I'm going to go through the list of what it says, and I want you to pay attention to the list that it gives. Okay, you ready? Neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor abusers of themselves with mankind, nor thieves, covetous, drunkards, nor revilers, nor extortioners shall inherit the kingdom of God. Did that say anything about homosexuals?
No.
Oh, I didn't think so. Now,
But they
interpreted
the effeminate part and the
no. See, no. See, this is where we got wrong. Yes, they took the word effeminate and they said, okay, we're going to change that word and we're going to augment it to mean homosexuality. But here's what the word effeminate actually means: someone who is presenting as a woman, right? Okay, so in another part of the Bible, it mentions someone who dresses as a woman. So let me double check myself here, because definitions here. Effeminate. So, of having characteristics and ways of behaving traditionally associated with a woman and regarded as inappropriate of a man. So what they're talking about there is behaving as a woman. So connecting to what they were talking about in other aspects of the Bible, where it's talking about wearing clothes as a woman or wearing your hair as long as a woman, and other aspects culturally. Okay, so if you remember other parts of the Bible where it talks about, yes, wearing the clothes of a woman, wearing hairstyles as a woman, so on and so forth. That now, isn't that oddly familiar to the sense that any depictions you see of Jesus, what's his hair length? Oh, okay. I digress. Anyway, it has nothing to do, thank you. It has nothing to do with sexuality. If we want to break that down definitionally, correct? Okay. Now, I always go back to the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments says nothing about what people should do sexually as far as a sexuality, other than who you shouldn't have sex with if you are under a covenant, correct?
Yep.
Or if the other person is under a covenant, correct?
Right. Correct.
Okay. So we don't start getting additions to the addendums to it unless we start getting into what is it? I think it was, who was it? Moses? Right. Moses started experiencing in his one-on-one little chats in the tabernacle with the Levites and so on and so forth later on down the line, when we start having his one-on-one little chats. Right. And then we start getting addendums whenever they, got delivered from roaming around for 40 days and 40 nights, and well, actually not 40 days, 40 nights, actually 40 years in the after being delivered from Egypt, right? Then we start getting into Deuteronomy, and then we start getting into the famous, men not laying with males, right? Okay, but that was an add-on to what was explained in Exodus, right? Did I get that right? So as far as what the 10 Commandments are? Oh, it's late. So hold on.
You the Bible scholar.
10 Commandments. Hang on.
Baby, when you start living your life, girl, you start living outside the book.
Hang on. Let me get it right because it's late and I'm.
This is your strong point, pimping.
Yeah, Exodus. I got it right. Exodus 20. Okay, get me straight. So my point that I'm making here is that if it was so important to explain 10 things that what man shall not do, that God had to come down and express his hand down onto a clay, not clay, but stone tab, then explain to me why wasn't that added onto the tab?
Especially since it was God.
There was at least 3 commandments about who you shouldn't worship. And an extra 2 at least about who you shouldn't fuck if somebody else was married to somebody else, and if you were married to somebody else. And of course there was killing and stealing and lying and taking, and well, there was at least 2 about stealing, at least, as I do believe. Steal and covet, that's taking and stealing. So yeah, it's just coveting. You at least have an additional intent there, because coveting, you would have to at least, have some sort of animus added to the coveting part. Am I making sense here?
Yes, you're making sense.
Okay.
Because it's the fact that, again, these people are saying, oh, this is what God said, but these are other people giving their accounts of what God said. But why not use the most direct story about God actively, like physically engaging with something as far as what it wants to do? And it was 10 of those things. How is all this other stuff came about? And even to your point earlier, like, if I'm not mistaken, the word homosexual wasn't introduced into the Bible until like the 1940s. So
Correct.
It's undergone so many different revisions to where it's like, when you start asking, like if you were to ask Nick Jones or have a conversation about things outside the Bible, he would fucking glitch in his head because he's only been taught to use this only, when there is more to the world than just this book. Because as much as they believe that this book is a pathway to freedom, it's low-key a fucking casket.
That's correct. So my theory about the whole, and it wasn't Deuteronomy, it was Leviticus. It was Leviticus, was it 18:28? Or is it 28:18? I think it was 18:28. No, it was 28:18, I do believe. about, hang on, let me go make sure. If I'm talking about it, may as well make sure it's correct. So let me say it correctly.
We take our time, no shame.
So Leviticus, I believe it was 18:28. I do believe. Oh no, 28:18. Let me check. Let me double check. I don't like. No, it's 18:28. So let me go check.
And make sure y'all check out my sister's fiance new lyrical video called Here. Her name artist name is Yale Gullyey. Conscious rapper, dope ass music. Make sure y'all go ahead and support and subscribe, please. Thank you. This instrumental is this background instrumental is one of her tracks, her and her artist tracks.
Well, it's definitely 18. Hang on. See, something about nakedness, and then I'm seeing. Oh, here we go. 18:22. There we go. Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with women. It is an abomination. What people fail to take into consideration. This is Moses supposedly wrote Leviticus. And at the beginning of top of that, it says, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, right there, pause break. Moses wrote, if you look up who wrote Leviticus, it says Moses. So then inside of a book that Moses wrote, it says, and the Lord spake to Moses. So wait a second. Did you catch that?
Say it again.
So Moses wrote Leviticus, but Leviticus 18:1, it says, and the Lord spoke to Moses. So Moses wrote the book, and he's writing in there saying, the Lord spoke to Moses. So we have the Trump effect where it says, Trump spoke to Trump.
So he is including himself into the story.
In the third person, correct. So that already right there doesn't make any sense. But on top of that, what happens here is that if you consider the context to the text, it is basically saying that he was the only person who heard the instruction from the Lord.
He's the only source or the connection to
there
God,
you go. So the entire land and nation is basically believing only this single source of information from the Lord, because he was the only person besides one other person in that room or in the tabernacle at the point in time when the instruction was provided in the tabernacle of what thou shalt not do for the Levites and the tribes at that point in time. Amazingly, right? So I'm supposed to. This sounds a lot like Paul. When Paul comes down, now we're going to get back to this video. It sounds a whole lot like Paul, and Paul came down and said, hey, by the way, I conferred with nobody that I'm ordained by God to come and tell you. I'm sorry, God, but Jesus. I saw Jesus, and now I have the authority to come and tell you guys, and all the churches, by the way, that how you all should conduct yourselves as Christians. Now, with that in mind, it's phenomenal to me how, when it comes to the whole concept of transitioning from being gay and not being gay as it relates to the whole Christianity thing. A lot of times people say, well, how can you be gay and be Christian? It's very possible, apparently. It's very possible, because according to Paul, you can be a Christian so as long as you have the faith. It has nothing to do about your works. See, as long as you're a Paulinist, apparently it's about your faith, not about your works. See, Jesus said that it was about your works, not your faith.
So here it is, not even following Christ.
But even Jesus mentioned nothing about sexuality. Jesus gave predominantly following the commandments, which the commandments mention nothing about sexuality. So as long as you weren't in a covenant, and the covenants only covered not having sex with someone else's wife. So as long as they weren't married, and don't steal, don't lie, don't kill, don't, love, make sure you do only worship one God, and so on and so forth, yada, yada, right? And so Jesus came in and said, okay, you heard it said, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, but I say, turn the other cheek, right? And love thy neighbor. And of course, keep some of the old law, like, don't kill, don't steal, and so on and so forth, but to love thy neighbor as you love God, right? But then Paul comes in and he says something very interesting, which is if you, I'm paraphrasing in Galatians, but if you live by the law, the old law died on the cross. And if you live by that law, you are pretty much basically damned. And it's your faith that matters. Galatians, what he wrote to the people of Galatia is very damning. So this is why this guy on the screen seems very conflicted about any and all of this, because Paul comes in and confuses everything, because even Paul comes in and damns and condemns Jesus no different than the Pharisees did themselves. This is why Christianity can't seem to deal with people's pasts and people's transitions from one thing to another, because the Bible transitions from one type of God to another, and it has a hard time reconciling two different God types, because even in the Old Testament, old Lord seems to strike them dead, strike them. But then the new Lord that they seem to not understand are two different gods apparently seems to say, hey, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. But I say, turn the other cheek. So either we have a schizophrenic God who, in a spiritual form, has no problems killing 70,000 people for simply taking a census, or we have two different gods and they don't understand it. Y'all not ready to listen.
No, which is why.
Go ahead. And so now we have a situation where they say that our God, y'all's God, not mine, is able to do all things to include convert people, but yet we study moving the goalpost on what it requires to actually truly be converted. But here's where I find interesting is that certain sins are convertible, but others requires more scrutiny. I'm having a hard time squaring that circle. So if you are heterosexual, you are able to commit more sins and have those forgiven because those are petty sins.
Again, yeah, hierarchy.
But apparently, here are two sins that apparently will condemn or be an abomination. One sin is homosexuality. That's an abomination. But a second one is under the guise of a woman, and that is if a man were to take a woman back who has committed adultery, if she were to take, and this is in Deuteronomy, if she were to take him back, if he were to take her back after the 3-strike rule, then he defiles the land by doing that. That's I believe in Deuteronomy 18, or I think it's 18.
Wow.
So women and gay people apparently are capable of defiling the land and creating abominations. But we have nothing to say biblically about the Sodom and Gomorrah situation, where Lot's daughters decided to impregnate themselves with their father's seed.
How he died on top. You better never tell nobody but God. Tell nobody but God.
We skip right over that. And not just one, but two of them, both daughters, decided to impregnate themselves with their father's seed because it's more important to carry on the legacy of the bloodline than to practice morality. What did this gentleman here say? That it's better to be alone than to be. What did the verse that I just read say? What was it? I believe it was. Let's go back. It was 1 Corinthians 6:9 saying, "Who doesn't enter the kingdom of heaven?"
Oh yeah.
10
that you listed.
6, I think it was 6:19. I do believe. Let's go to it. Hang on, because I want to make sure I caught it. Who doesn't enter the kingdom of heaven? Because I do believe what Lot's daughters did does disqualify them from heaven.
Them hoes ain't getting in the club. No, the hoes ain't getting
Oh, that's right.
club.
Fornicators. Oh.
Adulterers, all that stuff. Yep.
And wouldn't that be sexually immoral?
If you playing the game.
And I guess he wouldn't be considered an adulterer because his wife at that point in time was a pillar of salt. She was seasoning at the point in time. So I guess that really didn't matter. I guess that didn't count.
Turned her into lemon pepper seasoning, Lord.
Okay, she was salt for cows because cows could go and get the salt nutrition that they needed. So I guess that worked out.
Yeah, but niggas love lemon pepper seasoning. So I just want to put that out there. But I mean, I do agree. Like the fact that people are speaking or saying that they are the catalyst or like the central point to a spiritual figure, but yet say that this figure unconditionally loves you and wants to get to know you. Well, why do I have to get to know it through you? Well, it ain't supposed to communicate with me since we are everything and everything is me. Do you get what I'm saying? They sell salvation to people, and because they're using the spiritual aspect of it, again, because the economy is messed up, people's lives are fucked up. So if somebody coming through and saying, "Hey, I can change your life, but you have to do this," a lot of people are going to acquiesce out of survival. Which is why a lot of these Christian people, when they get exposed, they glitch up because it's like, again, it's performative. They got to put in the work to pretend that there's something that they're not, and then when the universe come through and like really test them, then they're the ones falling apart and low-key going outside of church to ask the worldly people how to fix something that you're supposed to know since you are a part of the church. You're connected. How come you don't know?
Well, here's the thing. I'm just okay. All right. The worldly, I'm gonna split this in half. The worldly people have always been in the driver's seat of what is the most aligned to reality, because we are of this world first before you join any type of religion. Because religion in and of itself is farcical and imaginative at the end of the day. Because you can point to reality before you can see something spiritual at the end of the day. Okay, and spirituality never comes when you want it, and and comes when you and comes whenever you need it. So you always are going to need reality. It's not to say that spirituality doesn't have its place, but at the end of the day, cold hard facts will always win. Cold hard data and statistics are always going to play a role. Okay, churches and
reality,
yes, I'm objectively speaking. Now, churches and religion are within the very world in and of itself too. And even religion will tell you that the adversary is the ruler of this very world that we're in. Okay, so now the carnal people and those people with those types of perspectives are always going to feel more real because that's what we see. It's our reality. Okay, so the gentleman in the previous clip that says to you that, you know, if someone is, you know, has practiced a certain way and certain lifestyle is always going to, you know, is potentially going to have, you know, proclivities of that. Is no different than saying that someone stole is probably going to have proclivities of stealing. That's plausible. Okay. That's not being a bigot. That's just saying if someone did this before, they're probably going to end up doing it again.
Especially
okay, that's
able to get away with it.
Yeah. Okay. So if someone was, if someone has been or has acknowledged that they were engaged in either heterosexual or homosexual activities, it's possible for them to do so, even if you're looking at it from a situation of they have always been heterosexual. Even a heterosexual person has the potential of engaging in homosexual activity. It's a potential, but it's more plausible for someone who has been homosexual before to engage into it is more likely than someone who wasn't before. That just makes sense. Okay, cool. What I don't appreciate in those types of conversations on the carnal side is for someone to inject doubt into someone because of someone's relationship because of what you see everybody else doing. That woman who's in that type of situation, there is nothing that anyone else could say to that woman because she's coming up to that podium because she already has doubts. Okay, that's the reality of the situation. Whether you're getting spiritual advice or carnal advice, she's coming up to that podium because she's already doubtful. Okay. The benefit that woman already has is that she had disclosure. And kudos to her that she, you know, has someone that was forthright with her, and kudos to her for accepting the individual without denigrating her and denigrating him and demeaning him. That's a good start. Okay, but where I have a problem with her and the rest of society is that you're saying that for your faith, you have the faith, you're within the faith, and you're doubting your own faith because of what's carnally possible. That's contradicting. You're doubting the mighty, magnanimous power of God because of what you see, which is antithetical to what you say your God can do. And then you're putting that all on him because of your lack in faith. And the question I would have asked is, has he given you any reason for you to doubt him, or are you doubting him because of your own issues? Because these type of problems, I would say with any issue, with any relationship, is that fuck what anybody else is thinking and saying. What evidence is he showing you because one, you accepted him for what he did in his past. What you should have thought of is, can you look past the man he was and see the man he's presenting and see the man he's growing into? If you can't do that, then you shouldn't have gotten with him in the first place, boo.
No shade.
Because I don't care what kind of man you are. No man wants a partner. I'm speaking from a married man. I don't want to be with a woman who only sees the boy in me or the man that I was and can't see the man I am or the man I'm aspiring to be.
Agreed.
Now, speaking universally, nobody wants to be with a partner that only sees the worst in them or sees the former them and the one that they are deading and not wanting to, versus the one that they are growing to be. That's unfair.
Very.
Okay, and to speak it into the on the LGBT side, that is like saying, I have a dead name and you're constantly calling me about my dead name.
Yeah.
So I think that if you couldn't handle that, that's why I was surprised by Kitty's response, is that if you couldn't handle that, and if you can't handle that, then you shouldn't have went that far. But the point is that she's already there because she married the person. It's too late to be having those type of situations, boo. You should have thought about you should have thought about that before you experienced whether or not the dick was good. But the reason why I think she's having the problems now is because the dick isn't working anymore. That's the reality of it all. See, a lot of those type of situations, they don't start having those type of questions is until sex starts dwindling. And here's where we start having those type of problems, is because in a lot of relationships, especially when the relationship starts to plateau, which most relationships do as a norm, sex declines as a normal pattern. It's not a bad thing. And a lot of times, especially women, when it's happening is when sex starts declining, they start thinking, oh my God, is it because something's wrong with me? Does he not love me anymore? And it's because they tie a man's ability to perform to their worth and value. Unfortunately, because of his past, her initial thought is, oh my God, it's because of his past. He must be, no, that's unfair. That's unfair to him.
Agreed.
That's unfair to him entirely. It could just be the fact that you're going through a normal ebb and flow of the fact that, hey, we hit it off like rabbits up until this point, and we're good for right now. I've gotten used to it, and maybe I'll get around to it when I get around to it.
But do you also think that?
Yeah.
Because I think for males, eventually you get to a point where the dick is not going to work as good as it used to. You know what I'm saying? I haven't got to that point yet, and I think the universe, girl, whatever time I have left, if I manifest somebody, baby, you're going to get the best. Giving you the best of me. Good morning, it's breakfast. But don't you think that gives you an opportunity to learn more about your partner? Because if I'm not mistaken, I believe like every 7 years a part of your personality evolves, changes in some way. So it gives you the opportunity to get to know your partner outside of sex. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because it's like, okay, yes, back in the day, body may be on point, but y'all, now it's happy weight, girl. Our waistlines growing, all that type of shit. But that doesn't deter my love for you. If anything, that should strengthen my love for you, because it's like I'm learning to love who you are as a person, regardless of what the outward expression look like. You know what I'm saying? So it takes it out of this superficial place, which, no shade, it's okay to explore sex. It is a beautiful thing, no shade, but it's not the only only aspect to the equation.
Yes. It begins to your relationship. It begins to take another turn if after the height of I call it the well, some people call it the honeymoon phase. In the honeymoon phase is like the rabbit phase. If after you get out of that phase and you are still bound to each other and you're able to find joy or satisfaction or you still bequeathed to each other, but in a different way, and you're still satisfied without seeking physical satisfaction, that's when you're starting to bind to each other in a different way. You start to find other means of satisfaction that doesn't always include physical satisfaction. Okay? Because you guys got a lifetime together. So that means there's gonna have to be other things besides physical satisfaction. This is where intimacy comes in. This is where you start developing that friendship. This is where you start developing that companionship. This is where you start developing these other things. And yes, sex comes in and solidifies it, every so often and so on and so forth. But yes, you start learning who this person is at a deeper level and so on and so forth. And you start this is where that whole concept of finishing the person's sentences and shit it becomes where your life starts to meld together as opposed to just becoming transactional. Your marriage starts at this point. And I think what ends up happening is if you haven't deprogrammed yourself from this superficial concept of you as a woman thinking that a man only needs one or two things and a man only expresses himself in only one or two ways, if you haven't deprogrammed yourself by this point in time, your marriage is going to hit a really, really, really rock bottom. Even in the pride community, if you haven't learned the polar opposite of the counter to your own self. So as two men, if you haven't learned the feminine aspect of what men can be, and you only know the male aspect, then you're also going to hit that same rock bottom. Because yes, we have two aspects of us. This is one of the reasons why in the hetero world, when we do bequeath ourselves to a woman for too long, what ends up happening is the male masculine dominant side turns down when we get around women too long. That's why the sex decreases. So it's a process. It does happen. It does occur. It's not a bad thing, but what ends up happening is on the women's side of the aspect, they start to think that, oh my God, he doesn't. I don't look the same way. He doesn't love me anymore. And it's like, just because, first of all, men do not. You want to know. You want to know if a man loves you or not. And this can go in the pride community or in the hetero community. If a man is willing to sacrifice his sacrifice his money for you, that motherfucker love you.
Understandable, because again, that's one of the ways that society says that's how men show up.
I promise you, just because a man is willing to fuck you, I don't give a damn if it's in the pride community or not. Fucking does not mean love. If he's willing to sacrifice his money for you because he had to use his body to get his money, okay, that sacrifice. I'm not talking about spend money on you. Spending money is not sacrifice. I'm talking about sacrificing his resources for you. That is love.
where
putting
it's
himself,
that resource.
putting
I have to wait. This is more important.
putting himself second to you, that is love. Because I'm telling you something. Every day I wake up, for my wife and for my family, I don't think of myself until third and fourth on a daily basis. I don't do it because I have to. I do it because it is a duty and responsibility. And there are days I don't want to, but it's because I love what I do and how it benefits everybody else. That is a love. Okay. So with this in mind, tying this back into what this ignorant fool is talking about. If you love someone and you're showing your love through that sacrifice, a transition is capable, is possible, and it's achievable if that's what you're doing. I'm not saying it's necessary. I'm not saying, as I said in the comments, I'm not saying that a transition is necessary. I'm not saying that homosexuality is a bad thing. Never said any of these things. But if someone decides that's what they want to do, that's their choice. I'm saying that it's possible, but for someone to denigrate it and downplay it and say and add extra goals to it and extra qualifications to it and say that, God, I mean, this guy here who is apparently a Christian, he can't even answer the question if it's possible for his God to even do what apparently God in his omnipotence and omniscience and all of his grandeur power is able to do. He can't even answer the damn question. Because on the one aspect, he said that someone's past makes it so egregious that God can't do it. Then on the flip side, he said that it is possible. So he is flummoxed.
I mean, but this is my problem with Christianity in this regard. Like you said, no matter how much information, statistic, or data, all the stuff you show, the way that it's been set up, it's like their religion is predicated on other people's destruction. Because again, with queer people, black people, we are a part of the scarlet letters or scarlet or high tier level sins, to where it's easier to point at these people to distract myself from my own ish, because if they were to read the entire book, all of us are going. Because there's more than just those quote unquote cardinal sins. You get what I'm saying?
Correct.
And it's kind of like when he talks this way, and it's like when I see the amount of views that he gets, and again, it's not no jealousy thing, because I'm not jealous of somebody spreading misinformation. If anything, I'm praying for them and hope that they get their shit together, because baby, it's gonna be on your hands. But it's like the fact that he gets all this attention, all this backing, and he's spitting this and saying this, and then when people like myself or Queen Stevie or CTV or whoever starts to do commentary about these things playing out in people's lives, yeah, it may not be in your state, in your city, but there's some other state or some other city that is dealing with anti-queer shit because, oh, well, we're Christians and this is what God wants. But then again, you have Matthew 19:11 through 12, and it's a new international version where it reads, Jesus replied, not everyone can accept this word, but only those to whom it has been given. For there are eunuchs, okay, shout out to that word, thank you JT, who were born that way, and there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others, and there are those who choose to live like eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. The one who can accept this should accept it, and I would like for you to break this down whenever you get a chance, but again, there is more context and nuance there in reference to homosexuality. But the fact that these people are reading it for themselves, we live in the information age where people can go ahead and research for themselves to verify. They don't have any strong foundation to stand on, which is why they have to resort to the next best thing, which is fear and intimidation.
Yeah, so with that verse and chapter, what was happening there is that Jesus was being mocked at one point, and he was saying, and people were saying, Master, bullshit. And Jesus was like, don't call me that. Okay, you can save that, but sure, what do you want, basically? And the conversation started off with them asking about divorcement and adultery and so on and so forth. And he confirmed about, adultery and what, should occur relative to divorcement and adultery. And the Pharisees were saying that, shouldn't, every man get married in the first place? And Jesus said, well, not everyone is called to get married. And I mention this point because it's the Christian narrative, especially this fool here. It's this thought process that every man ought to get married. One. Well, first of all, to suggest that everyone ought to get married suggests that every woman is designed to be married to a man. Well, not every woman wants to get married, number one.
True.
Taking away consent, much. And number two, not every man wants to get married. Okay. Now, not every man wants that responsibility. Not every man can handle that responsibility, and whatever. Anyway, and so the example that Jesus uses is the concept of eunuchs. Some eunuchs are born as eunuchs, which brings in the biological aspects of eunuchs. And then two, some makes themselves eunuchs, which brings in the aspects of castration for the purposes of dedication to God, which harkens back to the eunuchs, I do believe, in King Nebuchadnezzar's court, I do believe. So with that in mind, that's just one example. Now, is that an exhaustive example of eunuchs? No, but Jesus gave an example, and the primary reason for the example is that, it was assumed that every man was destined to be married because they were living under, because you gotta think, Jesus' whole purpose was coming in basically to disrupt the old law concept. Because the old law system concept was a Hebrew, Hebrew concept, a Hebrew law under the Jew banner, or what were they under? They were under, the Hebrew law, if you will, not the Roman law, but the Hebrew faith, if you will. Now, with that in mind, they were all under that. It wasn't Christian, by the way. I can't stand when Christians say, "Oh, Jesus was a Christian." He was not, and Christianity was not even in existence at the point in time.
That's just a game they're playing on y'all.
Christianity was not a thing. Paul wasn't even teaching "quote unquote" Christianity. What he was teaching was called, at that point in time, it was called the Way. It's called the Way.
The truth and the light.
It's called the Way. All right.
Is it the way?
All right. The term Christianity did not come into place until we got into the Nicene Council, and they coined it Christianity.
I've heard about the Nicene Council.
Okay. All right. And then if you ever looked at what the term Christian comes from, you'd be amazed at what the term actually means, but I don't have time for that right now. At any rate, it was just simply called the Way. And it was a bifurcation from what was just considered Jews, or if you were a, what was it called? If it was either you were a Jew or you were a Gentile. Thank you. All right. Now, under the rabbinic law at the point in time. It was just this concept of, you have to get married or die. So a very, very, very strict concept under the Torah at the point in time. All right. And then you have the Romans coming in with their, religions. And mind you, there were other different religions scattered across. And you had Zoroastrianism, and you had all these different laws, all these different religions coming across, whatever the case may be. All right. And even Jesus was coming in saying, your God, your Father, if you ever read it closely, he's saying your Father, he uses terms like your Father and my Father, which art in heaven. So he's drawing a distinction between their Father under the rabbinic law and my Father, which art in heaven. So he's providing distinction between the two. At any rate, he's coming in upsetting certain precedences, if you will,
because he's in the world but not of it.
Correct. Okay, so if you think of it that way, he's coming in and saying you guys are doing certain things, and so you can follow some of these things that are of the world because your God is of the world, but mine is not. And so you can do certain things that are of the world because it makes certain sense. I mean, you shouldn't kill people. Yes, of course. You shouldn't, steal. Of course, that should make sense. Okay. But, love God, love neighbor as you will love God. But where is God in which art? And if you notice, anytime Jesus mentioned, the Father, he followed it up with thou art in heaven. He keeps giving a location of where you should be looking because the scribes and Pharisees were not following the true, quote unquote, true God, if you will. That's why he kept giving juxtapositions to, you've heard it said, things like turn the other cheek, eye for an eye, but I say turn the other cheek. You've heard it said this, but I say this. If he was truly that same, Exodian or Exodus God that brought people from Egypt to, in the wilderness and this, that, and the other, if he was the same God just wrapped up in flesh, why would he contradict himself? If he's the same God yesterday, today, and forever, then why would he contradict himself if he was just basically the same God wrapped in a meat suit? You see, Christians don't be answering these types of questions whenever they're reading the actual text. And I ain't got a skin in the game because I don't believe this shit. I just read the text. Right?
He said, I'm just reading the book.
I'm just reading the book for what the hell it says. Okay? All right? They're literally believing that he's literally the same being, just wrapped up in flesh with a major bipolarism. He's literally the same God that was there flooding the earth, but he comes back and says, did I really do that?
Not that on some damn don't blink shit.
Right?
Just have amnesia.
So I'm just saying, and like I said, according to with this guy here, like I said, throughout this entire time, throughout the few books that Jesus was alive, homosexuality was not covered. He literally didn't mention it at all. You can assume that a eunuch is homosexual, but it's more poignant to acknowledge that a eunuch is probably sexless, considering that a eunuch has to be a male without a penis. So you can infer.
That's what they believe that we are.
You can infer that they are having. It's more plausible to infer that they aren't having sex than they are homosexual. However, if they were to engage in sex, well, you can just infer from there what they're doing. But with that in mind, he he didn't cover it. He covered every damn thing else but that. Probably it's now, and with my theory, you have two gods who really didn't give a shit about sex, or at least sexuality anyway. Except the one time that on the account of Moses, that God mentioned it. And the only reason why in Leviticus that it was ever really even really mentioned is because the surrounding nations around, let me break that down. The surrounding nations around that particular group of people, that would be eventually, I would say the 12 tribes, but that became the Levitical law at the point in time. They were I'm gonna call them all the ites. Okay, you know them, but all the ites, the Amalekites, Amorites, the Bilikites, the Calakites, all the ites, right? But they were the Canaanites. Okay, and they didn't want to upset God any more than what they already had, because by God, they had spent 40 years wandering. Okay, and mind you, prior to that, in Exodus, they had just received the 10 Commandments, and just when Moses came down, what happened? They were worshiping a bull, a golden bull, and what did Moses do? Moses just, first of all, he crushed God's handwriting. Okay, that's blasphemous. But what happened? This story is not oftentimes told. But God sicked venomous, fiery fucking serpents onto the people, killing them. That whenever when the serpents bit them, they fucking burned up and goddamn died from the damn venom and shit. And then to heal them, he turned the damn staff, Moses' staff, into what we know today as the caduceus.
Caduceus.
You know, on the back of the back of the ambulance with the staff and the two snakes.
Yeah, the staff.
Okay, that's the caduceus. Okay, so it turned into a fiery serpent staff-looking thing, and that those that would look upon it would be healed. Literally, not making this up. That was their punishment for
the fucking.
That was their punishment.
Virus shit.
That was their punishment for worshiping a bull, literally a golden calf.
Get these niggas snakes, radioactive, fire-breathing ass.
So Moses was very, very, very. So mind you, this is something they were doing in Egypt. And mind you, Moses was gone for quite some time up that hill. So what did these people do? They reverted back to their old ways that they did in Egypt.
Hell yeah, because we waiting on you, nigga. We've been 40 years, bitch. Fuck it. Contact the old nigga, girl.
So what ended up happening is that, okay, this is where the ideas of no tattoos came into place. Because mind you, Leviticus 18 wasn't the first edit or amendment to the bill of laws. There were more laws. So every time they noticed that a Canaanite group of people were doing something that, quote unquote, God didn't like, because remember, God was given a portion of land and the other gods were given the other portions of land. And their God didn't like the other gods, and didn't like the other gods and the other groups of people. Okay, so when that happened, Moses was very specific. Okay, so we ain't gonna do what they're doing. We ain't gonna do what these people doing. We ain't gonna do it. So anything that other groups of people in the other lands were doing became laws. If you look at it that way, yeah, that long list of 400 freaking laws and whatever became very long.
And when you speak of the Bible and just looking at the history of the Bible, because like I know we can't get into it on this live, but and hopefully when you do make your comeback to YouTube, I would like to be able to hear your perspective or your, breakdown on like the dark ages of the church. Because my fear is that all of this with Nick Jones, I don't want to say Mike Jones, for what Nick Jones, like some sort of wrestler that came in the early 2000s or whatever, but him, hardly initiated podcast, we need to talk podcast, all these people, it's like this is like a warning before destruction. Because again, we see what happens when these people get in positions of power to where now they can literally quote unquote enforce what God really wants, to where now you can start literally harming people. And I really don't want to believe that that's the case, but it's like if these people are literally denying, like you said, the objective cold hard facts of reality, like the reality of death, like they're not facing that level of reality, they will use that book to destroy the person who is fucking up their reality. Because a lot of people have invested so much time, effort, and energy into organized religion, just believing in it, whole generations of families believing in it, and then come to find out that all that I've been taught has the possibility of being a lie, and that possibility is strong enough to destroy anything that brings forth that doubt. You get what I'm saying? Like again, it was somebody else on a red pill platform that said when they ended up walking away from organized religion, there was a point in time where they were angry because you were lied to, you were played with. And this is exactly what's happening. They're literally playing with people's emotions. Carlton Pearson, may he rest in power, said that church is, especially during devotion service or whatever, or whenever there are musical selections, it is meant to like bring forth spiritual foreplay, to bring forth that excitement, that elevation and energy, and then that energy is harvested. Because again, in order for you to be a good Christian, you also got to make sure that you give. So if I say I need $1,000, I need for you to fall in such a level of conviction that even though you have $100 left, you ain't got 1,000, but you're willing to get $100, and at the end of the damn day, your children are not going to eat, the lights are going to be turned off, but I just have the faith the size of a mustard seed that I'm going to give to these people, that God will move on my behalf because of this sacrifice. But the same people are not willing to sacrifice that money to actually help those in the community. And I think it was you who brought up the whole idea of that the church was never really meant to serve the public.
That's
or
correct.
To serve society. They were meant to just collect.
That's what, because that's what church actually means. Kirke, or church, is built off of a Roman goddess that is designed to absorb energy. I don't need to say anything further. There you go. You got what you need to know there. Mother Circe. Kirk. Mother Circe.
So let me ask you this: seeing this on the rise, because again, that's what they say, homosexuality on the rise, and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. And if you haven't seen Boss Man's LGBT Conundrum, I suggest that you go over there and watch it. As a LGBT card carrying member, I approve of the message, because at least I'm going to listen to somebody who knows how to articulate things. But go ahead and check that out. But based on what you're seeing as far as this rise of Christianity and stuff, and like even some of the things that you've seen in the news, like, what are your thoughts on America, primarily Black America, at this point in time? Like, what are your thoughts? I don't know if it's going to be loaded or what.
That's a loaded question. Buddy, that's a loaded question. Given what time of morning it is, I'll just say this. We are, as Black people, we are doomed if we don't get it together. From a non-church perspective and just a political, socio-political perspective, if we don't come together and rid ourselves of the petty-ish that continues to divide us, I'm talking colorism. I'm talking the stuff that society keeps injecting into our society that allows us to continuously be divided over things that really doesn't matter. Then we're going to continuously allow ourselves to be decayed and desecrated from within. From a church perspective, for the love of goodness, if we don't get out of this Christian concept, then it's going to continue to eat us from within. Because the Christian concept as a whole, if we do not deconstruct and learn to deconstruct, what's going to end up happening is understand that Christianity as a whole, I put it like this: every religion is sourced from a script, meaning a text. Okay, I'm thinking of it from an objectively speaking. It's built from a text. So the text fuels religion, not religion controlling the text. That means that the text shouldn't change. So that in of itself right there, because we have so many versions of the text, because we have so many denominations, that in of itself should be a warning red flag for Christianity as a whole right there. But back to my point. If the text in and of itself is a source of confusion, then the religion is confused. Okay? Then on top of that, the text itself is nothing but, I'm going to piss some people off today before I go to sleep to go to work tomorrow or today.
Go ahead.
But the text in and of itself is nothing but an amalgamation of different books that are once you put it together into its original and put it together into its finished inexorable form, which is the Holy Bible, which are full of holes. Therefore, it's a holy Bible. Okay.
And I think playing on our top like this. Go ahead.
There you go. Put it together. Okay. Just like the weekend is the weekend 2 days that is the weekend of the deal. There you go. Come on. It in of itself is a plagiarism of what are older books and older texts, such as the Torah or the Mitzvahs. So if you can go back to older texts and find where they got these books from, then what you're reading and basing your entire spiritual journey on is not real. If you can go and take the first New Testament and match it up to the Torah, which is older than the Bible, then that means that they got everything they got in the New Testament from another book, from another religion altogether. Lord. That means it's plagiarism.
God, that was written by God. God put his hand down and did your line. That's blasphemous. Oh my God. This is why I can't stand y'all now. Y'all always talking bad about organized religion. Oh my God. This is why we need church. This is why we need revivals. I'm tired of people.
And then here comes the New Testament, which, by the way, I didn't know God came down and retestified.
Oh shit. I'm coming to retest.
So now we got new scripture. Where'd that come from?
I changed my mind.
Think about what that's telling you. Think about like God had to come down and say, "Wait, hold up." Like I don't subscribe to the Nation of Islam. But the Nation of Islam has had one Quran since the beginning of its time, beginning of its founding, and the script has not changed.
Isn't that because a lot of them are taught to like recite it word by word so that it can never be like
No, I mean, sure, to preserve it, sure. But I'm saying is they have not had any addendums, any change, like nothing. It's been the same since the beginning that it came out. Now, of course, there's history behind that, but we're not going to get into that right now. What I'm going to tell you is that at least for them, they've had one book and it has not changed since then, literally. Okay? I'm leery. I used to collect Bibles. I used to think when I was a Christian, I used to think that they used to make me more holy or something. I don't know why. I was young.
Holy Ghost Pokemon.
And when I was and I was studying one time, and I had a really, really old book. I'm talking that you probably see it in one of my videos on YouTube. But I had this I call it my Jesus Bible. And it's the Bible with Jesus right on the front. Okay, it's
he autographed it in the preface
with his face right there on it. And I opened it up, and I went to Revelation, and I found a text where it's red labeled, and supposedly he said it because it's red labeled. And I went to a new Bible where it had the same red label. Same text, and it's supposedly the same red labeling, but words, still King James Version, both of them, but words were missing in the same text or in the same verse, in the same chapter and everything.
Revisions.
Wait a minute. So did Jesus not say that word? And I compared the same white Bible with a different Bible, and red label, both of them red label, but then one verse had it where it was black, and another verse had that same text where it was red. So people are disagreeing with what Jesus said, and another one didn't, but they were both red label Bibles. So that's why I stopped at that point in time getting red label Bibles, because I can't trust anymore what people are saying that Jesus quote unquote said. From now on, if it doesn't say that Jesus said it, I'm not going to believe it, because I need to read it for myself. So I don't trust anymore these types of things. But then again, Christianity in and of itself is flawed down to its root. Because even at the Nicene Council, when the 116 bishops and cardinals were there discussing which books they were going to put in the Bible, they carved out a third of them because they were too revealing. And the bishops who was arguing about which books they were going to be put in there, they kicked them out. And those bishops they kicked out were the Ethiopian bishops. Those bishops became the ones who held true to what is now called the Ethiopian Bible. But sure, the Ethiopian Bible is the original Bible, right? Well, tell me something. What Ethiopian person you know was named Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John?
Oh, how?
What black melanated person you know was Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John?
This nigga on the screen.
In Ethiopia.
This nigga on the screen.
But sure, continue telling me that Christianity started in Ethiopia. Do you see what I'm saying? When you can provably go and look at the oldest Bible was the Codex Sinaiticus. And Sinaiticus is not an Ethiopian term. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, the indoctrination is real to me, especially when you can provably go and look at the oldest text that fueled any quote unquote Bible is actually found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is older than any Ethiopian text you can find. Some of the oldest texts that were found was actually the Nag Hammadi. So it bugs me when people just don't apply a little bit of. I've never seen an Ethiopian person with these names that you find in the Bible. It's been scrubbed, it's been dubbed, it's been changed, it's been created to make you to make you believe in something that is not. I'm failing to say, but I'm sorry to say, but it's not true. And indoctrinated in a way to be, changed in a way to be indoctrinating. It is not for us, Black people. It's just not for us. Mount Sinai is in Africa. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, not African, baby. It's just not. I'm sorry. I just put it together. Land the plane. Okay, it's a clear day.
But that's the thing. Like you said, the indoctrination is so ingrained, especially when it comes to Black people, because at the beginning of slavery being, brought over here, like, we were given this belief. But even at that time, before it was like sanitized or really, really whitewashed, like, a lot of our ancestors would honor the patrons that were in the oppressor's book that aligned with the deities or the orishas that they worshipped back in their homeland. So they were finding their way into it. But then again, like, the fact that we use church as secret places to have conversations and meetings about what we're going to do as far as escaping or just finding some sort of liberation, like, organized, like church has really been a part of the Black experience, but I think it's always been used in the way to favor master. I mean, look at how they utilize.
Did we find our way into it, or was it beaten into us?
No, it was beaten. It was beaten. It was beaten. Okay. But because I believe, or should I say that I know that Black people with the African connection, if you will, African connection, was so, like, strong and versatile and adaptive, in a sense that even during it was being beaten into us, we still found a way to transmute that to work for us. Because again, like, the slave Bible had all of the empowering verses removed, but there were verses that were powerful, which is why they didn't want the slaves to read outside of what the master taught. So when these people literally risked their lives to educate themselves about the system, they were able to utilize those scriptures. I mean, look at how Martin Luther King was able to utilize Christ, and they still killed his ass.
What do you want? Do you want to know? There's a reason why the origin Christianity originated in Rome. It originated as Catholic before it split into the Great Schism. Okay. Catholic, if you look at the definition of it, Cath means universal.
Okay.
So that's why no matter where you are, no matter where you are in the world, you will find Christianity, because you can find something about Christianity that nearly anybody, that whoever created Christianity, which I know who, but Josephus, is it Josephus?
According to the whole, okay.
Let's just say that you're looking it up, yeah. So Josephus, what was the last name that was given to him? It's not Vespasian. Josephus. What was his last name? Hang on, this is the last name I'm going to look up. Josephus. Last name. I want to get his name right. Josephus. Which person gave him his last name? Flavius Josephus. He was part of the Flavian dynasty, but he wasn't originally a Roman. He was he was Jewish historian. He was actually captured during the Flavians' capturing of the Jewish nations at the point in time. Anyway, he did an amazing job at writing most of the biblical text. At any rate, he wrote it in such a way that anybody could look at Christianity and find something about Christianity to relate to. If you are someone who believes in pagans, you can find paganism in Christianity. Think about it. Sacrifices riddled through the Bible. Blood sacrifices, altars, candles. You can find all that. Easter is nothing but about the blood and sacrificing. I mean, Easter itself is about rebirth, and the spring solstice. So if you pay attention to stars and if you astrology and things of that nature, it takes place as far as the timing always on the spring equinox. Okay, so it connects to Semiramis and not Astarte, but Semiramis and what's her son's name? Semiramis and son. What's her name? What's his name? Semiramis' son, Tammuz. Okay, so anytime you go to Rome and you see a mother goddess who is God's mother, and you see a baby being held, which Semiramis is synonymous with Mary, Mother Mary, and you see the son, that's Tammuz. Okay, so Mary, Queen Mother, Mother of God, Heaven's Queen Mother, or the Mother Goddess, that's Semiramis and Tammuz. Okay, so all they did was take ancient gods and goddesses and change their names. Like if you see the man with a horn, a man with little horns, that is Pan. They turned Pan to Peter.
Oh wow!
The statue, correct? So think of it like that. So if you
basically, these biblical characters are derived from somewhere else in
exactly
pagan.
There you go. Exactly.
They're demonized. Wow, they're demonized the people who are discovering this because they're exposing the facade.
Exactly. Jesus' birthday, December 25th. That is the winter solstice. Okay. Old Saint Nick and so on and so forth. That is straight out of paganism. Christmas, or whatever the case may be, and the cross on the star and the old Yule and this and the other, because that's all pagan. Okay, Jesus dying on the cross and dying for 3 days and rising, or whatever the case may be, that's straight out of an astrological or zodiacal story being told in the freaking stars that the ancients used to use for agriculture and crops. Which, speaking of that, that has to deal with Saturn. Saturn or what's the ancient god? Well, Saturn is a god, but Kronos. So when you see the cross and the sickle, Saturn. So go to any church and you see the cross and the sickle, that's an astrological sign. There's also a symbol letting what's the faces Masons know that they're welcome to be there as well. So it's all interconnected as far as symbols is concerned. When you bite the bread and the wine representing body and blood, okay, well that is cannibalism.
Obviously. Maybe.
Okay. In the Bible, whenever Abraham is sacrificing his son, Ken, think of it like that. So there, whenever people are, catching the Holy Spirit and they're convulsing this and the other, that's a seance. That's also possession, because you're catching a ghost and letting it possess you, and then you're doing that's okay. Think like that too. Okay, You are giving your money with the idea that you're getting a blessing. That's transactional. Who do you give money to at the crossroads for an idea of making a deal in order to get and receive a blessing? That's a crossroads demon.
I'm trying to think of his name, because isn't there like is there like a Orisha that's what he does? I forgot his name.
Well, that's not Orisha, that's something different. But I'm talking about Asmodeus.
Oh, okay. My bad. I'm thinking of something else with crossroads.
Okay, so everything you can think of in church that you either do as a normal procession of church, or that you pray, or that you I mean, if you look at any video of an occult, which an occult isn't bad, it's just hidden, but you know, seances or okay, think of it like the rituals. Think of it whenever nuns or priests or fathers, whenever they draw their crosses from their head down to their chest, and from the right side of their inner shoulder to the outer part of the shoulder. Do it right now, really quick, and I want you to notice what you're drawing.
You said up,
down,
from right
to left. Notice you're drawing a cross, but think about what type of cross you're drawing. You're drawing an upside down cross. That is the devil's cross, because it's a short-handed cross. Yes, it's the short-handed cross, not the right side up cross. That cross that Jesus died on. You're drawing the cross that is the Satan's cross, the upside down cross. So literally everything is inverted. So you have Jesus's death and resurrection being done on a spring equinox. You have his birth, apparent birth, being done on a winter equinox, which was actually a formality being practiced in Rome, which was Saturnalia, which they used to practice orgies around the fucking clock on the whole entire week of Christmas, the 12 days of Christmas. Yeah, that was 12 days of orgies in freaking Rome.
Okay, a partridge in a pear tree.
Yeah. Okay. So every aspect of Christianity, some religion somewhere is able to look at that and say, oh, that reminds me of this. If you ever need a semblance of that, look at the story of King Solomon. King Solomon, how he fell from grace is that he had a big ass temple and he had all these women. And what he did is he erected a statue of every woman's religion just to make those women comfortable in order to have his harem. That's essentially Catholicism. If you go into St. Peter's Basilica in Italy, and you go in there, or in not Italy, but the Vatican, there we go. It's riddled with artwork. But one of the main things you'll notice is Mary sitting or standing up on a sickle moon. Well, a sickle moon represents Mary as a queen of the moon, a queen of the moon, a queen of the heavens, of the night. Well, that is Astarte. But a sickle moon is also connection to the Nation of Islam. Sickle moon star brings you back to also a woman walking out of a cave in the night where what's his name? Muhammad received his vision of the Torah from which angel? Michael. Which is the same Michael that gave, I believe, the vision of Jesus to Mary, I do believe. We're starting to see the connections here. So what I'm trying to get at here is that every part of Christianity, for the most part, is relatable to somebody. The Orishas, for instance, are just nothing more than the main 12 dominant angels that are either, you could either look at the 12 main angels, archangels, or the main 12 fallen angels that are the archons. that are represented as demigod, or you could say demigods, or the main 12. Hell, the main 12 gods, or the main 12 heroes in the fucking Marvel universe. Okay? Everybody can relate to something because it's universal. It applies to everybody, and everybody can join. It's a universal religion. That's why there are millions of people who are Christians in the world today.
As far as joining, you can be DEI.
Yes, it is the DEI. It is a DEI religion for the most part of the entire religion space.
I mean, again, they have so many different denominations, so
45,000 of them.
Not 4,500, 45,000.
45,000 worldwide, 7,500 in America alone. So, yes, it makes sense, okay? Why it was easy for our African brothers and sisters who was able to come here and see some part of it and take hold and take root to it and join tradition with it, yes, asides the fact of the back end of a wimp. So that's why I say get away from it, because first of all, Hail Zeus isn't even his real name. Yeah, like I did that. Hail Zeus is not his real name.
Are we talking about the name that start with a Y? You know what I'm talking about? Jesus Christos, or Jesus Christos, or Jesus, IESUS, Christos, is a combination of three damn different names they couldn't decide between, and then the I became a J because the person writing the damn name was dyslexic and they couldn't tell the difference between his handwriting between the I and a J, and that's where the J came from. And they just said, "Fuck, let's go with it."
Fuck it, we're gonna create a new letter because the I had a tail on it, and that's where the J came from. And congratulations, that's where the name of your savior came from. Someone who was fucking dyslexic.
But that's why, again, with this book, it's dangerous because it gives the people.
Promise you, bro. I'm not making this shit up.
Oh, no,
literally,
I know,
it started off. His name started off as IESUS, Jesus. That's where freaking Kanye West get Jesus from. Is because it started off as he was telling y'all where it came from, but nobody was listening. IESUS started off as that, but some Johannes was his name, who wrote the I, but he wrote it in cursive, but the person who was reading and translating it couldn't tell the difference between an I and this new letter, so they created an entirely new freaking letter because they couldn't tell what that letter was. And that's where the letter J came from. And now millions of people think that his name is Jesus. And that's why everybody is so corrupt right now, because they're literally calling out the wrong individual. Then IE is for and is the start of an entirely different God. SUS is the ending of Zeus, and Christos is actually an entirely different God. So they combined three different gods together to get the name Iesous, because they were arguing at the Nicene Council, and they couldn't decide on who was the champion god. And so Emperor Constantine struck a hammer and said, you know what, we're just going to combine these three names together, and that's going to be our god, because you know what, we got to make a decision. We're going to make a decision today, because I got to be able to control all these people out here. Now, I'm paraphrasing, but if you ever go and read what happened at the Nicene Council, the transcript of it, that's pretty much what happened. And congratulations, they decided on 66 books instead of 100 and some odd books, down to 88, down to 66. And there you have it. Congratulations, folks. You're praying around, controlling a controlling group of people, telling them they ain't shit because a group of people thought, you know what, we need something to control these people because we just ran a whole crusade on a bunch of damn different people because we wanted to get rid of the Carthans, and we wanted to get rid of the Rosicrucians, and we killed a bunch of our people and a bunch of their people, by the way, and we needed a way to control our people. And the only way we're going to be able to control them is telling them that we have a direct connection to God. And before we do that, we need to burn every book possible that tells them that our book is a lie. How am I doing?
Oh, they're going to be upset. There's going to be some handmaids too. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you have this information, we have this evidence, and because we've been conditioned in such a way, and it's ingrained in our fucking DNA at this point, especially as Black people, that this type of information is seen as blasphemous because, again, that's the only thing that we've been told. Big Mama, that's how Big Mama made it. That's how everybody else made it because of that. But to your point, this system has created it in a way to where it was never going to benefit you. And they have it, and they create it in such a way to where they can always attempt to be elusive because they'll be able to be in the positions of power to actually change the tides. And then once they do, they have the ability to rewrite history to, again, change. Because like you said, how do we go from being this type of guy right here, but then all of a sudden coming to being this type? And then it's a dangerous book, especially utilized by people who are ignorant and use it in a destructive way. I feel like that book could be used in a beneficial way to help humanity, but just like the pharmaceutical company, why sit up here and actually heal y'all from y'all shit when I can make so much money just helping y'all maintain it and then creating side effects, keeping y'all so confused to where you have no choice but to go to somebody else to get the information because we know that you're not going to look at it for yourself. And shout out to Faith is the Substance in the building. Shout out to you, Queen. Make sure y'all subscribe to her as well and check out her most recent interview. So yeah.
Well, as you said it best, I'll depart from here. But as you said it best in your Blame It on Dress series, and that was basically pointing out the fact that I can put it in a book, but you motherfuckers ain't gonna read it. And how is it dangerous? It's because people like us who are actually able to read it say that it is, but you have droned individuals who will criticize people like us for pointing out the absurdity of it. So with that in mind, I'm going to bid you adieu, but I've appreciated the chance to be able to express the absurdity. Finally, right? The absurdity of this individual. Unfortunately, you're going to hear more of people like this who can't even answer their own, provide a resolution or solution to their own criticism. And, you know, listen, to people who are, I'm not going to say struggling with this. I'm just going to say who are going, who are going through this. Your decision is your decision. If you decide that, not going down a certain path or being a certain either identity or orientation is what you want to do, that is your choice. My suggestion to you, if I could make one, be so bold, is to make it through your own grit and through your own merit and through your own consciousness, and not because of a religion. Right. The universe wanted you to be a certain way, be that way. Because religion should not force you to not be a certain way or to be a certain way. Because religion obviously can't even provide an answer as to why you can or can't be a certain way. And therefore it shouldn't tell you that it shouldn't tell you that you should live your life a certain way if it can't even provide justification for why you should or shouldn't. Okay. And Christians are confused about why they should be Christians. And so, and until they can get their life together about their own book, I wouldn't put much stock into it. I wouldn't continue to do so. That's it. That's all.
All right. Well, thank you, boss man. I really appreciate you coming through for a conversation impromptu. Hopefully we can get you on more this year again as things work out, because I do have some conversations in the works that I would like to have publicly, because again, I feel like we can learn from each other and show what that looks like publicly, which is what we definitely need. But if you haven't, make sure y'all go over and subscribe to Boss Man. Are you still active on TikTok or no?
Yeah, I am. I'm still there.
Okay, so y'all can follow him on TikTok if you guys decide to. And yeah, man, thank you for coming through, and enjoy the rest of your morning. And I'll be talking to you.
Absolutely. Yeah. See what see that people on diametric aspects of life are actually able to have, I would say progressive conversations. It is possible. All right, sir. Salute to you. All right, keep it going.
Peace.
Out.
All right, y'all. That was Boss Man. I'm not gonna finish the rest of Nick Jones' video, because again, girl, there's nothing that he's going to say that's going to be transformative. But if you want to see it for yourself, you definitely can, because the link for all of the content in this live is in the description box below. So anyway, I thank y'all for joining me for this live. I was not expecting it to be almost 6 hours, but I did say I was going to give y'all live. Okay, so this should be able to hold y'all for a few days, maybe a week and a half, maybe, because again, I got other shit going on. But if you can, please make sure you hit that like button, because it helps the channel to grow in the algorithms. Okay, we're almost at 1,200 subscribers. Okay, and it's all because of y'all that we are almost at that point. Okay, if you like the vibe over here and want to contribute to that subscription growth, you can definitely hit that subscribe button as well as the notification bell, so that you can stay up to date with all of my content, both live and edited. Make sure y'all be on the lookout for chapter 2 of Blame It on the Dress, releasing soon. No shade, because I got to work some things out, but releasing soon. Okay, we're going to finish what we started. No shade. It may take us a minute, but we're going to do it. All right. If there's anything that I've said in my lives or in any of my previous lives or edited content that you agree with, disagree with, you want to read me the fuck down in the name of Jesus, I give you the permission to do so. You can use any of my content, the totality of it. I don't care. All I ask is that you please at me, BubzDaGawd, tag me, BubzDaGawd, let me know, BubzDaGawd, so that I know that it's real. And if you feel compelled, you can definitely hit that Cash App at the bottom of the screen, $Conscious TV. Okay, leave in the message note that this is for BubzDaGawd. You finna see it. It's finna come up right now. There it is. Make sure y'all hit that Cash App if you want to show the Leprechaun some love. Shout out to everybody that came through. Shout out to the replay gang. Shout out to those in the bushes. Bushes. Girl, I gotta go. Bushes. Shout out to those in the bushes. Shout out to Boss Man for coming through. And until next time, everybody, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all morning. I'm out. Peace.
I can be anything I choose in this round. We are a sound vibration too deep to tell.